Sunday fun day here in Czechia, third and final day of the CE Cup T20IW. And the morning match between Croatia and Gibraltar just might decide who lifts the cup later in the day. The Czechs, well, they'll get another chance at a win later on in the afternoon as well. So get ready, get set, and let's go. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN CE Cup T20IW, and it starts right now. Dobre rano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Once again, we have two locations, two sets of international fixtures today on the European Cricket Network. What a great way to end the week, although our journey here in Czechia is just getting started with the ECS starting tomorrow. 11 clubs doing battle for the trophy this year. But let's get ready for the start of day 3 here in the CE Cup, and we have the two teams that still are in the hunt to be champions of this tournament going head to head. So this could be the crucial match, if you like, when all is said and done later in the day. It's match number 5 between Croatia and Gibraltar. Pete Vincent is the man with the coin. He's with two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
We have Croatia and Gibraltar. Croatia will toss the coin. Gibraltar will call heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail. What would you like to do, Croatia?
Coming back first, please.
You bat first. Okay. Croatia are batting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So Croatia winning the toss, and Erin Vukusic having no hesitation in saying she wants to have a bat. And that has been a good strategy for Croatia so far. In fact, we've only seen one successful chase in the series in the first 4 games, and that was actually Croatia last night, who have had a dream start to their T20IW journey. Their first matches ever this weekend, and they've won all 3. A lot is to do with Erin Vukusic, but I've really been impressed with how some of the players around her, particularly with the bowling, have kind of stepped up and provided that support, and it's taken some pressure off her to an extent. Although I will say I still think she is the key wicket for Croatia. And Gibraltar, you know, they've got a pretty good pace attack, and you look at some of the options that the openers are going to have to deal with when we get on the park in just a few minutes' time. Think about Ferrari, another chance for her to kind of show what she can do. And when these two teams last met, it was Croatia that got the win, but it was set up with an incredible first over where Vukusic was able to peel 5 boundaries in the very, very first over, 5 boundaries in a row. So, look, I think it's going to be a really good contest. I think these have been the 2 top teams so far. So it's kind of not quite a final, but it feels that way anyway here in match number 5. Watch out for Nikki Caruana as well. I think she's having an outstanding time with the Gibraltar side. She'll open the batting, and also she's been pretty good in that 5th bowler slot. It's kind of she's been a really handy pickup for them, I think, in the bowling as well as this tournament's gone on. Let's talk weather. I can tell you right now it is sunny, and hopefully it stays that way. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 22. Quite pleasant to start at least. It's about 18 degrees. They did say there might be a little bit of rain around later in the day, but it doesn't seem too scary, and yeah, hopefully we don't get any at all. Danny Hudacek is with me once again as we get ready for the start of some Sunday morning cricket. I can tell you Croatia batting first after winning the toss against the Gibs. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the start of day 3.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone to Prague for this ECN Central Europe Cup T20Is for women. First time this tournament's ever been held, CE Cup, long-running tournament here for the men. But first time for the women. As you see yesterday, Croatia with a good win. First up against Gibraltar, 127, big score by Vukusic again. And then the Czechs put on a pretty decent total, 110. But then the Croatians with Vukusic and Kvaric again dominating, getting there in just over 12 overs. So Croatia are at the top of the table. They are undefeated so far. And for Gibraltar to have any chance of picking up the trophy, they'll have to win and win well. As you can see, the net run rate is very good for Croatia. Gibraltar got 1 win, 1 loss. The Czechs still winless. I'll have another chance this afternoon against Gibraltar. We'll be playing 2 games today. You see the lineups. The superstar there, Aaron Vukusic, well backed up. Helen Lecker is a very, very good player. Lydia Kvasic as well. Kvaric with the bat. And Gibraltar, well, they've got a good bowling attack. They'll need to get early wickets. As you can see, Supercomputer predicting a narrow win for Croatia. But it really depends on this big wicket of Vukusic. They managed to get her yesterday, but she'd already scored 63, which is about half the runs for Croatia. So if they can get her early, then anything can happen in this game. And I think it's the bowler who got her yesterday who'll start. Is it Helen Mumford who'll open the bowling? Picked her up with a half volley outside of stump, caught in the covers. It's going to be called a wide. So interesting tactic by Gibraltar, not going with the opening bowlers, but going with Mumford. And so she picked up the wicket of Vukusic yesterday. Tried to play it over the cover region, but managed to pick out Nikki Caruana, who took a nice catch. This one's just played on the leg side, just be a single. Vukusic we saw didn't really. Oh, looking for 2, and well, they're stranded at the same end, and the throw came in. It wasn't handled. That's unfortunate. It was a chance there. Let's have another look. Leko just takes off, and then Vukusic turns back, and Leko's stranded. But unfortunately, the throw went to the bowler's end and wasn't picked up by the fielders backing up. Leko will face the first ball. Good cricketer is Helen Leko. Both of the bat and the ball has proven to be very valuable for this Croatian side. Dead ball. Pete Vincent is umpiring. It's our final day of umpiring. I think, at least on the network. Won't be here next week. He's been a good servant for Czech cricket for many, many years. Hit on the leg side, just a single. And I think when you get to the age of 130, it does mean that you probably have to retire at some stage. But very good umpire is Pete Vincent. Been a good start from Mumford. Bowling now to Vukusic. And another wide. So again, pleasant conditions here today. A little bit of high cloud, bit of sun. Sun's being hidden slightly by the cloud at the moment, but nice and warm. So the butterflies flying around. Down leg side this time, another wide. So as I said, interesting choice. Bowling Mumford straight up. It was Ferrari that took a bit of stick from Vukusic in the first over yesterday. I'm sure we'll see her coming on from the bottom end. This one is wide on the offside. So losing a line a bit here, Mumford. Not really bowling with any pace. I think that's probably what undid Vukusic yesterday, trying to make the pace on the ball. Just mistimed one slightly. This one's, same sort of thing, just out of reach. Try at the stumps. And that plan almost worked. Great effort. It was just between the 2 fielders. There's Caruana there. Have another look. Same sort of shot. Full shot just outside of the reach of Caruana. I think it's Valverde out there as well. 2 good fielders too. You can see the plan almost worked for Gibraltar. That would have been a big breakthrough. It's another dot ball. Well, I think definitely Vukusic likes the ball coming onto the bat. Instead of having to make the pace on the ball. It's probably not what she wants first over. Good bowling from Mumford. And well, they'll look for 2. There was a bit of a misfield. So it's been a long over from Mumford. Most of the runs have come from wides. I'd like to say hi to a few people on the chat. Terry's in out there. Some of the regular customers. Rob Thompson, say hi. This one's been turned around the corner and through the fielder. Well, that's 4 runs, and that was a bit too easy for Vukusic. A generous full toss. Let's have another look at this. Mumford just full toss, turned around the corner, hit it pretty well, but straight through the fielder, and maybe got a bit of a bad bounce, to be fair. So at the end of the first, Croatia are 12 for no loss. Could have been very different, though, with that catch just out of reach. So welcome into the commentary marshmallow, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, nice to be in the marshmallow. A little bit of a soft start in a way, but a couple of chances, let's be honest, in that first over. It was a run-out opportunity. It was a tough catch put down. Really interesting decision to go with Mumford first. And Mumford was able to kind of, she was able to get out Vukusic for the only time in the series so far, and it was almost a carbon copy dismissal. If Caruana was a couple of metres to the right, it's a simple catch. It was a tough one. She got one hand to it. Also, these two haven't quite necessarily worked out the run between the wickets, but they survived the first over. Now Ferrari is going to put a bit more pace on the ball here in over number 2.
It's a pretty good start.
Yeah, it's interesting also that Ferrari, I think she bowled really well yesterday in the corresponding match, but she did go for 22, I'm going to say, in the first over. After that, I don't think she only conceded a handful in the next 3 overs. I think she ended up with something like, I can tell you exactly, actually. She ended up with 3 for 27. But she bowled really well, moved the ball around. I can't wait to see the rematch. Well, this is going to be bowled. It's Lecco that's going to have to go. There's that outswinger down the line. Crashes into the bottom of middle and off. So Lizzie starts today on the right note, and Croatia lose the first wicket. It's 12 for 1.
Yeah, really good bowling there, right on line from Ferrari, first up. And Gibraltar, they know what they have to do in this game. They have to win and win big to have any chance of lifting the trophy at the end of the day. Let's have a look at this one again. Ferrari comes in and just got underneath Lecco's bat. And that's a good wicket first up. It'll bring in another good batsman in Lidja Kvaric.
You can see this is a ball that's got a lot of players out this weekend. Looking to play leg side, thinks it's going to angle in towards the leg stump, and that's why just kind of the bat angle is a little bit offside to leg side, so trying to hit across that ball. Lizzie Ferrari, though, she's a natural outswing bowler, and she gets that absolutely right. Lecco has been a good contributor to Croatia, but she ends her batting weekend on that note. It's 12 for 1. This will bring Lidja Kvaric to the crease now. These two have had some really incredible partnerships, haven't they? But let's be honest, Kvaric also struggled with that same kind of a delivery that Ferrari's going to deliver. I'm still looking forward to the Vukusic versus Ferrari rematch with, of course, what happened yesterday. Yes, I also think that Vukusic should be pretty conscious of not chipping into the offside. Once she's got out that way, once she's nearly got out that way, she knows how important she is to the cause. Here's Ferrari. It's a very good first ball. Now we've got a bit of a mix-up. Yeah, I've got to be honest here. I think this is Lydia's call, and if she thinks it's a run, then Erin has an obligation to run. Have a look here. It's in front of the wicket. It is wide of the field. Erin ball watches and basically uses her veto power to say, no, we don't want to run there. So a little bit of confusion early on.
Yeah, I agree. That should have been a run, and you got to trust your batting partner. Vukusic is the captain, though.
That's true. But I was going to say that was a better way to handle the ball. Lydia, the way she handled the first ball, it's pretty much the same ball that Helen Lecco got, but her bat swing was just a little bit straighter, so it just gave her more margin for error. She was able to handle with the swinging ball, but Ferrari's been bang on target here early. Brilliant over so far. Yet to concede a run. Nice looking drive, but short covers in there. Talked about how important that position is as well.
Absolutely. Like they've got that short cover and the short mid wicket in, and well, the short mid wicket's not as close to the bat as you'd see quite often. There is a chance of a single on the leg side, but Vukusic is not communicating very well there with her batting partners at the moment.
Yeah, it's a funny one because Vukusic obviously has been the batter of the tournament so far.
Mm-hmm.
So she's so conscious of not getting run out. Sometimes it's causing more run out opportunities. This one sneaks off the pad. I don't think it's... would have gone and hit the stumps. It's down the leg side, but Kvaric will get to the other end. Or is there any bat in that? Nope. That's going to be a leg bye. And that will take us to the end of the over. So it was brilliant over, really. It's a good old-fashioned fake maiden. Had the leg bye off it, but none off the bat. And a wicket fake maiden to boot. It's the end of the second over. 13 for 1.
Wicket fake maiden. Those words have been used in the same sentence before.
This is where I love ECN terminology. We use words in cricket that you won't hear anywhere else. You can see Croatia 4 points clear, but I can tell you that with Gibraltar looking at a potential 4 points today, if they get 2 wins, then if they win this game and then beat the Czechs later on, then net run rate will decide who wins the CE Cup. And that's why not only is the result important here, but also the margin is quite important. But if Croatia win it, they've gone undefeated and they will be the champions. There's a nice little flick away shot from Kvaric. Excellent fielding out there. Ferrari, it's probably one of the strongest throwing arms. And well, a big of an appeal. Hits the stumps. Vukusic, normally she's a good judge of how quick she needs to run to get in.
She did seem to jog the last bit. This is
Let's have a look. Rosie's not doing us any favours. Yeah, she's made it. So again, good running to ground the bat. Otherwise, that would have been an egg on the face moment for Vukusic. Hasn't had too much of the strike so far. Kvaric is off the mark with a couple.
oh,
Another one that's in the air. Kvaric runs. And yeah, again, you know, this is another time that I think Erin, maybe it's a concentration thing. These two have batted together a lot. And Kvaric hits this. It's into the gap, so she takes up again. Erin's not watching her partner. That's her main obligation there, is to watch her partner, not be watching the ball. Kvaric really should have had a couple of extra runs so far.
you mentioned the one that went just away from Nikki Caruana in the first over. So this is a dot ball. If Erin had got a little bit more of it, it would have gone straight to Valverde.
Yeah,
So
true.
it was judged perfectly by Vukusic in a sense, but it was a full shot, and that's how they got it yesterday.
Yeah, the lack of pace on the ball. I think it's a clever strategy, actually. I mean, I wouldn't have thought of it even myself. Don't mind admitting that. Just think, okay, well, it's not easy to get her out. How has she got out before? Is that something we can look at maybe doing again? It's just an instinctive kind of shot. And so Mumford, part of it, she has to get it right, though, and she doesn't this time. It's full toss, and that's smacked away by Lydia Kvaric for 4. Way to pounce on the loose ball. Croatia get 4.
Yeah, it's the second time she's delivered a full toss, one to Vukusic and one to Kvaric, and they both resulted in boundaries. So just losing the length a bit. She bowled a couple of wides in their previous over. This one's been a bit tidier, but just just over pitching slightly with that one, unfortunately. But it is a good ploy, I think. There's been chances from both of these batters.
But it takes the pressure off, doesn't it? Just that full toss. Lydia's come a long way with her cricket. You know, nailing down that number 3 position and making some important contributions.
Useful with the ball as well.
Yeah, really been impressed with some of the emerging players in Croatia and what they're delivering. End of the third over. It's 19 for 1. Let's say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. I already said hello in text form, but hello to Rob Thompson from New Zealand, Jeff Mobbs from Australia, Terry Richmond also. Unfortunately, he lost his lawn bowls semi-final, but he did make the top 4. So good on you, Terry. And I hope you enjoy your Sunday. I hope you are enjoying your Sunday, I should say, over there. It's almost done. I want to say hello to Kroom as well, watching from England. And you're welcome to all the English viewers because, Australia doing the righty, getting over my boys, Scotland, last night. And so that means that England will progress to the next round.
Your boys.
Well, I'm half Scottish.
Oh, yeah.
And
But you're half Indian, and
Yeah.
you're half Australian.
Yeah.
It's like me.
half Malaysian.
Half Malaysian, yeah.
I think I've got some Irish in me. I mean, check right now. Throw that in the mix.
Yeah.
And well, anyway, Scotland, I'll be bitterly disappointed. They were so close to qualifying. You really can't take anything away from them. They were brilliant. Anyway, here's the matchup we want to see. Vukusic facing up to Lizzie Ferrari. And probably just a fraction short of where she wants to be. I think that the plan for Lizzie has to be to pitch it up and draw Erin forward and maybe induce an edge behind or something like that. I think that's one way that she could get her out. I don't think trying to bowl at the stumps will work too well, just because Erin's been really, really strong off her pads. It hasn't looked like missing one, but you never know. Croatia, 53% at the moment. It's a really good game. I think they started slightly behind. Remember on the numbers. No, Croatia, 56%. So it hasn't moved too far. Gibraltar, slight underdogs. This one's 2 full, though. It's going to be a no ball for over the waist. Well fielded, though. Getting the body down. They're going to get 2, though. But McNally, she's made some good contributions as well with the bat. Does well on the field there. At least save a couple of runs.
Yeah, McNally hit a couple of fours off Vukusic yesterday in that the first game.
Yeah.
And again, that's how boundaries have come off Vukusic's bowling. We'll see that battle in the second half of this game.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it's pretty even.
Yeah, it is. I agree. Vukusic faces up again. This one is full toss as well, maybe a fraction lower, so it won't be a no ball. So Yanira Blagg, again, one of the most improved players, I think, in this jib setup, who does the fielding. Yeah, the funny thing yesterday is Erin was actually the most expensive of the 5 bowlers used for Croatia. Part of that was obviously the pace on the ball. She went for a couple of boundaries. Kaminkova, probably my favourite shot of the day at the cover drive. But
that was fantastic.
But then the freeze leave off the next ball. But yeah, great to see some new faces in the setup.
Both of those make the highlight reel. Lovely bowling from Ferrari.
Yeah, that's the ball. Yeah, that's the ball which I think if she bowls one like that to Vukusic, at least gives her a chance. Lizzie's bowling with good rhythm this morning. Always helps to get that early wicket. Feel like it's your day. Day 3 is going to be a few sore bodies around. Danny, I'm sure about that.
This is very interesting tussle. Called a wide by Chris Tebb.
Yeah, she knows she's dragged that one down. And so it wasn't quite right, but she'll get the opportunity to bowl it again. Yeah, hello to Harry, who's watching from Punjab in India. He says hello to BG, watching from Mount Gambier, South Australia. Currently, it's around 5:45 on a Sunday evening. And a chilly 11 degrees. Well, I can tell you here, we're up to 19, and we've got the sun shining on us. So yeah, it's a beautiful looking day here at the Vinhos Cricket Ground.
Ooh.
In the air, dropped. I think that carried. We'll check it out in the replay. Lizzie's a very good athlete. She's got good hands. It's well,
it was a tough chance.
It's down to be corrected, but I think normally she would expect to catch this. Kind of comes back. It is low down, but she just gets 2 hands to it.
Unlucky.
Gets another pop at Lydia, though.
Oh, that's out.
She might be able to get her very next ball. She does. And she'll feel a lot better against that outswing. Lydia kind of freezes, thinks it's going down the leg side. It swings down the line. And I think that's crashing into the stumps. So life doesn't always give you second chances. Kavaric gets one, but can't make anything of it as Croatia lose a second wicket, 24 for 2.
That's a big wicket. And yeah, no doubt, crashing into the stumps, no shot offered. I've seen that a few times this weekend. And Chris Tebb with the finger up. And they've I think Vukusic has lost a very important batting partner.
Definitely. You know, it puts more pressure on Erin. You can see Lydia, she's frustrated because she got out that way earlier in the series as well. And it's almost a carbon copy of a dismissal yesterday against Gibraltar, really. But so there's been a few times we've seen this, and I suppose what it is, it's just keeping that bat in play. So not making up your mind too early. You might want to leave one, but even just leaving the bat around the pad or in front of the pad, it puts you in a position to still defend if the ball swings unexpectedly.
Sure.
And so that's something we saw Tezajikova struggling with balls in that location. She's not the only one. Kaminkova, we talked about her dismissal yesterday
Yeah.
as well for Czechia. But, yeah, keeping that bat in play, putting yourself in a position in case something unexpected happens. And
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
you can definitely learn from that dismissal. The other thing is, obviously, Ferrari, she is swinging that ball quite predictably. So it shouldn't have been that much of a surprise that it swung back.
It's still outswing is it's a difficult one. A lot of cricketers come from maybe a softball background or maybe even a tennis background, and so an outswinger is a little bit foreign.
That's actually true. I'll come back to that in a second.
Oh, that's gone as well, I think. That's
is.
2 in a row.
That's fantastic bowling from Lizzie Ferrari, who's on a hat-trick. She's got 3 for 5 now. Sanjil gets a similar delivery, and it's a real tough one to get first up. It pitches on the stumps. It hits in line. She's on a hat-trick, but she'll have to wait. But right now, she is on fire, and Croatia under the pump, 24 for 3.
Yeah, fantastic bowling from Ferrari. And you saw it first up that she was right on song. And again, another wicket down. Pavla Senjuk, who, again, is a very good player. So, pressure mounts on Vukusic and the Croatians.
Yeah, very good control. And Lizzie, remember, she had that one that kind of got away. It was too short. It was outside the off stump. I think she'll like the chance that she'll get to bowl it again. And that extra ball in the over actually puts her on a hat-trick, 24 for 3 after 4. With every wicket, it puts a bit more pressure on Erin Vukusic. Also, the players coming out maybe not quite as experienced, even with things like the running. Obviously, Jib, no, this is a must-win game for them to stay alive in the series. And right now, they're delivering.
Tell you what, if the hat-trick ball was Vukusic, that would be
something
huge. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to Ferrari's next over to see if Vukusic is on strike.
Well, they better not take her off.
Oh.
I'll put it that way.
No, they're not taking. There's no way they were taking the ball off Lizzie Ferrari.
Mumford gets a third over. Goes back and punches. We take a run. It also puts Erin under a bit more pressure as far as needing to score the majority of the runs, and then it probably starts playing into her mind about trying to keep the strike a bit more rather than kind of handing it over so easily. Mumford. This one floats a bit too wide. No ball for just off the pits off free hit coming up.
I tell you what, though, sometimes for whatever reason, psychologically, a bowler is not to your liking. I don't like windmill bowlers. There's something about that action that really puts me off. Put me off when I was batting. This nice shot into the covers, no runs again, and I think that might be a little bit what's happening here with Mumford and Vukusic.
Definitely conscious that she got her out yesterday, and that's why I think she's enjoying getting off the back foot, knowing that's not a shot she's going to hit in the air. But it's when she comes forward, she's not getting that pace onto the bat to be kind of in control of the drive and finding it hard to keep it on the ground. That kind of a shot. Now this time she's going to hit, run, not picked up cleanly. Before we had that second wicket, you were talking about softball. And I've played a bit of softball and played a lot of baseball. But there's a penalty for swinging and missing in softball and baseball. In cricket, it's not really.
Yeah.
So that idea of, and I know the feeling in baseball when you're batting, if you make up your mind, you see a pitch, you're not going to swing because you don't want to swing and miss and it's a strike if it's out of the zone. So that's kind of the mentality I think crept in a couple of times with Lydia there for a couple. She's made up her mind she's not swinging no matter what. Whereas if she kept that bat in play, maybe kept it near the pad, then maybe there's an opportunity for her to keep it out.
Well, the other thing is, it's to do with the outswing, because you hit down the line quite often with and then you're hitting with a cross bat, like a horizontal bat rather than a straight bat. So it's just sometimes that with the ball moving out, this is tight wide.
Yeah, it's probably a wide. She didn't really move from her original position, but yeah, good point.
But it's to do with the ball just slightly moving away from the batter, and that's just I found it. As I said, I played indoor cricket with in a mixed league at one stage, and that was I would just bowl quite slow outswing, and it was difficult for the female batters to get bat on it. And I think it's to do with the fact that softball and is got a very different mechanic about it.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's not a natural thing to have the ball going, what we would call in cricket, away from the bat.
Mm-hmm.
That one I think is going to be okay. So it's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 27 for 3. Yeah, so just before we come to this hat-trick ball, I suppose the technique to play a ball that you want to leave down the leg side, maybe opening up, getting a bit more front on so that you can watch it and then be in the position to drop the bat on it if it does swing back at you. And obviously closing yourself off has created a couple of LBWs. We've had 17 hat-tricks in season 2024. And Lizzie Ferrari right now could be number 18 on that list. We've had a bit of a drought as well. You know, we haven't had a hat-trick since the 21st of May. That was in Portugal, Rutul Chaudhary.
Well, this would be absolutely huge if she could get the hat-trick here with Vukusic on strike.
This would be a massive wicket, you're right. And of course, Czechia, the ECS starting tomorrow. Plenty more locations, but right now, let's stay in the present. Hat-trick ball for Lizzie Ferrari.
Oh.
Didn't really come back, did it? She gave herself a chance.
How many times have we seen that? Hat-trick ball wide.
Yeah, well, I call that doing a Danny Hooter check because you seem to be the one that there's more of those when you're on commentary than any other time. The hat-trick balls go for wides.
So I'm wide on a hat-trick ball and also the golden ball magnet.
You're one of the golden ball magnets. Nish is there. Tyrone's there as a golden ball magnet as well. I think Alex,
Charlie
one of our button pushers is. Charlie broke the longest Barron streak ever. But, you know, I tell you something right now. Obviously, Vukusic happy to take the single there. But, I mean, if Jib get this right, they could almost kind of go around Vukusic. If they could get the other batters out, they're 7 wickets away. And it's gonna put Vukusic in a real tight spot. So that's another. Obviously, they'd love to get Vukusic out, but this is going to be a tough one for Seema Kuchuk-Suchu. Misses out. Nice take by Bart behind the stump. So, yeah, that ball that's got they had the last 2 wickets. Well, actually, all 3 deliveries that have got Ferrari's wickets have been pretty similar. If she can deliver that, and okay, she's only got 10 balls left, then I think we could see a little bit of a drama.
Well, the other thing is Ferrari comes in again and well kept out. There's other very good bowling. Valverde hasn't bowled yet.
Yeah.
And also we've seen really good bowling from
Yanira Blagg.
Yeah.
You know, throw in there Nikki Caruana as well, who bowled really well yesterday. My actual instinct is to bowl Ferrari out here because you've got other bowlers to pick up the slack, if you like. She's got the ball in this condition doing what she wants most of the time.
Absolutely.
It's just lost a bit of swing in this over. A couple haven't really come back. But, yeah, I know the instinct might be to keep her for one more, and there's probably an argument for that as well.
I'd bowl her out.
I'd bowl her out, though, because, especially with Mumford bowling already, you've got Valverde to bowl, you've got Yanira Blagg, you've still got, mentioned Nikki Caruana. Lauren Pias is also an option to bowl, so you're not really running out of bowlers here.
Yep, no, agreed.
One's a bit shorter, and Kuchuk-Suchu can't quite execute the cut.
Have a look also at how tight the field is. It's difficult for Seema to get Aaron on strike, and that'll be frustrating. And Aaron's running between the wicket this morning, or hasn't been fantastic.
Well, so they're really trying to put the pressure on the new batter. It makes sense. None of 6 at the moment. That one goes very wrong. Barton, there's the old stomp. A free hit for Kuchuk-Suchu. So, look, an opportunity for her to maybe try something. This is where I know at this stage of the development of some of the middle order bats, may not be thinking this way, but you know, I might even try a little ramp here. Maybe you can't be bold. Just you need to find a way to get the ball through the field. She won't be able to get it past the short mid wicket. So yeah, Ferrari. That's the ball I think she just needs to keep delivering, especially to the non-Vukasic's. Vukusic might have a slightly different strategy, but she's bowled really well, 3 for 9.
Yeah, fantastic bowling from this end. And well, she's got 1 ball left of this of her 3rd over, 31 for 3. The runs have dried up quite a bit also for Croatia. And well, Vukusic looking for the single. I think she needs the strike.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. She was keen to go there, but it's funny, the less runs you get, the harder they seem to come. And yeah, I think strategically it didn't really make sense, even though Kuchuk-Suchu would love to get off the mark. Probably wasn't worth the risk. And it's 31 for 3 off 6. Gibraltar, what a start for them. Couldn't be more different to yesterday where they went for that magical first over. And okay, Gibraltar were able to kind of fight back a bit, but the horse had bolted, particularly with the innings of Vukusic.
Absolutely.
Mumford is going to bowl out here, so they're sticking with the plan. Yeah, I'm not always in agreement with bowling out the openers, but I feel this is one chance, and one time I would.
To be fair, she's the opening bowler today, but the reason the fact that she got Vukusic yesterday, and she almost got her in her first over, I think is again a really good captaincy, keeping her on. You see Caruana there lurking. This one's around just on the leg side, and she's called no.
Okay, interesting.
Well,
I mean it's definitely a turn down. So basically, it shows you that Vukusic is a little bit worried she might not get the strike back, but she's not going to take that. She's not going to take the overthrow. And this kind of shows you how this innings has a different feel compared to if she was batting with Helen or she's batting with Lydia at number 3 or even Pavla at number 4. There's only 3 down at the moment. And that's all to do with Kuchuk-Suchu not being able to score. This time she will take the 1. Might be looking for 2 here.
For sure, they'll go for 2. And they'll take it, they get it pretty comfortably in the end.
Yeah, it's pretty smart. I mean, the other thing, though, it's not great for the... That was 2. It's not great for the confidence of Kuchuk-Suchu, at the other end.
To be fair, though, I think the Croatians know how important, they know how important Erin is, and she can take 2s, which are definitely possible on this ground. So at the same thing though, this is a wide. If they can get a run out, because there's been a bit of confusion, but Erin's quick and she knows she wants to run 2, and I'm sure it's been communicated to Seema as well.
Yeah, that's true. It was well run, but it's almost like this innings has become a bit of a puzzle now for Croatia, rather than Vukusic kind of just batting normally and freely like she's been able to do in earlier innings. And so she leaves 3 balls in the over for Seema. And again, Seema, she would love to just find a way to be able to get off strike. She hit a lot of balls in front of the wickets. I think, if one way she could score, if it's down the leg side, she can kind of knock it to fine leg. There's no one really fielding there. There's an easy run there, but kind of depends on what Mumford delivers. She's been mostly accurate. Lets that one go outside the off stump.
That was a good ball, that. And I think it's been a good opening spell from Helen Mumford. Been a few wides, but apart from that, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Again, she's been pretty good at keeping those straight ones out. Kuchuk-Suchu, and she keeps her left foot kind of out the way so it doesn't impede the bat swing. See, she's pretty focused on just surviving essentially at the moment. And, 11 balls she's faced.
Also, unless she gets it away for 2, there's no way they're running.
There wasn't a run there anyway, so that'll be the end of the 7th over. And it kind of shows that Croatia in a bit of a pickle here. 35 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's an interesting contest. See here, Mumford's gone for 6 and over. There were a couple of full tosses that led to boundaries. There was that chance, which was what they were looking for, but a good opening spell for Mumford, and they've got a lot of bowling to come. I'm sure that I'd say Valverde will come from the top end, and it's interesting. Yanira Blagg coming on from this bottom end.
Right, so they are keeping 1 in the bank for Ferrari. To be honest, I don't mind that. A couple of reasons. You have bowled 1 of your openers out. The other thing is Ferrari did seem to kind of lose that dangerous swinging delivery that she had. So I suppose it also means for Vukovic, in the back of her mind, she knows Ferrari is coming back for one.
Yep.
She's probably bowled the best of the Gibraltar bowlers on the whole this week. As we see a little aircraft overhead. We are near. How many airports are around here?
I think there are 3 airports around here.
There's the military airport, right?
Yeah, there's
There's a kind of recreational one.
yeah, and Letjani, there's Kabeli, Letjani. I'm not sure about the other. I think there's 3.
Because it is the windiest part, isn't it?
It is.
It's the windiest part of the city.
This is a good move, I think. I think Yanira Bag will bowl well against both these. Well, as your big A.
Yeah, it's a good
bowler.
jinx. But no, seriously, Yanira, she's a natural kind of in-swinging bowler. She gets a little bit of this kind of, I'd say it's late swing, but she just needs to be able to start the ball a bit further to the left. And then I think that becomes a dangerous delivery. It's been a bit of a persistent problem for her this week.
There's another thing with Yanira. There's one ball she bowls, which it's like an outswinger, which is, it seems a little bit quicker. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's good. That's a good shout. And keeps his finger down, does Chris Tabb.
I think it was just going down the leg side. It's a really good shout. But yeah, that's that late swing that we're talking about. Checking out the replay.
It's good bowling.
I think this is missing for me. Just.
Yeah, it's moving, isn't it? Well, good decision. Yeah, that's missing leg, I think.
Excellent umpiring.
Very close, though. Very close.
Yeah, but that'll certainly play on Vukovic's mind. Probably would have hit a 4th stump to the side of leg.
Well, she's coming from quite wide out of the with the crease as well. So with that late swing, I think you're right, Vinny. Probably 4th stump. Comes again.
Better line, that one. And this one makes this ball dangerous, which doesn't really swing. It's just a bit of natural variation. And nice work by Barton behind the stumps. Barton, I only like to mention it once a day because I don't want to harp on it, but she is a record holder, the oldest T20 international cricketer, in men's or women's cricket, and also the oldest debutant.
I was very surprised to find out how old Sally Barton is actually yesterday. Not that I'm going to repeat it.
Oh, it's going to be gone. It's a run out. It's a huge moment in the game. Oh, fantastic work. And that's Rosie Riley's hit 1 stump from the outfield. Erin trying to pinch it 2. I think it had to be direct as well. But incredible fielding from Gibraltar. And they have the main weapon. Again, she went confidently, but it looks out to me.
That's a fantastic piece of fielding, and Gibraltar now well on top. Have a look at this. 1 stump to aim at. Rosie Riley
Great
near the
pick up,
boundary.
strong throw, 1 hop. And just watch this. Yeah, it's a good call. Definitely out by about 30 centimetres. Vukovic, I think strategically that was a risk worth taking, but it was a really memorable, kind of almost once in a lifetime opportunity for Rosie Riley, and she hits 1 stump, and Gibraltar are fired up. They think they can grab this trophy, and who's to say they can't? As Croatia crumbling on the 3rd morning. Vukovic, you got a feel for it. That was a bit of a freak dismissal, really. It's from here, Croatia are going to have their hands full, putting a competitive score on the board.
Absolutely. Look, and you can tell Vukovic had to get the strike back. That's where the runs are coming from, or were coming from. But it's just a fantastic piece of fielding there. And Rosie Riley, she's out fielding on the boundary. She's running around now like a 14-year-old. Hell of that.
Well, the thing is, it's also the game situation and the pressure of the other wickets that has caused Vukovic to take a run that she normally wouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
So she's had to change her game. You got to feel for her. Like I said, the responsibility is certainly weighing on her a lot. And yeah, I don't think she does anything wrong there. I think she had to go for the 2, the way the game was going. But what a throw from Rosie Riley!
It's a fantastic moment in this game. And in this tournament, that's a real highlight.
Modric, the new batter, faces up. Yanira Blag. The first time I saw Yanira was in the ECIWs last year. First time we'd done women's T10 cricket, and there was just something about her that you could just see there was that potential there to be a really good bowler. But she was still very early, still kind of working out her action.
Yeah.
And a lot of balls were getting sprayed all over the place, but she did kind of be able to break through for a couple of wickets at times as well. Gibraltar was a pretty tough initiation for them back at that stage.
I tell you what, she's handy with the bat as well.
And I remember speaking to some of the coaching staff as we get to the end of the 8th over. Just 2 runs off that in a huge moment of the game with a run out of Vukusic, 37 for 4. They said, yes, she is a good bat, but also, we don't want to heap too much responsibility on her too quickly as well. And that's something that obviously at the moment they're working on. But yet she had really good energy when she came up into bat yesterday. So now let's see who they go for, and they do go for Nikki Caruana here, actually. So
interesting.
Yeah, we'll say that Amy Valverde, maybe she hasn't quite bowled as well as we know she can so far. So, and they're going with a bowler here, Caruana, that had success when she was brought in yesterday to bowl for the first time.
Well, mentioned, I think that definitely Gibraltar have got the most well-rounded bowling lineup in this tournament. There's no real weaknesses. As Caruana comes in, and good ball, straight up.
Yeah, pretty much straight over the tram line. They're not going to let those ones go.
Well, neither of these batters have scored yet. Seamers faced 13 deliveries, and the field is very tight. And so a couple back on the leg side for something turned around the corner. But apart from that, it's very, very difficult to get runs out there at the moment.
She's dealt with that one well. And now they will get a single. So well done to Simo, who does get off the mark. But I mean, runs are hard to come by. I mean, to be honest, a lot is to do with how many extras are bowled from this point forward. Gibraltar, they probably across the board have been the most accurate team.
I'm wondering why they've got players back on the leg side. It's interesting. I would bring the field right up into the circle and really choke out the just the view of trying to get any runs. And they have got a few players back on the leg side. It's very tight on the offside though. What's he bowling to a plan? And that plan is outside off stump and very well executed there by Nikki Caruana. It's coming, you hear that. Not sure who said that. It's probably Rosie Riley, I'd say. Could be Sally Barton, I'm not sure.
Oh, bold. It's a little deflection, I think, as well. Modric is going to have to go. And you can see Gibraltar, they're having a really good time. Stung by that loss yesterday. They're fighting back, and they have 5 wickets now, 38 for 5.
Yeah, this is huge for Gibraltar. They knew exactly what they had to do at the start of this innings to win this game, to win this tournament. And the plan's going absolutely perfectly for them. They've got the big gun of Vukusic out, and they're bowling well and getting wickets. 5 down now.
It's good captaincy. They end up going for Caruana, keeping it one side of the wicket. Little deflection, and unfortunately for Modric, she's going to have to go without scoring. It's good morning to Derek as well. Although I don't think any batter wants Derek following them off. 38 for 5.
Croatia have been so good in this tournament, though. And, well, they'll still get the bowl to Gibraltar. Hopefully they can get this score up, though. Still plenty of overs left, but they've lost 5 big wickets, including their top 3 who have got the majority of the runs for them in this tournament. So it's, well, they're having a chat. Let's see what this batting lineup for Croatia can do.
At the moment, 65 is the expected score. And that's the thing. Cricket's an easy game when you're winning.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know. But, you know, it's got a funny way of kind of bringing you down at certain times as well. It's a great evener right now, Croatia. Their confidence certainly must be dented with 5 wickets back in the shed, 38 on the board. And, you know, it's a really good opportunity, though, for these players to feel the pressure and the kind of nervousness that comes part and parcel with the game. Caruana misses the mark on his first one. Valentina Romani, the new batter, coming out at number 7.
Yeah, they'll need every run they can get from here, Croatia. And they're still, the positive thing with Croatia is they've got a very good net run rate. But Gibraltar, well, the more dot balls there are, the closer they're getting to lifting this trophy. They still have to win against the Czechs this afternoon, though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it was still a long way to go. Even in this game, 39 for 5 after 9. Yeah, think about what happens if Gibraltar, if there's a bit of a collapse in their top order, no matter what is put on the board here may not be so simple. The net run rate thing you mentioned, and obviously these two teams, if Gibraltar win this game and they win against Czechia, they'll be tied on points. But yeah, that's a bit of a double whammy effect, isn't it, on the net run rate? Because this is the game where Gibraltar can improve their net run rate, and then inverse proportionally, the Croatia net run rate will come down. So, to be honest, at the moment, there's a real opportunity for Gibraltar to be able to have a big win. But like I said, we're not even halfway through the first innings yet. A lot can change. Blag bought a pretty tight first one. She can afford to tack the stumps. That sounds crazy, but I'd even consider bringing someone in under the helmet just for a little pop-up, see who's the bravest. Because I just think it's an opportunity to, a few balls might just pop up off the bat.
Yeah.
I know you don't see it very much.
I think the field they've got pretty good. I'd tighten it up slightly.
Yeah, you've got the long on back, and I don't think you need that at this stage. Even a ball that's hit over the infield, it may not go to the boundary. Yeah, I'd consider going kind of hyper-attacking here. But look, the main thing is you need to bowl straight. I think if you bowl straight, you're not going to go for too many. You don't want to concede runs in extras. You want to make the batters earn their runs. Interesting here, Kuchuk kind of taking up a stance outside leg again. She's kind of giving the bowler a good look at the stumps, but also in a way it gives a greater zone that the bowler can bowl, because Blag, she has lost the odd one down the leg side. She's kind of blocking the leg side with her body at the moment.
I think one right at the pads. That one's outside off.
Yeah.
One right at the pads, I think, might get one to come onto the stumps.
Well, that's it. I mean, then you become a bit of a human backboard as well. But, you got to feel, obviously, Croatia, we talked about how far they've come in such a short period of time. But, yeah, they just haven't been in a lot of match-based situations. So this is certainly one time where, it's going to be a bit hairy for the batters out there. That's a pretty nice shot. But, I mean, that's the thing. Even when, like, a nice shot's played, doesn't get a run. There's Rosie Riley. Well, they might be building a statue right now at Europa Point for Rosie Riley with that direct hit.
Oh, that was fantastic, wasn't it?
I mean, it's potentially, there's a long way to go. We might look tonight and say that was the moment that decides this tournament. But like I say, still a lot to play. That's pretty well played by Kuchuk, who she's been good at keeping the straight one out. I suppose this is where, the less you run, the less you expect to run. So for Romani, she needs to kind of get in a position where she's every ball looking to back up, looking to kind of go on solid contact.
Well, as you said, it's pretty early development for a lot of these players, especially Croatia and the Czech Republic. Gibraltar probably a little bit more advanced in what they're doing with their program.
39 for 5 after 10. Let's welcome you into the box. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a beautiful sunny Sunday in Czechia. I'm here with Danny Hudacek, of course. Yeah, we're looking pretty bright, and we've had a couple of Derricks already, haven't we? But fielding, we talk about it all the time. We had a half chance. Vukic gave up early. We had a pretty simple run out, missed early in that same over. But how quickly that run out has changed this game. But you have to say, it wasn't just the run out, it was the build-up of pressure with the wickets being taken at the other end that's put Gibraltar in control of this contest in match 5.
I mean, Erin's had scored the majority of the runs for Croatia in this tournament, but she's had good backup from Helen Leko, also from Lydia. But with those 2 wickets going, you could see how much pressure there was on Erin to keep the strike. She turned down an easy single down the leg side, and she is the main run getter for this Croatian side. So you're right, it's the pressure built from the other end. I think it was a really good tactic bringing Helen Munford on from that end, because it's not a bowler that it seems that Erin particularly likes to face. So very good tactics and executed very well. But that run out was a highlight of this tournament for me.
Yeah, well, Rosie, I think, like I said, you could see the raw emotion there, not just from her, but teammates as well. For Croatia now, they've still got 10 overs to play with.
Yeah.
And look, let's say you don't have, with the middle to lower order potentially out there, you need to find a way to get, let's say, 4 and over. Can you get another 40 from here? You need something to bowl at.
Sure.
And I think you got Vukusic. I could say that not just the Vukusic, though. I think the bowling has been pretty tight from Croatia. It's been one of the real keys to their series as well. But first, you need to get something on the board now. How do you get 4 and over? You hope that you get a couple in extras. You need to find a way to kind of make contact and be expecting a run. I think, you look at Romani, who's come in at the moment, probably not quite backing up. There's probably a few words had at the drinks break there, just about some strategies to try and squeeze a few run-outs and, well, not run-outs, squeeze a few runs out, there you go, of these next 10 overs. But right now, Jib in complete control.
Absolutely. Look, and yeah, you're right, 4 and over would be a target, but to get that, then they're not at 4 and over at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tough. And as I said, Gibraltar, I think, have got the best bowling attack in the tournament. So I don't think they're going to give away any easy runs.
Yeah, so it's a good point you make. And I suppose you need to at least be able to bat out the 20 overs and give yourselves the maximum opportunity to score the most. So it's a bit of a tough one. There's probably a few calculated risks that need to be taken, but yeah, you don't want to take unnecessary risks where you risk losing the rest of your batters. Anyway, I'll say hello to a few people in there. I want to say hello to Aravat. Want to hear me say Maximo? Well, we're still waiting.
Yeah.
I think we might get one today. Anyway, it's a really good ball. That's a little pop-up one I'm talking about that I think, especially the kind of pace Caruana bowls. Yeah, I think she's actually kind of talking about it. Just my cricket senses are telling me you've got fielders to spare, right?
Sure.
So this is where I just think, yeah, you're also a chance of getting smashed there. That's why.
True.
Pros and cons. Now that's bowled, it's straight, and Romani's going to have to go. Caruana is right on the money, and Croatia now 39 for 6.
Yeah, and again, really good bowling from Nikki Caruana. 2 for 2. She's a good cricketer. But it's still, there are 3 players outside the circle. I'm not sure why. Maybe you would have a fine leg to cover anything that goes past the keeper. Apart from that, I would put everyone in the circle. Just keep on the pressure on.
It's good length. I talk about trying to bowl length that draws the batter forward and into a mistake, and that's exactly what she does. And now Nikki Caruana got that little, what's that celebration? I don't watch enough football. I think the old rubbing the
I don't know what you're talking
kind
about.
Of like,
no idea what you're talking about.
I don't even know what to Google for that. But someone maybe in the chat tell me where that celebration comes from. But yeah, 39 for 6.
Good morning to Chris Smith in the chat. Good to see you there. And good to see so many people in the chat, actually. Yeah.
Well, I mean, right now they're watching a bit of a clinic from Gibraltar. 39 for 6. Also the tradition, it's kind of fallen out of the game a little bit, but applauding the new batter when they come to the crease.
It's interesting because we always applauded the captain, but not the new batter.
Yeah. Some places they get everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Makes you feel welcome.
Yeah.
I got a different kind of welcome playing a lot of grade cricket in Australia.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is Reddy coming up. First one into the pad, but going down the leg side. And yeah, Priyanka Reddy survives the first one. But yeah, don't give those extras if you're Gibraltar and you're chasing a maximum, I think, of 60. Honestly, I think that the
expected score is under that. So.
Yeah, fate's in your hands. Computer, if you asked it, probably say that they're likely to be bowled out. More likely than not. That's one down the leg side. Yeah, but by being there, obviously, if there are wide snow balls, you're able to benefit from those runs. I love this series because it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
And
again, it's going to be an interesting game between the Czechs and Gibraltar later on.
The Czechs, they could fire as well. I mean, Terka Koltunova, I thought, batted really well yesterday. They'll also be taking on the Gibraltar side that are going to have to go back-to-back, and I think that's something we've seen so far has been quite impactful.
Yep.
Teams that have to play twice a day, there's always one.
After the curry at lunchtime.
Oh, in the air, there's the pop-up.
You're right, Vinny. I agree with you now.
I'd probably go helmet, I'd be going helmet, one each side, and just try and... There's a good chance of taking a wicket that way. And if you take these 4 wickets, that's it.
I don't think these batters would have seen close-in fielders like that either.
Down the leg side, this one will be called. I think it's a good call. With the wide down the leg side, obviously slightly different regulations and playing conditions compared to what we see in ECN T10 cricket. But yeah, if it misses the batter in their original stance down the leg side, then it should be a wide. If it's kind of close to the leg or batter's moved across, probably won't be called. That's pretty well bowled as well by Caruana. It's been pretty miserly so far. She's got 2 for 4 and after 11 overs. Croatia 41 for 6.
Yeah, Gibraltar in complete control. Croatia, they're going to try to eke out something here. You never know though, with putting a bit of pressure on this Gibraltarian batting lineup in the second innings. Vukusic took 3 wickets early yesterday, and really tore apart the top order. Beautiful delivery against for Caruana yesterday to get through her defences. So you never know. This game is still, even though it seems like a low-scoring game, it is a low-scoring game at this stage, Gibraltar still have to get those runs. And there's some good bowling from Croatia.
Because if Gibraltar win by enough, they could potentially close the gap in this game, where they might have a better net run rate going into that last game, which means any win against Czechia, more or less, should give them the win. Speaking of wins, Blag comes through, and you caught a little while ago. Kuchutsuchu just standing a little bit outside the leg stump. It slides off the pad and onto the wickets. That's 7 down now, 41 for 7.
Yep, good bowling, and very consistent from both ends by these Gibraltarians. Look at this, standing outside leg stump. That comes in a bit.
So it gives you a greater surface area, if you like, of where you can bowl. If she can get across, then this may even be a wide down the leg side, depending if she had started across. But yeah, Kuchutsuchu, she battled there. She kept a lot of bowling out, was able to score a run. But Croatia finding it pretty hot in the kitchen here on a Sunday morning. It's 41 for 7.
Yeah, very difficult for them at the moment. And we've seen batters who haven't batted this tournament as well. So having a bit of a chat as the new batter comes in. So, well, Croatia, they have got a few runs on the board. I'm not sure how many more they'll get. Hopefully, they'll try to pump that score up to over 50.
Well, the computer has zero faith in saying 41. Well,
that's crazy.
Maybe it knows something we didn't, but even a wide would take it over that. We have had the supercomputer breakdown a couple of times where the expected score has been stuck and the actual score overtakes it. And then it shouldn't be right. But anyway, it's going to be Anushka Charles to bat in the number 9 position. And Croatia have played so well in this series with 3 wins on the trot, but this is their last game in the series. They're not playing this afternoon. So they'll have a nervous wait. Remember, if Czechia can beat Gibraltar later on, then Croatia will win the trophy. And that run rate won't come into it. Oh, that's gone so close to knocking the stumps out. Oh, well, Yanira Blag, this is almost the picture-perfect ball. Comes in and is so close to that off stump.
It's really good bowling. That's a perfect line of length, especially first up to a new batter.
This one goes a little bit wrong and bounces off Barton. But everything working for Gibraltar right now. Ends up going straight to the fielder. Izzy Ferrari there at point. It's been a good move to bring on Blag when they did. I mean, it must have been tempted to bowl Ferrari out, but yeah, bowling's a confidence game, and Blag's looking confident at the moment, obviously. Batters out there that we haven't seen so far in this series. Nice looking shot, and that's a nice way for Charles to get off the mark. They'll get 1. But again, the more runs you're able to score, the easier they'll seem to come. And can they have a bit of a rearguard action, this Croatia lower order?
Yeah, it'd be nice to see them get that score up. They have runs on the board, but not many. And Gibraltar, it's never easy to get international runs. So you never know what happens, and still.
Nice shot. They're going to go on contact, but Good throw, be out. It's another direct hit. They are on fire right now. You can't really criticise Reddy there. Plays a solid shot. Had to be perfect, pick up and throw. But Nikki Caruana hits the middle stump. A dagger through the hearts of the Croatian fans. It's 43 for 8.
It's great fielding again. And, well, they can do nothing wrong at the moment, Gibraltar and Croatia. So look at this. That's a nice looking shot. Ran straight away. And then just a direct hit.
Well, Yanira Black pretty much kind of paralysed in time. Couldn't get back to the stumps, watched it. But what a fantastic bit of fielding. Yeah, and honestly, if they had their time over again, I still think you got to run sometime.
Agreed. Solid
contact. It had to be perfect, and it was.
I mean, how many times have we seen the stumps hit directly in this tournament? And we've seen two fantastic run-outs. In this innings as Derek makes another appearance.
Yeah, no, well, I like that. I mean, she's still trying to enjoy herself out there. Croatia, they've had a great week here. And look, they're still, no matter what happens in this game, they're still in the hunt to win this trophy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You still feel they haven't played their best cricket yet. Gibraltar, though, they've been working really hard. It's really clear that they've tried to learn, I suppose, from some of the opponents they've played. They've had some tough opponents. I watched this Gibraltar side make, I think it was 14 in 10 overs against the Netherlands. But the fact that they've been learning, they've been training a lot. I know they've got good facilities there. They've got the benefit of that. They've got the benefit of a climate that they can play 12 months of the year as well.
The other thing with Croatia is that you saw it yesterday against the Czechs, is that they're learning off each other. They've improved as the tournament goes on. Gibraltar have just been had a really good morning, but Croatia have been the team of the tournament, I think.
See, on another planet, that Nicole Caruana direct hit would be the best piece of fielding in the innings, but this is a world where Rosie Riley has hit one stump from the outfield to run out the key batter.
Well, that's it. That was. Not only was it just a great piece of fielding, it was the danger batter in Vukusic, who's scored the most of the runs for Croatia throughout the tournament. Another one. Well, Yanira Black on straight through Charles, and she'll have to go scoring one.
This is a brilliant piece of bowling from Yanira Black, and she should copy and paste this and just bring it with her wherever she goes, because it makes the most of her natural attributes, which is that hint of in-swing. And it's a really tough one for Charles to keep out. See that natural kind of a little bit of in-duck, brings it in and makes a mess of the stumps. Over goes the castle. Croatia down to their last batter at 44 for 9.
Yeah, fantastic piece of bowling there from Yanira Black. And yeah, it's going to be tough here from Croatia, but from now on. And but there's still a second innings to go, and Vukusic will be opening the bowling and looking for as many wickets as possible in her 4 overs.
You want a supportive environment in any sporting team.
Oh, yeah.
And I love to see this from Croatia. I mean, obviously it's been easy to stick together when they've been winning, because they've obviously had such an incredible experience. But even I love that, just getting around the batter that's out and saying, look, don't worry about it. It's okay. Great effort. And that was just a brilliant piece of bowling. We had 3 wickets in that over, by the way. The 2 of them to the bowler, 1 run out, as it's going to be the lefty, Silly Sebastian, the keeper.
The only lefty in the tournament, I think. I'm not sure. There might be one in Gibraltar, but we haven't seen.
Yeah, I think I've got a feeling there's one I'm not thinking of, but let me come back to you on that. Anyway.
So coming around the wicket is Yanira Black. Look, I love the way that the Czechs celebrate every time there's a boundary, with a big hug between with the celebration like they've just won the World Cup, and then a big hug. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, that's right. You may be right about the lack of lefties. Can't seem to think of another one. Anyway, Black's going to go around the wicket and try and attack these stumps. Go straight through the legs. Took a bit of the pad on the way through. End of a brilliant over from Yanira. That's why I'm a bragger, as Croatia are 44 for 9.
So, fantastic day so far for Gibraltar. They knew what the plan was. They knew they had to have a big win against Croatia. We're still not quite halfway there. Still the second innings to come. But look at that batting lineup. There, Vukusic with 15, Leko with 2, Kvajic with 6, and the rest is binary.
Yeah, it sure is. But yeah, credit to Gibraltar. They've been ruthless. I suppose the way you have to be sometimes. Okay, I'm going to do some numbers. And I'm just going to do some net run rates to give you an idea of what potentially is on the cards here.
You do your math, mate. I don't. I'm terrible at math.
I get let the computer do the hard work, if I'm completely honest. Anyway, little pop up. And not quite carrying that Amy Valverde. She pulled the right strings in this innings.
Yeah, she has. Look, Kornienko is the batter. Celia Sebastian at the other end. And again, the longer they stick around, the more runs they'll get just from incidentals like that wide.
Yeah, that's it. 8 overs now. I mean, now if you didn't take another single run, just the fact survival has got to be your primary objective.
Absolutely.
Because you just hope that you can get enough extras to maybe push this up into the 60s or something.
Well, they're both 20 wide so far, the Gibraltarians. And if they can stay here for another few overs, say another 5, even like bat out the innings, they should get another at least 10 in extras, plus whatever they can get off the bat. There's still that possibility, but it's tough when you're getting direct hits and you've got the field right in.
Mixture of the bowling and fielding pressure, I think, here has been crucial. It's great for Croatia's development as well. This won't be wide again, so Kornienko is flying the flag still. It's all about the team trying to advance that score. Can Croatia maybe reproduce some of the magic we've seen from the team in red this morning? Find out. This one floats a bit wide of the mark as well. And come on, Nikki. I know they're one ball away from finishing this innings ahead of time.
Yep, that's but they're still hanging in there. Croatia 9 down though, 47. This one's down leg side as well. Called a wide.
They've been consistent on that. I suppose you have to be. It can be difficult sometimes just to judge which one's called, which one's not to call, but similar ones seem to be called.
I think he's bowled so tightly as well in this game. Picked up the 2 wickets, but just losing her radar a little bit in this over. That one's a lot better.
Yeah, maybe grabbed a bit of the line that time. That's why it isn't called.
Yeah, the encouragement there from the field. So neither batter off the mark yet. Actually creeping up to that 50 mark. Psychologically, that'll help as well to reach that 50.
Can't find the stumps at the moment, can she, Caruana? She's frustrated, I think. Just needs to get back to basics. She's also batted really well, Nikki. Her batting's come a long way. 49 not out earlier in the series. Very lucky not to bring up the 50.
Yeah, she was really good. But, I think they might change it from the top end. Might bring back Lizzie Ferrari. That would be a good piece of captaincy, I think.
I think that was off the bat, and they're having a bit of a laugh about it. There's someone decided to appeal.
What would you do here? Would you bowl Caruana again, even though she's bowled these wides, or would you put someone else on? Amy Valverde still hasn't bowled.
True. I'd be tempted after this over just to try someone else. You've only got good options, though. That's the thing.
That's it.
And there might not be another over. There's a pop-up, and it's just outside the grasp of Lauren Pius. Croatia, 1 run away from bringing up the 50.
That's a good ball, that. Just popped up.
Every ball could be the last. That's the thing at the moment. Plays on your mind. This will bring up the 50 for Croatia. In fact, it'll be a no ball, so a free hit. Yeah, rare chance for Kornienko maybe to try something. So, see what I would try. Here's probably a run across and try and slam it backwards. That's a shot, which again, I don't know if she'll be thinking that way at the moment. But this is one ball you can't be out unless if you run yourself out. Free hit. Oof. Not quite able to time it up. That'll be the end of the 13th over. 50 for 9.
Yeah, it's a good little landmark for for Croatia getting that 50. And you never know. It's a funny sport, this cricket. Some early wickets in the second innings of this game. So you can see the bowling figures here. Helen Mumford, the only one not picking up a wicket, but it was a really good tactic bringing her on up top. Lizzie Ferrari with 3, Yanira Blagg and Nikki Caruana with a couple each. So it's been really good bowling from this Gibraltar side this morning. It'll be Yanira Blagg to continue, and why not? She's picked up 2, only considered 5 runs as well, bowling to the left-hander. It's the keeper, Silly Sebastian.
So I'm gonna promise you I'd run some numbers. So I'm just gonna say, let's say they're chasing, I'll say 55. I'm gonna throw something out there. Okay. Ooh, first one gets through, almost takes out the stumps. But first I've got to make sure that my computer's fired up. But yeah, I'm gonna say, okay, imagine that they make 55. Then I'm going to see how quickly they have to change it to kind of get ahead on the net run rate. So 56. What's an average run rate? Probably, well, let's say
5.
Yeah, let's say run a ball even. In the air and gone. We'll be chasing 52. We know that now. And so it's going to be Sebastian who gets some bat on ball there. Unless, was that a free hit?
Don't.
Well,
so what?
I took my eyes off the game, so someone...
I don't think it was a free hit. I'm not sure what happened there. Ah, was a free hit.
Yeah, they haven't put it in the scoreboard yet. There we go. It was a free hit. All right, so I was too busy, had my head in the spreadsheet, so that's why I missed it. So they'll live again. So now I'm going to go back to making them 54. Okay, let's say if they go run a ball, then... Gibraltar actually would have a better net run rate already. There is something funny about this, though, and I'll come back to it in a second.
Not out.
Going down the leg side. But you can actually win but have your net run rate come down if you don't win by that much. And the reason is your net run rate is basically what your average win margin is.
Yeah.
So if you were to, say, win in a super over, if it was like a tie that you win, then by definition your net run rate's going to come down. So I'm just trying to get an idea of how quickly these net run rates might move with this result. Blagg trying to finish things off. That shows you the way it pays to watch every ball. I totally missed that no ball.
I missed it too.
I was stuck at, and you were stuck in the numbers as well. So we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Good catch though. Kind of went to the cordon.
Yeah, it was a neat catch. Well, good tactic with Blagg. It's been a pretty good over coming around the wicket. And,
so
missing out.
Okay, final word on it. They'll achieve kind of parity with net run rates if Gibraltar were to chase this in about 11 overs. But then again, it doesn't mean that much because it really depends on the last game. And the other thing is, Gibraltar, they're still going to have to win that last game.
Yeah.
But this does feel like the crucial contest, doesn't it, in the series? Yanira Blagg's bowled really well. She's got 2 for 6. Last ball of her spell coming up. And I think this gets a bit of the pad, but again, going down the leg side. Brilliant bowling by Yanira. And Croatia, 51 for 9 after 14.
Yeah, well, as I said, that little psychological barrier of 50 runs for Croatia will help them along. As I said, also the longer they can stay in, the more little incidentals, wides, no balls, and then just the odd run off the bat. And, get them up a little bit more. There's still another 6 overs left, and it will be Valverde to come on. So not going to be any easier. The captain going to be leading the charge now for Gibraltar to try to get this final wicket.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. I just kind of had that instinct. Amy, regular opening bowler, probably hasn't quite got the results she would have liked. And it's been kind of inconsistent with when she's been able to swing the ball and when she hasn't. But yeah, she knows she's one good ball away from finishing this innings right now.
Well, there's no easy runs for Croatia at all. But then I think it's got to do with the bowling lineup for for Gibraltar. There's some very, very good bowling talent in this side, and it's just been too good today for the Croatians. This one's down legs, another run to the total.
That's been the one that normally, you know, similar to Ferrari, she likes to get that movement, straighten it down the line of the stumps, but it's eluded her a few times in this series.
Oh.
Yeah, loving what you're hearing in the effects mics there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, credit to Croatia, they're sticking it out here. They're trying to make it as tough as possible for their opponents.
Oh,
Got
a bit
of zip there.
To be fair, it's been good bowling rather than poor batting from the Croatians. It's just been really, really tight bowling, and then a couple of fantastic runouts.
Yeah, that's been amazing actually. The 2 direct hits have been pretty influential. Kornienko faces up. Really well bowled. They'll get a run here. Yeah, well done to Evgenia Kornienko. She'll get off the mark. And she gets a good round of applause from her teammates.
Yeah, it's good for her, I think.
I mean, I know we've got the fielders all kind of round the bat, but a lot of them are serving a similar purpose. I think maybe it's not a bad idea to throw a slip in there, or like I say, you've got fields to spare. I mean, they've still got the long on out. They've got kind of a deep point out. I mean,
still don't know why they get long ons out. I can understand the fielders behind the bat.
Yeah.
Right. There's a very fine leg and a third man. But apart from that, bring everyone in. I'm not quite sure what the reasoning is from Valverde.
Sebastian. Caught once but didn't count. Misses this one outside the off stump. Amy's a great ambassador for Gibraltarian cricket as well. Leads the side well. Good vibes there. Even when they had that tough loss yesterday, they kind of got on with it. I'm thrilled to be here and playing T20 international cricket. They have for about a year now. Steps in front and keeps it out. So Sebastian trying to play the survival game, knowing there's 32 balls left on the table.
Yeah, it's been good batting from these two. Just eking out extra runs, whatever they can get. The supercomputer now getting off that 41, which is a bit ridiculous, I thought.
Yeah, I think it just needed to be turned on, turned off again. There's a pop up, and it's another one that, especially because you're not really seeing a lot of big swings here either. I think that. Yeah, now I think pretty much that getting closer and closer each time. Nicky's come to about 8 yards off the bat. Hoping for that little pop. See you there to the right of screen. This one beats the outside edge. Sebastian Valverde concedes 2 in the 15th, and the score is 53 for 9.
Yeah, still 5 overs to go. This is what's happening tomorrow. Prague dominators will see for the first time on the network, Vinny.
And also tomorrow, Prague CC, if they can beat the Dominators in match 3, they will equal the all-time ECS winning streak of 20, which is currently held by Albi in Sweden. And there's another team on 19, an active streak of 19. That's Roma CC in Italy. So we'll see the Dominators for the first time ever. Bohemians, they have an ECN trophy from back in 2020. Spartans, always an exciting team to watch. And United, they're golden ball magnets as well. Bruno Vinarati last game should be a pretty good one as well, I think. Join us, we're a bit earlier tomorrow as well, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 in Central Europe, which is 12:30 in India. Right, Lizzie Ferrari is going to come back on. This makes perfect sense to me. Blagg bowled out from the end. Ferrari has 3 for 9, including a maiden off her 3 overs. And she wants to clean things up. Kornienko at the other end. First one doesn't quite get the swing. Not given a wide though, interesting. Probably, for me it was. But anyway, we'll see how much that matters in the wash-up. Only because she doesn't really move. If she doesn't move and it misses the pads, I feel like should have been a wide.
It wasn't too far away from the from her legs though. It's all about consistency. So
it's a bit like being run out saying you weren't far away from being in. Well, chance at the bowler's end here, and a chance for a third direct hit, run out, but Kornienko will scramble through for a single. Hey, credit to Sebastian. I don't know how much Kornienko knew about it, but once the ball was hit, she said, right, let's go.
Yeah, it was good running, and I mean, those two run-outs were fantastic, but the third one, she'd have more stumps to aim at, though.
And I suppose Ferrari didn't really have the opportunity to get back to the stumps in time. She was still following through.
It was good running, I think. And yeah, still Sebastian now.
Probably bring up a floating slip here. I just think with what Ferrari's bowling and how Sebastian's likely to kind of poke at the ball, might be a chance. Hits the pad, but I think it's pitching outside the leg stump in the first place.
Yeah, look, right-hand, left-handed combination as well.
Now, I've got to say, there's one guy who, there's a red alarm that goes off in his living room whenever someone makes 0 of 10 or more, and that's Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. He's the owner of the longest duck on the network. That was none off 13.
Ooh.
So now I'm really cheering on Sebastian. I know it's a different format,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, I'm really hoping Silly can get a run here. And she's worked really hard. I mean, you got to realise when she came to the crease, they were only 44. So she's already responsible for, partially responsible for 10 more runs being put on the total.
Yeah, that's it. Well, that's it. What they can do now, Croatia, is just hang in there and see how many more they can put onto this total. 54 at the moment, only 1 wicket left.
Come
Been a
on,
good
Silly.
partnership, though.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Well, Paul Stubbsy Stubbs, he's just thrown the remote at the TV because he's still the longest duck on ECN as Sebastian gets off the mark. Well deserved.
Very well deserved. Nice shot, too. And another run to the total. So it's a good little partnership here between these two.
Yeah, batting as a team as well. I think Kornienko, she backs up. Quick early call. I mean, a lot of it is just eliminating that hesitation. It is tough because you don't want to give up a run out, which basically kills 4 overs of potential scoring.
But still, it's got to do with a direct hit most of the time. There's been some brilliant fielding in this innings from Gibraltar, but this has gone past the keeper.
It's a bye, I think. It's only just missed the leg stump. Barton wasn't able to make the stop. Having a bit of a conference here, maybe it's about whether they thought a shot was played. But even if she's not playing a shot, I think she's trying to avoid the ball.
It's a bye, unless it's hit her legs.
Yeah.
Is it a leg bye?
I don't think it could be a dead ball, just my opinion, because I think she's trying to get out the way.
It'd be a bit of a rough call, I think, if it was called a dead ball. So
let's have a look, see what they come up with here. This is actually what happened. Oh. We get through for the run.
And the call is leg
bye.
buys. Okay. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, and a bit like I said, if you're not trying to play a shot, but she was, for me, she was at least trying to avoid the ball.
That's the rule. I mean, if you don't play a shot.
So Sally Barton's had a word in that, I think. Doesn't want the bye against her figures behind the wicket. So she said, yeah, definitely a bit of pad there, Humpies. Thank you. 56 on the board now. This one goes under the bat, and that'll be the end of Ferrari's spell. But one impact she's had here in match 5, 3 for 11 for Lizzie, and it's 56 for 9.
Yep, that's a very good spell by Lizzie Ferrari, and she got the early wickets. And Croatia still hanging in. They expect to score now 59. It's at least a target to bowl to. So see the bowling figures very economical from everyone, and well, it's only Helen Mumford who hasn't picked up a wicket, but I think her contribution to this bowling innings it was vital, I think.
Yeah,
because it did play psychologically a little bit on Erin's mind, and then the wickets were coming from the other end.
I just saw Derek heading off for an early lunch because he won't be required for the rest of this innings with these two getting off the mark. Valverde to try and finish things off. Can't seem to break this last pair. Nice. Now they make a late decision to go. And well done, they get through. I think there's a little bit of glove in that for me. Just pop behind square. Like I said, the more runs you get, the easier they seem to come. That's that's been played out here for the 10th wicket.
Absolutely. Talking about lunch, Vinny. Lunch has been very good over the last couple of days. Looking forward to it again today after this.
Also looking forward to some down under pies though.
Yeah.
When we get going during the ECS.
It's funny because I do quiz at the Down Under, but I rarely order pies at this time of year because I know that I'll be getting them down at the ground.
True.
So
We'll have a bit of a mixture, I think, this year. I saw the food menu. Have you completed your food menu?
I completed my food
Good.
menu, and there are pies every day that I'm here.
Oh, nice.
So might have to alter it slightly though, because well, I'll tell you in a minute.
Now they're going to make a late decision to go. Pops into a bit of space. Might be a leg by here. Oh, just a spicy throw comes in.
Yeah, another run to the total.
Runs and runs. Oh, you know, we've seen 60 defended before as well here, and they'd have to play out of their skin, Croatia, but...
Look at that X factor as well with Vukusic.
Yeah.
She can get a few early wickets. It's still, this partnership could be vital. And it would, at the very least, hinder the Gibraltarians in there. Oh, nice shot.
There's a great partnership coming up. Kornienko. And now they're going to go for two. I don't think it's really on. And they'll get away with it. And now they might even get another one here. Yeah, they might as well. They're going to get three.
Wow.
And, well, are we even done now? We are. So, exhausted. But Kornienko triples her score in one delivery.
Yeah, score now 60. 61, actually. So, a good little partnership here. For around about 20, I would say.
Yeah, it's 17 now, but
17.
You're not far off. And Gibraltar just frustrated, I think, that they can't break this last pair. Yeah, who knows? Next top 70. You know, who's to say they can't do it?
Well, so the supercomputer says 96% for Gibraltar.
It was a very risky second run.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was worth it. Definitely worth it. And they're still there, and there's still 3.5 overs left after this. Potentially, anyway. Been good batting by these two.
We'll go straight through. Bounces off Barton. Doesn't mind the boot stop from time to time. Sally Barton also, I know she's played a bit of football as well. So probably not the best way to try and make the stop, but it was effective.
Talking about football, the Euros got underway. And
Do England play for the first time?
I'm looking forward to watching them lose.
Okay. Now, next night, that'll be a wide. So another one to the total.
Yeah, no, I don't mind this England side, but as an Australian, it's my sworn duty never to support.
I already said this is an interesting one, but for some reason, I've got a soft spot for the English side. Because you got to choose. I don't know. I think because I followed a lot of Premier League, but that was back in the days where actually some of the players were English.
I follow the Premier League as well. I'm a Wolves supporter, and I follow them very intently. But I never want England to win a major football tournament again.
Hey, well kept out by Sebastian. He just gets him bad on this. Yeah, cricket's a bit of a brutal game in that you normally only get one opportunity, and there's been a few batters before this. This could have easily been them.
Sure.
But you know they got a ball that was really tough to handle and weren't able to. But this will do wonders for the confidence, I think, of these two batters. They've faced 32 balls between them. Valverde has one more chance to end the innings here in the 17th over.
Even more than that, I think it's given the Croatians something to look at. Oh, it's gone. Well, that's the end of the innings. A good partnership between these two. Bring the score up to 62. Kornienko with a nice 6 at the tail of the innings, and they're walking off the field, and with I think Silly Sebastian's got her arm around Kornienko as well, which is nice to see, walking off slowly. So I'm sure they'll get congratulations. I know Helen Lecko's there to greet the two batters, but good bowling there from Valverde.
Yeah, and we only had 2 4s in the innings. We had that 3, which was very late in the piece. But yeah, those two deserve a lot of credit. I got to say, they end up putting on 18 runs, and from a position where it looked like they were going to make something in the 40s, and this was going to be over probably 20 minutes ago. They've come back and they've at least dragged Croatia above the 60 mark. And we have seen 60-plus totals win some games on ECN. They'll have to bowl and field out of their skin, though, and take a leaf out of the Gibraltar book, because it was the team from the Rock who played some hard cricket at the start of the morning. And they have bowled out Croatia for 62. Croatia leaving 3 overs on the table. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. Mumford, bit of a surprise opportunity from her to open the bowling. That one got away, but I thought she did a pretty good job against Vukusic. But Lizzie Ferrari, these 3 wickets, these balls that swung down the line, really crucial in removing the top order and heaping even more pressure on the Croatian captain.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right about Mumford from that end. I think Aaron likes the ball coming onto the bat, so it was a really good tactic from Gibraltar to open up with Mumford, and then Ferrari doing the damage from the other end. It was one that was just put down by Ferrari, but bowled very, very well. Got 3 early wickets. Here's another one, the LBW. And that was the second one in a row. She was on a hat trick, and she bowled that to Vukusic. Ended up being a wide, but she won't mind. This was the crucial one though, the direct hit. Fantastic throw. This is from almost the boundary. Great throw by Rosie Riley hitting the stumps.
That right there, I think, we talked about the 45-run catch yesterday. I mean, that one potentially saves you even more.
Yeah.
And Vukusic, I don't think she does anything wrong there. I think strategically it was there, but Rosie Riley gets lifted up. I said, they might be building a statue right now at Europa Point. But then it was kind of the middle order which had to deal with the bowling in Gibraltar. I think they kind of lost it a bit towards the end. This phase, though, were very, very on and just continued to take wickets. The game moved along really quickly after Vukusic got out. There's this period where essentially they lost 6 wickets for only 7 runs. And Yanira Blagg, I thought she was excellent as well.
Yeah, look, it was a good bowling performance all round. I think it was really the heart taken out of the Croatian batting. And it was Ferrari getting those 3 early wickets, but then also those 2 runs. This is the second one, Caruana, the direct hit. And there were 2 direct hits. The first one was definitely the most impactful on this innings, but again, fantastic performance from Gibraltar. It was just that last partnership that given Croatia a bit of hope in this game, but great bowling.
That's it. Told you, that's the copy and paste for Yanira Blagg. That's the delivery. That's going to get her a lot of wickets. Valverde came in and eventually it was all over back pad. I think that was a pretty easy decision for Pete Vincent. Valverde, the skipper, gets the last wicket. But really a fantastic team effort from all the Jib bowlers, I thought. We'll see that in a second. But they are chasing 63 for victory in the second half of this match. Let's go and have a look at the scorecard. 15 for Vukusic, top scores, but no one able to get more than 6. With Kornienko actually batting at number 10 with a fighting 6 not out. 6 for Kavaric before she got LBW in a similar fashion to yesterday. Neko not able to deal with a full swing delivery from Ferrari as well. Ferrari was excellent in there. And Silly Sebastian, shout out to her as well. She did stick around for 19 balls. Kuchuk Suchu as well, tried what she could do to stick around. She was able to face 21 in that innings. Extras 30, so still probably a little bit high, I think, for Gibraltar by their own standards. But 3 for 11 Ferrari, I think, was incredible at the top. 2 for 6, including a maiden for Yanira Blagg, 2 for Caruana and 1 for Valverde. Mumford also did a bit of a job at the top of the order. I liked what she did opening, but we can't really talk about Gibraltar without talking about that incredible direct hit from Rosie Riley and also another very good one from Nikki Caruana.
Absolutely. Look, that was the turning point of this innings, and you know how dangerous Aaron Vukusic is. He top scored, but she was averaging 148 before this game, Vinny. In fact, probably more than that, to be fair. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I think she was up to in the 160s, I think, or something like that. But look, here's the thing. That's one team batting. The other team's got to do it now. Vukusic is going to be fired up.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll feel that they're also capable of doing something similar. Croatia, who have been pretty consistent with their bowling in this series. 62 on the board. It's something. Can Gibraltar get the upper hand in the second half of this? And if they can, how quickly can they do it? And potentially the ability to take all 4 points out of the day. Gibraltar, that dream's still alive. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Huchek. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with a reply here in Match 5 of the CE Cup T20IW. Hello, welcome back to the Vinosh Cricket Ground. We're at the Scott Page Field today in Prague, where we're watching the third and final day of the CE Cup. But our adventures in Czechia are only just beginning. We still have 2 weeks of cricket starting tomorrow, 12 days of the European Cricket Series, where 11 local clubs will battle it out for ECN glory. And we'll finish with T10 internationals. We'll see the Czech team taking on Greece in both men's and women's matches. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you. Beautiful day here, 21 degrees, plenty of blue sky. And Croatia singing the blues a little bit after being bowled out for 62 in 17 overs. Gibraltar can take one step towards potentially being the champion team by chasing 63 here. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and joining me for the chase is Danny Hudacek.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. And look, that last partnership of around about 20, how will that affect this game? I know that Vukovic is going to steam in. She's by far the fastest bowler in this tournament, and she took a couple of early wickets, including the one of Nikki Caruana yesterday.
Yeah.
So, well, this is big to start with.
Margin matters as well, don't forget that. So for Croatia, let's say that they don't win the game, they would still want to make this last as long as possible. Anyway, Valverde faces up to Vukovic. First one played away, and it's with a misfield, they probably will get a run now. Vukovic coming on from this bottom end. Valverde gets off the mark. Caruana to face up for the first time.
Nice looking shot that, actually. Just dabbed down, got through Kornienko, but it was just a nice little dab, using the pace of the ball a bit. That's where if there's been any runs at all off Vukovic, it's been through that third man area.
It's well bowled again. Good natural swing there from Aaron. Well kept out though by Caruana. Be interesting to see exactly how Gibraltar go about this. I don't think they need to really change their game, worrying about the net run or anything like that. They just need to kind of bat normally. I wouldn't be being particularly too careful either. I'd kind of just treat it like if I was batting in this situation, just like we're batting first.
Well, good call there. That's been a highlight of the Gibraltarians, as they're running between the wickets, especially with the top order. It's been fantastic all tournament.
You go right back to the first game when they were taking on Czechia, and Gibraltar just hustled, didn't they? That's when Caruana scored that 49 not out. They scored 141 off the 20 overs. So I think that's the kind of approach that they need to take in here. Now, what I will say is when these two teams last met, Croatia 127 defeated Gibraltar 98. So it just shows you in this 63, it's a target I think Gibraltar will be confident of getting, but you know, it's the same sort of thing. If they lose a few wickets,
that's it. They've got to get the top order, I think, but they bat fairly deep to Gibraltar. Some very good batting
compared to
in their lineup.
Compared to Croatia, they probably do. Yeah, that's a good point. You look at someone like a Pius, who's listed at 6. Here's this one down leg side. It's going to get away from the keeper as well.
What they need to do is keep Vukovic out, and they've done that very well so far. Just not taking any risks, just dabbing the ball and running when needed. And
we've seen actually, you know, with the pace on the ball, Vukovic, if she doesn't take wickets, it's not like you don't get any runs off her. I mean, that odd one that she sprays, it's not easy for the keeper. They get 2 runs for free there. They've got 4 off the first half of this over. Gibraltar having to play back-to-back today.
Well played.
A good-looking shot there, actually. I think with Vukovic as well, she does swing the ball in, but she kind of swings it from the hand, so you can play for it. You can see this one comes back a long way, but it's a very correct defensive shot.
Yeah, it's good cricket, and so I think they've got their tactics right on of Gibraltar today.
Well bowled and well played again. Probably just, I think if you can get that Yorker length, it's gonna be a difficult one for Caruana to play. But she's playing smart here. I think you're right. Simple strategy. Keep Vukovic out. She's the main wicket-taking threat. The other bowlers are different kinds of bowlers.
They do take wickets though. Helen Lecko's been very good in this tournament. Oh, good fielding.
Cracking shot, and they're going to get 2, I think. But that's an absolute banging shot by Caruana. And they'll end up getting 2, but I think that might have been Kornienko that knocks it down there in backward point. That'll be the end of the first over, and Gibraltar make a solid start in response. It's 6 without loss.
Yeah, right, that was an absolutely cracking shot. Saved a couple of runs there, did Kornienko, and I don't think she knew much about it. She's flexing her foot. Actually, we saw one of the Czechs earlier on crutches, who took one on the ankle and then one on the other side. I think she got two bits of foot fielding. She's out for a couple of weeks with just a bruised foot.
Yeah, unfortunate, but good to see everyone getting around her as well. But Helen Leko is going to bowl the second over now. And the Czechs can still impact this tournament. I mean, Gibraltar, doesn't matter how much they win by here, but if they don't beat Czechia, they cannot win the tournament later on. So for Czechia, they'll also be very, very keen to get a win in the tournament. Obviously, 3 losses, and last time they played Gibraltar, out-hustled, out-muscled a bit, 141 to 87 back in the opening match. So they played each other in the first match. They'll play each other in the last. Here's Valverde getting ready to face up, second over.
Yeah, it will be Helen Leko. As I said, it's been good throughout this tournament, both with the bat and the ball.
First one just gets away from her a little bit. But again, simple strategy, I think, here for Gibraltar. Just respect the good ball, go after the bad one. They go only off a couple of steps. That's a pretty good location. So I think, obviously, got to Leko. I'd love to see Sebastian getting right up to the stumps. I think it's going to be awkward if she stays back 2 or 3 metres. I'm going to pick it up on the second bounce. Yes, a little squatting pull shot from Valverde. They want to. They're going to get to. Yeah, that's very industrious running from the Gibraltarian openers.
Yeah, very good shot. And as I said, good running between the wickets throughout this tournament by the top order of Gibraltar. Good technique shown by both of these batters as well. And they're just taking the sting slightly away from this this Croatian attack. They kept Vukusic out in the first over. They're on 10 at the moment. Runs will come naturally, I think, for this Gibraltarian side. This was down leg side. Question asked, going down leg, but they missed out maybe on the opportunity to score a few runs there. Just that's a little bit down leg from Leko. Might have kept a bit low.
That was a bit of a hit me ball, to be honest, but yeah, just couldn't quite judge it correctly. Oh, looks like a bit of a shoelace situation, Tabby. It's not easy for that man to get down to the floor. I mean, except for Dan Ziller here in Prague. The last guy that's you want to tie the shoelace, but let's see how his technique is.
Is he getting up? Is he getting up? Might borrow a bat.
Jeez, he's got thumbs. He's got thumbs for fingers. We're in the technique here, going the double knot. Not bad. Let's go back to the cricket though. And next one, pretty well located by Leko.
Yeah, it's and Leko. There's not much pace on the ball. Ball's very sidearm. Difficult to get it on target with that technique, but does it pretty well. This is in the air, just in front of the fielders. They'll get another single.
Just good understanding between these two. And like I said, they were pretty impressive when we saw them on the first day of the tournament. They were able to put on 23 and 4 overs, and that was about when just when Valverde got out, the captain. But I mean, they really set the tone for. They set the expectations for their innings, which was that we're going to hit the ball, we're going to run, we're going to take on the fields, we're going to take on the game. It's probably one that Carolina had thought about whacking, but there's a field around the corner, so she decided, well, let's just take the wide. It's been very sensible so far from Gibbs.
Nikki Caruana's a player who I've seen in this tournament really dig in, and she's been good with the bat, good with the ball. That 49 on the first day.
Yeah.
I mentioned we spoke about how she was going at about a run every second ball, and then she brought it up to almost a run a ball in that innings. But she just played herself into the game and into the tournament, I think, and she's had a very good tournament.
Yeah, it's rubbed off in other areas. Important catches, important run out today. There's the table. So Gibraltar with a win here could close the gap to 2 points, but then they'd have to beat Czechia and then make sure they have their net run rate above that of Croatia to to win the tournament. So yeah, it's pretty interesting to see what they elect to do. Do you want to bowl or bat first in the last game? Your net run rate, you can actually move it more if you bat first, if you actually, because you face more overs if you win. But I don't think it actually matters that much. And that's why for Croatia, they'll want to win this game. If they win this game, hey, don't forget, it might still happen. They might be able to do something similar to the Jib batting lineup. But if they can win this game, it's all over. But if they don't win it, then they want to at least make this innings last as long as possible. Valverde facing up. Bit of bat in that, I think. Good swing once again from Erin Vukusic.
Yeah, she's she's proven herself to be a very, very good player as Vukusic, and it's something, it's a player that this Croatian team can grow around. It's still, remember, they only played their first ever game on Friday in international women's cricket. The Czechs as well, or no ball. Is it front foot maybe?
Must have been.
That'll be a free hit. But let's have another look. Yeah, good call by Pete.
Yeah,
Vincent.
Eagle-eyed.
Remember that the Czechs have only playing their second tournament ever as well. So there's a long way to go in the journey for all three of these sides. And we've seen the improvement in Gibraltar over just 1 year. So it'll be interesting to see how all these teams perform next year. Good ball there outside of stump. But having somewhat of Vukasic's quality to build a team around, I think is very important for Croatia.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, tough dynamics, I suppose. You look at that innings, how important it was. It was almost like the support structures were taken away in that first innings, and then that run out basically killed the chance it would be a good score on the board. Vukusic pitching up here. I like this length. She's kind of trying to draw Valverde forward. Again, Gibraltar needs to concentrate team score here. Okay, they're cruising. If you bat the 20 over, it's hard to believe you're not going to get the 63. But I think, like I said, my approach would be just pretend we're batting first. Right? Be busy, like we have been throughout the series. Takes this on down the ground. Pretty nice shot, taken on the up. Valverde will move to 5.
Yeah, it's well, definitely what Croatia needs is wickets, and they've been very watchful of Gibraltar at the moment. Still 14 on the board. It's not bad. 8 off Vukusic so far. Is it again? And this one's outside off stump.
That's the one that doesn't really swing back, that one. And that's what these in-swing bowlers, if they bowl a straight one, actually it can be the most dangerous one. End of the third over here, and it's 14 without loss.
Yeah, so I think things are just really going to plan both with the bat and the ball for Gibraltar at the moment. And as we see here, it was a bit of a spike off the first over, but about 12 or 13 from it, and then it started to decline a bit with those early wickets. It was that run out of Vukusic that was the main turning point of this game, and also maybe of the tournament for Gibraltar as well. So Valverde is on 5. She'll be facing Helen Lecco. So it's just prodded out to point for no run. Bit of foot fielding for no reason there.
Yeah, probably was a run there if they'd gone straight away. But
I think they'll go next time. That fielder. Just taking a bit of a look at it.
It is normally pretty good. Maybe realised there wasn't too much pressure on. And they'll take a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, nothing urgent from Gibraltar. If there's a loose ball, they'll have a hit. Sort of nice shot from Caruana in the first over from Vukusic. Has got past the keeper, but no run.
Yeah, just think at the moment Croatia need a bit of a moment, don't they? A bit like Lizzie Ferrari was able to provide some moments early on in the power play. First half of this game. Lecco, I like this. I like this line she's bowling. They've occasionally overdone it. This is why I'd just like to see Silly Sebastian. I know she's still young and she's still learning the craft, but if she can kind of come a bit closer to the wickets, then if there is a little nick, to be able to catch before it hits the ground. At the moment, it probably won't. This is hit down the ground. Not quite timed, but dives over it. I want to get the single though.
Yeah, it's a comfortable run down the ground. And it's just getting these runs ticking over. And there's a few wides as well, a bit like the Croatian innings that just pumped the score up a little bit. It's a good ball there. Couldn't quite get it away. The fielder just couldn't get down, but didn't cost anything at all. Comes Lecco again, another good area. And the keeper chases after it, another drop ball. It's been a good over here from Lecco.
Yeah. Lecco has been a reliable form, hasn't she, in this series? With the bat and the ball, given everything she's got. It's a pretty good finish as well, a little nudge. This time they do decide to go. You called it, Danny. So Caruana will retain the strike, but pretty tight over for Croatia, only conceding the 3. And after 4 overs, the score is 17 without loss.
Yeah, looks like I think they're gonna. Vukusic is gonna take herself off, is she? Oh, I think she'll have to bowl. They need the wickets.
I mean, maybe it's not the worst idea to just try something for an over. Obviously, Lecco not putting too much pace on the ball. Maybe frustrating Gibraltar to an extent.
A big Farage to take the ball, I think, having a chat to the umpire.
If you could get someone to make the breakthrough or a couple of breakthroughs here, Vukusic coming on, just imagine how tough she'd be if you can get in that middle lower order. But like you said earlier, you've got to get in there first, don't you?
That's it. And we saw, again, with that first innings that Caruana played against the Czechs, how determined she is to not lose a wicket.
Yeah.
And she got an absolute peach yesterday from Vukusic. But apart from that, it's been very, very solid with the batting.
Misses out this first one. It's called a wide, gets away from the keeper. So they'll get 2 runs for free there, Gibraltar. And Lydia is normally pretty good at keeping it that one side of the wicket. That time was just a little bit too wide. Also, sometimes Ian Chappell used to say, if you're not sure what to do, think about what the opposition wants you to do and do the opposite. Or do what the opposition wants you to do the least. Probably, if you ask these two, they'd probably rather face Lydia than Erin. But the thing is, you got to think about the whole team and your resources. If you bowl Erin out here, and psychologically as well, I think Gibraltar would feel a weight off their shoulders if they can survive.
Yeah, it's definitely a good move, I think. And Lydia's been very good in this tournament. Has picked up vital wickets at good times.
Well bowled that time. Can like that length.
Yeah, she's a very good athlete as well, is Lydia Karic. So she'll be bowling to Valverde. It's on 6, Caruana on 4.
Pushed, gets through one field. They're going to go on the misfield again. That's good running. The early call, no, probably should have been a wait. But once the ball got through, it's Pablo Senjuk there. They were able to get through easily.
Again, they've got those 2 fielders in really short, mid-wicket and cover. Just got through Senjuk. But yeah, putting pressure on the batters, which is what you need really. Nice shot, and Konienko does pretty well. Gets a foot to it, chasing it.
Get 3 here, I think. The way things are going.
Maybe.
Jeez. Well, they decide against the 3 in the end. Probably was there, but again, just deciding there's not that much to gain for one more run. Never knew kind of how quickly the throw would come in. They'll take 2. Nice shot. And Kornienko gets a piece of it. I think she does save a couple of runs there.
They've moved it to a different position, up to a mid-off area.
This one gets away from Kvaric. She'll have to bowl that one again.
Well, overall, Vinny, so far, I mean, we've still got a game to go, but how have you seen this tournament?
I've loved it. I mentioned at the top of the tournament that I love the grouping here. These 3 teams, because I think that they're all kind of still fairly in the developmental part of their journey. You can see Gibraltar, I think, have benefited a lot from being able to practice more, and maybe a little bit ahead of where most of the players are from both Croatia and Czechia. Really,
Sure.
Obviously, Vukusic has made Croatia a different sort of unit with what she's brought to the table and what she's been able to kind of impart on her teammates. It's a cracking shot. That's through point. running away. It's a fast outfield, and that's going to be for really nice, crisp square drive from Caruana. That's actually the first boundary of this response, and the score's 27 without loss after 5. Brilliant shot.
Lovely shot. Just used her feet well, got out to it, and got through the field. And this ground's looking lovely. It looks pretty good to field on. Very few Tortugas, and but it's running to the boundary.
Just timed it well. Didn't really try and hit the cover off the ball, but yeah, excellent batting. ECCW will be back for a second time, and it's expanded from 5 to 10 teams. Out of the teams here, Czechia have got the invite to participate in the Challenger Division. But yeah, I think what we're seeing here on ECN, we've got the Cyprus team, women's team playing for the first time this weekend. More and more countries being able to add women's programs, and that we're able to showcase that. We'd love for the ECCW to be expanded even further in 2025. But hey, first things first, we're excited for the ECCW, the Euros of Women's Cricket, starting on the 9th of December. So yeah, plenty of time to prepare for these teams. Here's Leko coming back for third over. This is hit up in the air and into open space. That's going to be another boundary. Back-to-back 4s. This time it's Valverde who pounces on a slightly short ball from Helen Leko.
Yeah, nice shot that. Plenty of space out there. We're just having a look at it. Leko bowls it just a little bit short. Not bad ball, actually. And just picked one she liked.
Good power and placement there from the Gibraltarian skipper. Back to live action. Decides this one's a wide, probably is. It's outside the tram line. Yeah, so just going back to what we were saying, I think that the more you play, the more natural it becomes. And obviously, you see some players still quite early in their journey, and you know, I often feel for them. I for example, I've seen things in women's cricket on ECN where players are bowling their first over in an actual cricket match, a live cricket match. It's on TV. I cannot imagine that. What that must feel like.
Jana Komingova also took a catch, had an over. You know, first ever game.
To have that kind of scrutiny, and yeah, no, honestly, I take my hat off to the players, and obviously everyone's in the support structures, the coaches, managers, and everyone who's making it happen. That's a pretty good hit, but there's an outfielder back there. It's Lydia Kavaric who does the fielding, so just a single. Yeah, so yeah, I think it's been a great tournament. I think it's also good thinking by Czech cricket to make the CE Cup Women's this year. Obviously, the men's program pretty full. We've got the World Cup qualifiers coming up.
Yeah, normally it's a warm-up tournament for that sort of event, but there's so much going on at the moment.
Yeah,
and I know the Czechs have got their qualifying in Guernsey in August, but the qualifying, well, it's just finished. Is it just finishing this weekend?
The first one is the Rome edition is pretty much winding up now. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see CE Cup, the women retained, whether it's in addition to the men or as just a women's tournament. Yep. I think it's great, and we've been seeing that trend. Continental Cup in Romania, for example.
Absolutely.
You know, you got men's and women's. Valletta Cup, I think this year in Malta is going to be women's.
Well, they're all pretty long-running tournaments around Europe. Those three, and very good tournaments as well. So it's really good to see the women's edition here for the first time.
Yeah, definitely. 34 without loss after 6, so more or less run a ball pace. And Valverde and Caruana getting the job done so far. Riley listed to come in next. What about that run out? I think she was still kind of walking on a cloud. And when I saw her in the halftime break, a little bit of magic. It's
one thing with Gibraltar, I'd like to see Yanira Blagg up the order a bit. I think she was very positive with her batting yesterday.
Might be an opportunity for her. I think, you know, there's not a lot of pressure in this situation, especially if they're closing in. Just bat her at 3 and see what kind of energy she can bring.
Well, at least against this afternoon against the Czechs.
Yeah, true.
I think it's a really good opportunity.
Yeah, good point. It's Vukic coming back now. And so they did kind of try Lydia last over. Didn't really happen, so they're thinking, all right, come on, we're running out of runs here, under 30 to win. Vukic trying to get this breakthrough and hoping that can send a kind of cascading effect.
Well, they need wickets, and the most likely is Aaron Vukic. Been well kept out though. so far. Nice shot again from Caruana.
Just tell, I mean, watching Gibraltar live, and I've seen him a little bit in the meantime, seen him training when I was there at the start of the year. I've seen, seen some of their matches that have been televised, but just, they've obviously, you look at that shot from Caruana, she's faced a lot of balls. Just looks very well put together technically. She's already got good reactions. She's not kind of bothered by the pace of Vukic. You know, probably not quite at a top pace at the moment. She's kind of got the look of a player that's had to play 3 days in a row at the back-to-back games yesterday as well, Croatia. But yeah, Valverde and Caruana just both look very kind of compact and technically able to deal with what's coming, and that's improved a lot in the last 18 months.
I'll ask you a question about Vukic in a moment. That's a good ball.
Yeah, we were right in cue. That one was a bit quicker from Erin.
She hasn't really bowled any shorter balls. Now, I can't imagine that in women's cricket that the short ball would get up, but she's got the pace to do it. It's a tactic that she hasn't really employed. What
it's a difficult one. Just there's a few kind of factors at bay. That is slightly shorter, but I mean the thing is, this probably is 2 because it's mishandled at the first opportunity by Anushka Charles. It's good running. I think of it 3rd because the throw was a little bit off when it did come back. So to bowl a kind of genuine bouncer, you have, because also even Erin, she's quite short compared to your average male fast bowler. You have to bowl it really short. And so it just gives, and when the ball hits the pitch, takes a bit of pace out of it as well. The fact that it has to be so short does give the batter, it's less of the surprise factor, if you like, in women's cricket, even at the higher levels. That's a pretty good ball there to finish the 7th over. The score is 37 without loss. That's one thing I would like to see an experiment, and I know this is always, some people with me on this, quite a lot of the females that I chat to are with me on this, because everything in cricket, in women's cricket, the boundary smaller, even the infield smaller, is I'd like to see what would happen if you reduced the pitch so that the batters had the same reaction time that male batters do. Because we know that there's science here. There's your top women bowlers generally are kind of 125 k's an hour, and the top male bowlers about 155. So it's about 20% slower. So imagine if you, and the batters, they're definitely good enough to do it, but they just don't have to. And I just think it would be quite an interesting experiment because, and even running between the wickets, there's benefits for the batters not having to run as fast. They can take more runs. They can take on the outfield a bit more. It brings the short ball into play. It brings that kind of little bit of the fear factor that some of the men have to deal with. But then some people will say, look, God made the pitch 22 yards and it shall never be changed. It actually comes from a space of wanting to see it more equal. More equal. But then some people, and it's a valid point, they say, well, I like the fact that the dynamics are a bit different in women's cricket. Why should it be the same as men? So
when you get to the higher levels though, and you've got fast bowlers, fast-ish bowlers coming in to you, you're getting someone like Elise Perry coming in.
But I like to see it. I'd like to see it because the fact is the batters, in a sense, have it a bit easy. I think that they get that extra reaction time.
Maybe.
Because, okay, you're still facing a bowl that's 125 compared to 155.
Well, there's a similar argument with the goals in football, whereas goalkeepers have grown. I mean, you get giant goalkeepers compared to how they were in their a few years ago, like in their 50s.
Have I told you my basketball and volleyball idea though? You like this?
All right.
Along the same lines to what you're just saying. Central getting a ball here in over number 8. Thick outside edge flies away. Get 1. They might think a 2 here. Probably was there. But in the end, they'll settle for the 1. I'd love to see, how you have like age divisions? I'd love to see height divisions in like basketball and volleyball. So like in volleyball, you'd have the height, because I feel bad for them. I've played a bit of volleyball. Some people just can't spike. So you'd have like the 1.6 metre and under division.
There is but the women's game, there's the nets are slightly lower.
That's true.
Yeah. I think it's.
But even in basketball, they should have so that everyone could slam dunk. So imagine you'd have at the Olympics. You know how they have like weight divisions in boxing?
Yeah.
You'd have the basketball 1.7 metres and under division, and then you'd have the 1.8. I don't know. I think that'd be fun. But the actual ring's lower.
Yeah.
So that
yeah.
you can actually, you know, I'd love to slam dunk. Can't quite do it. This is hit uppishly, but pretty well handled there in the circle. Gibraltar. I think I mentioned around 11 overs was where they'd be about par with the net run rate of Croatia. So if Croatia can extend it, it's well bowled by Senjuk. So basically Croatia, it's quite simple here. If they can't win this game, and it's looking that way at the moment, but who knows, the longer they can make Gibraltar bat, force Gibraltar to bat, the better their chances of winning the trophy.
Sure.
Simple as that.
But talking about Senjuk, I've been very impressed with her bowling. And amazingly, she didn't bowl a wide then when you pick someone up. Good piece of fielding there.
It's a 100% chance. Well fielded there by Seema.
Yeah, I think she's been really good in this tournament. Contributed a bit with the bat, but her bowling, I think, has been really consistent and very good.
Yeah, so it's in the 8th over, and the score is 42 without loss. And you know that Erin is getting a lot of attention, obviously, from the viewers for what she's been able to do in this series. She is in the system in England. It's where she does play her club cricket. Still very young though. You know, she's 18, but I know she's in the. They've got. I think it's great what's happening in women's cricket, where they have, rather than just the county setup, they have the kind of these regions now. So kind of less teams that kind of, I suppose, creates a greater quality of the cricket that's played, and Erin's involved in that even at this stage of her career. Valverde faces up on 15. He's hurried up by this one. Does well to keep it out. Went to shape to play a pull shot there, but didn't bounce as much as she thought. But good kind of improvisational defensive shot.
It did hurry up on her as well. It was a good ball there from Vukusic.
Last roll of the dice though for Erin here, bowling her 4th and final over. Again goes short. He called it though. It's a bit of a surprise factor. That one did get up. She wasn't in control of that, Valverde, but she does get away with a single. Yeah,
good bowling. And, well, I don't know if she's listening to us, but yeah, there's a couple of short balls, just shorter balls.
Just
trying anything, I think.
Well, she hasn't really been able to penetrate the defence by pitching up, although I don't think we've seen like a genuine Yorker yet. I think there's been kind of foolish balls that Caruana in particular has been able to kind of get on the front foot and keep out.
It's almost a Yorker length.
Just got her fishing at that. But yeah, Erin obviously really proud to wear the Croatian shirt, as all the players are, and all the players this weekend that we've seen for the 3 countries. But time's running out for her to be able to make this breakthrough. And you can see Caruana, it's a pretty definite strategy here, not to take any unnecessary risks, particularly to Vukusic. And you just feel there'll be a big kind of weight lifted off their shoulders if they can survive these next 2 balls.
Look, absolutely. They know how dangerous Vukusic is. And she got 3 wickets, including Caruana's, in the game yesterday, which was a brilliant piece of bowling.
It's a great seed. I had a lot of messages about it saying, how about that delivery? That's that kind of ball. That's why, you know, Caruana, credit to her. She's had the same test the next day, and she's been up for it. That one was darting back towards middle and off stump.
But she's been great this tournament, as Erin Vukusic. A class above anyone else here, both with the bat and the ball. And as we mentioned, she had a batting average of about 160 at one stage.
Last ball of her tournament right now. And it's played away for a single. So Vukusic bowls well but can't get the breakthrough. She'll finish with none for 13 off her 4. And 9 overs in. Gibraltar closing in 44 without loss.
Yeah, got to say, great batting there from these two, Valverde and Caruana. And the danger that Vukusic poses has been nullified. Vukusic bowling out. Now it's about just getting these runs. As you mentioned, probably 11 overs. They've got a couple of overs to do that, and for their net run rate, they'll be even-ish with Croatia, and it'll come down to the last game. But,
so, yeah, you're exactly right there. I suppose Gibraltar would love to get in a position where pretty much any win guarantees them that they win the trophy.
Sure.
But we won't really know until this game. We'll have an idea. We've got the computer. There's one of the buses heading away. Got to say, the public transport here in Prague, I've been to a lot of cities. It's fantastic.
It is
It's
absolutely
really
amazing. And it's cheap as well.
Yeah. Delivery cheap. That's another way to get around.
Hmm.
Pop in the sunroof.
So 10 crowns a day is probably, what's that?
It's about 20 euro cents.
20 euro cents?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that right?
I thought,
Makes
no,
sense?
no, I think it's
40,
about 50.
40,
Yeah,
40
euro cents.
Sorry, 40 euro
a
cents.
day when you buy the yearly pass, and that gets you on all public transport all around Prague.
Litachka.
Litachka, indeed. And then
And you don't have to buy it for a year, but that is kind of the most economical.
It
way,
is.
isn't it? But
It
think
is.
about it, yeah. So it's like, let's say 50 cents a day.
yeah. Do you have a Litachka?
I have a Litachka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's handy as well. But, it's
So I
super
don't spend
cheap.
that much time here, but I spend enough for me to just have the peace of mind. It's that you save it on your phones.
Or those inspectors as well. They,
Oh, I've got to tell. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's talk about the inspectors, because I got a bit of a shock first time I got inspected on the way to the airport here.
good
So-
bowling that.
So, unlike other places where, you know, they're always in the uniform, whatever, you get these plainclothes inspectors
Oh,
to
yeah.
make sure you got your ticket or you got your valid pass.
Yep.
And they come and they show you, and they don't make a big deal about it. They come up and they just kind of show you their badge. It's just some sort of symbol. Looked like it was out of one of the Marvel movies.
Yeah.
Right?
FBI. Ooh.
Yeah.
Good
So,
bowling.
and I just assumed it was someone. I was on the bus or the train on the way to the airport, and I was like, well, no, thank you. I thought they were trying to sell me something. Well, you know, you get some people on the train, and luckily, someone told me, no, they're the ticket inspector. That's how they come up and just like.
Did you have a ticket?
Of course.
Good.
Because it's very affordable. And there's been, and they were talking about making it more expensive here, but that's been shouted down, saying, no, we want to encourage public transport.
Well, that's close.
Yeah, I thought it was. Don't know if there's any bat in it. Probably the only one I can think of where it could be cheaper is Estonia, where it's actually free. Straight down the line, just outside.
Luxembourg as well is free.
Luxembourg's free.
Has been for
trying
quite a
to
while.
And I know that Germany, they've had periods where they've trialled it. Just it gives them information. Okay, if we do make it free, what's the demand like? Can we handle it? Obviously, it's great for the environment. The more people that catch public transport.
I think it might be wrong, but at one stage I know that
It's going to be at least 2 here.
It's a nice shot. They might get 3.
It's actually a very good effort. I mean, improvised stomp there from Kuchuk Suchup. And she does save a couple of runs.
At one stage, I think it had the highest percentage of public transport usage in the world for a major city.
Right.
I'm not sure if that's still the fact.
It's just more convenient than driving in so many places and having to find parking, and some of the little streets is not necessarily easy to drive around.
I mean, growing up in Sydney, there's no way I could live without a car. Well, we'll get back to the public transport chat.
We'll get back to it in a second, but it's 47 without loss after 10. So Gibraltar negotiating the first half of this innings without losing a wicket and within touching distance of that target. The other big headline, Erin Vukovic not able to take a wicket in her 4 overs, so she did bowl really well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Danny Hudacek with me. And if you want to watch some more cricket, we'll have the break coming up, of course, here before the final game of the CE Cup. But the ECIs are ongoing in Cyprus. Cyprus and Estonia going right now. Estonia, I think the women are on right now, chasing 91 to win. That looks like a really good game as well. But yeah, so much cricket on the network. Really looking forward to the ECS as well, which is starting tomorrow right here at the Vinosh Cricket Ground.
That'll be fun. We'll start with the new team as well, Prague Dominators, or Praha Dominators actually, against Bohemians, the first winners here of the European Cricket Series. And then we'll see quite a few of the big teams, PCC, Brno, Vinohrady as well. That'll be good. So, yeah, looking forward to that series. And I think it'll be very competitive this year. The standard of Czech cricket's really gone up. The distribution of players has gone through a lot of the teams. Some teams are performing very well in the leagues. Barbarians, for instance, are much improved. And Brno are going to be competitive. PCC, one more game for that 20 in a row.
20 in a row, the Albies Almy ECS winning streak, which I think we saw last year. They were able to do that, but then they got knocked out in the final. So yeah, look, that could be a little bit of history as well. Of course, Prague CC, we saw them flying the flag for Czechia really well in the ECL recently, including a win over Wimbledon, the English T20 champions. So, yeah, I think it's going to be great. Hopefully get good weather. I've heard it's going to be warming up.
Yeah,
well,
apparently the heat they have in Cyprus is coming up towards Central Europe, so hopefully we'll get
not all of it, hopefully, because it was really hot when I was there earlier in the week. But yeah, thanks so much for joining us. Feel free to jump in the chat and to leave a comment, or you can ask us a question. Vinny and Danny here at your disposal. Anyway, let's get ready to get back out there as the 11th over about to begin. This is where, I think with all the batting to come, I think now you can really afford to attack the game. I know they'd love to probably win without losing a wicket, but yeah, I remember I had that kind of 11 overs where it's going to be about the same on net run rate. Yeah, I think it's worth being quite attacking, particularly with the running, because you're not running out of batting anytime soon. You've got probably Rosie Riley listed at 3, Ferrari at 4, McNally at 5 has been good as well. Lauren Pius, I loved her contribution opening day. Yeah. So yeah, be busy. Let's try and make things easy for ourselves later this afternoon. That'll be the thoughts for Gibraltar, or easier. Here we go with Kvarich, who's going to take this end back after she bowled 1 over in the first 10. Pretty good start, but yeah, I think hit and run now for me. I'll be running on most things. Run a ball here. If you could do that, then you're probably bringing the win up in around 12 or so.
There's a comment here from Golden Mustafa. Vukic is a genuine professional player or bowler. She's ability to play for a big team like England. She's only 18, and her potential is sort of a little bit unlimited, I think, both with the bat and the ball. I'm not sure she'll concentrate on one or the other. What do you think? Do you think she's more a bat who bowls,
honestly,
a genuine all-rounder?
She's kind of equally proficient at both. I mean, I'm trying to think if you go up a level. If you want to talk about kind of in the English setup, I think maybe her bowling is a bit more of a standout, just because of the genuine pace. I mean, maybe she's a bowler that can bat 7 or 8. I mean, she's a genuine all-rounder, don't get me wrong. It's hard to
7
compare.
or 8?
In the English setup. I mean, how they would view her role, and if that's what they would want her to concentrate on. So like a handy lower order or mid to lower order.
What I liked about her batting, though, throughout the tournament is she's pretty much risk-free. The only bowler really gave her any in trouble was Helen Mumford, to be honest.
That's going to get through 2 fielders and probably run pretty close to the boundary. Should get 3 here. Quick turn.
Good running.
And they will get 3. That's excellent work from Gibraltar. Yeah, I'm not padding her batting at all. I'm just trying to think in the English setup, what will her X factor be? I mean, if she wants to go and play at high levels. I just think the rhythm of her bowling is, and what she's able to do, the way she moves the ball. I think that's. If she had to do one or the other, I feel at this stage that might be it, especially because she is so young.
Yeah. But my only thing, though, she took 3 wickets against Gibraltar, but went almost wicketless against the Czechs.
Yeah, true.
So I mean, again, it's a very different situation in the game in England. We have more correct batting, and you've got maybe longer. I guess they're playing 20 over games, or maybe longer.
Mostly 20s, these days.
So
yeah. But I mean, it's almost like she could do whatever she wanted. And I'd see her as a bit of a Jacques Callis. When I think of, when I think of her as a player, that's actually what I'm thinking. So she probably doesn't have to choose. Or just a little nudge away. Should be 2. In fact, there might be heaps here because it's a lot of space. This could be another 3. I think it's there. And
good running.
Well, this could be. I've been waiting for my all-run 4. That was about as close as we could have gotten. There's nobody back there. End of the over, and it's 56. Without loss after 11. So I'd see her as Jacques Callis. She could bat 3 and she could bowl. She could open the bowling.
I think she's just a fine cricketer. Yeah. I think that's the best way to sum up Erin Vukovic. And I think hopefully she'll stay with this setup in Croatia, and they'll build a team around her. So because I think that's what will grow cricket in Croatia in the women's game.
Yeah, definitely. Doing some net run rate calculations after this, but Gibraltar are going to get the win here. They're going to go up, and I don't think they will quite be ahead of the Croatian net run rate, but of course they could be ahead if they can beat Czechia by a certain amount. And so we'll know what that is.
Well, it's almost job done. I think they came in with a plan early. You saw with Helen Mumford opening the bowling, you knew there was a plan to get Vukovic, and she almost got her with in the same way as yesterday. Definitely slowed her run rate.
Yeah.
And then that brilliant piece of fielding by Rosie Riley.
Yeah.
But also from the other end, from the other perspective, a lot of the batting had been dismissed for Croatia early. All the backup batters for Croatia.
The support structures for Erin
exactly right
had kind of been taken out by Ferrari.
Everything's really gone to plan for Gibraltar, and I think part of it was probably meetings and discussions and tactics.
Definitely Gibraltar had the tactics right this morning. They came out, took us by surprise, but they created a chance in the first over of the day. Looks to be a wide, takes some within a maximo of the target. Still waiting for the 6. I still got a feeling we're going to get one. Looking at Katka she was my pick, but she just needs something to go her way at the moment.
Yeah, exactly right. And well, she's got an opportunity this afternoon to see whether she can get a bit of form. She's a good batter. Is Tesajikova from the Czechs, just not shown her in this tournament, and also missed out against Austria as well. Maybe just a lack of confidence, not sure. But hopefully that 50 from...
She's a bit unlucky also. I mean, there was a retired out to tactically bring into the crease, and then she got run out. And yeah, I feel like she's one shot away.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you look at some of the boundaries she has hit, even this tournament with limited opportunities, she's fun to watch. Yeah,
if she gets one off the screws. Said, oh, good running. That's really, really good running.
That's cheeky, really, from Caruana to basically suck that one up from Sanjuk. And again, shows what's possible when you have two batters out there on the same page with the running between the wickets.
Yeah, that whole top order, I think, is well drilled as far as the running between the wickets goes. And it just shows how much work they've done in the last year or so. Oh,
I mean, that climbs over it only just. Goes straight over middle stump. And Valverde, well, she's trying to bring up the win. She might be hungry for lunch. Gives them a bit of extra time to prepare for that final match of the tournament.
I'm definitely looking forward to lunch as well, Vinny.
Yeah, me too. Hopefully it's ready, because it looks like we might be done a little bit early here.
Better be ready. Oh. Still 3 runs to get for Gibraltar. It'll be a comfortable win. It's well, just got past the keeper, and they've taken another one. In fact, it's called a wide, so scores are level.
Scores are level. That game, by the way, is about 90 minutes away from starting. So that starts at noon GMT. It's 2 p.m. in Central Europe and 5:30 in India. Last chance for Czechia to get out on the park. And, of course, Gibraltar. Croatia will be done with their games very, very shortly. And I mean very shortly. A toss will be happening normally around about half an hour or so before that game.
Charles Harrison in the chat. What a beautiful sight to see the Gib flag in these games now. And definitely doing us proud. And well, that'll be it.
Yeah, well, it'll be flying proudly. In the end, it'll just be a single here because they bring up the win, and they'll do it with 50 balls to spare. Fantastic effort from Gibraltar. They were great from the get-go. They were fantastic with their tactics. I think they came out in the right way at Gibraltar. And they've had some disappointments in this series, I know that. But they thoroughly deserve their victory.
Well, look at Croatia celebrating as well. Big hugs all round.
Yeah, I mean, it's the end of their series as well. We won't see them this afternoon. But credit to them in their first ever T20IWs. They've put themselves in a position to win this tournament.
Absolutely.
And there's no reason that Czechia can't pull out a win in match number 6. But Gibraltar, at least they have the fate in their hands. Croatia, we've loved what they have, what they have brought to this festival of cricket. You can see Vedran Zanko, they're so proud of the girls. 3 wins on the spin, but they fall to their first loss here in match 5.
Yeah, so look, we're going to have a look at some of the highlights of this Gib innings, and it was some nice stroke play, lovely shot for the first boundary of this innings. Actually, it wasn't that one.
But no, I was going to say, though, they kind of sucked up the pressure, didn't they? They were like a sponge. That's what I thought of it. They said, all right, we should get this, but let's bat fairly normally. You know, but we also know we can afford to be fairly conservative against Vukic. Just take what's given. We don't have to go looking for too many runs. A few extras in there as well. We're always gonna help the cause. Let go again. She did herself a service, I think, with her bowling. This one was a nice pull shot though by Amy Valverde. I think captained really well. Yeah. I think it's pretty unselfish as well not to open the bowling with herself, but they brought herself on towards the end, got the last wicket, broke that 10th wicket partnership, went out there with the bat. Again, I've loved from the very first bat Gibraltar's hustle between the wickets. I think they've done that better than any team in this tournament, and I think that's one big reason that they've got the opportunity to be the champion team this weekend.
Look, they're the most well-rounded team. They've got a very, very good bowling attack. The openers did their job today, keeping out Aaron, and then just got the job done. Very, very good effort from Gibraltar. Very good side, and you're right. The running between the wickets has been a highlight for me, and between the at least the first 5 or so batters for Gibraltar, and we'll see them again a little bit later against the Czechs. But a very good victory here for the Gibraltar women against Croatia, and did it without losing a wicket. And you can see the bowling figures, no wickets down, still decent bowling.
No one really got taken to the cleaners there or anything. I mean, I think they fought as well as they could, but I mean, 62 was always going to be tough to defend. Quick net run rate calculation at the moment: Croatia 1.33 and Gibraltar 1.25. So 0.08 between them isn't much, but we'll have some numbers for you, and also be quite easy once we know the toss result, who's batting first in that last game. But yeah, I've got a feeling that Czechia might want to bat first, and Gibraltar might want to bowl. So we'll see what happens when we return. But it'll be a bit of an extended break. You can turn over to Cyprus if you like, because right now it's the Estonian women taking on the Cyprus women in the ECIs, and the men will be back on the table before too long. But right here, it'll be lunchtime, and we'll be back with the 6th and final game of the CE Cup right after this. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome back to the Vintners Cricket Ground here. We're at Scott Page Field. Actually see the Scott Page bench behind me as well. He's a guy, unfortunately, was lost just a couple of years ago, but he had a really big impact on the community. So it's great that he's remembered in this way. And right now, Scott Page Field will be the scene for the 6th and final game of this CE Cup T20IW. And in this one, we're going to see Gibraltar still in with a chance to raise the trophy. To do that, they're going to have to win and win well over the hosts Czechia. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Pete has the coin and the 2 captains.
Okay, we have Team Gibraltar, the home team. We have Team Czechia, away team. Team Gibraltar will toss the coin. Team Czechia will call heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
Okay, we'll bat first.
You'll bat first. Okay, thank you very much.
Relax. See how it
And
goes.
some shaky handies. Thank you. Thank you.
So Amy Valverde has won the toss for Gibraltar and she's elected to bat. And I think it's smart because one thing about this game for Gibraltar, if they win it, they'll be level on 6 points with Croatia, but they need to win by a certain amount. They need to move this net run rate. And I just think by batting in, I suppose, guaranteeing that they bat the 20 overs, they're more likely to be able to move it. But they need to win, I'm going to say, by a minimum of about 30 runs. We'll know exactly how much in the second half of this game. And if Gibraltar can't do that, then it will be the Croatians that win the trophy with a 3-1 record. For Czechia, though, a real great opportunity for them, I think, to come out and play it without any pressure. I know that they're a really inexperienced side, but they've made so many improvements and so many players have been given opportunities in this series. So it's certainly a chance for them to end on a bright note, and they can still have a big influence on this CE Cup at their home ground. Let's get ready for the first ball. Danny Hudacek standing by at the jibs. I think they get what they want here, and they're smart. They're going to bat first after winning the toss in match 6. Danny, it's over to you.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome everyone to this ECN Central Europe Cup. First edition for women. And it's been a really good tournament, and it's the last game of this tournament. And as I see here, Gibraltar against Czechia. Gibraltar with a very good win against Croatia this morning, looking like they've done their homework, and I'm sure they'll play well against the Czechs, who are winless, but who have had some very good performances along the way. Especially the 50 yesterday for Katka Kolsunova, who will be opening the bowling, the youngest captain of any international cricket side in the world. You see Gibraltar here, firm favourites for this game, and I think the Czechs will like some very early wickets, get some of the batting out of the way, but they looked very, very good this morning. Gibraltar against Croatia, right up for the win, and right up to try to win this tournament. They need a good victory against the Czechs, who will be determined to get their first win on the board as well. And it will be Terka Kolsunova, the skipper for the Czech Republic, to open the bowling as per usual. A lot of responsibility on young shoulders. Remember, she's only just about to turn 17. She's bowling to the skipper of Gibraltar, Amy Valverde, and Nicole Caruana, who's been very impressive with the bat in this tournament, albeit the non-strikers end. So be Pete Vincent. Bit of a swan song for Pete as far as umpiring, at least with these tournaments. He's going to be retiring next year, I think. So he's been a fabulous servant for the Czech leagues, for Czech cricket. Also seen him quite a lot here on ECN. Very good umpire, and good for the officials of the game in the Czech Republic as well. So just about to start, and the Czechs have pretty much everyone in the circle, except for the ever-present. It's Katka Desajikova, who's out of the boundary as per usual. And Vinny, last game of the tournament.
Yeah, well, it's come around quickly, hasn't it? Day 3, and I'm loving that the tournament's still alive going into this final game. So, yeah, like I said in the intro, you need to win by a certain margin. Here's the captain, Terka, to get us going. First one sneaks down the leg side. And Valverde and Caruana will get to continue on. They were able to pull off that successful chase. Gibraltar really impressive this morning, weren't they? Particularly, I think, with the ball in the field. But I like this. I think strategically, they're guaranteeing they can bat the 20 overs. Obviously, they want to win. They want to win well to win the cup. Croatia watching nervously, I'm sure, as well.
Well, Terka's got the first couple down the leg side. Sure she'll get a line right soon. But yeah, fantastic effort from this morning by Gibraltar, and they saw off the threat of Aaron Vukovic, and then got the runs in timely manner. This one's down leg side as well, another wide. Not quite getting a radar right here, Terka.
Yeah, Terka's a little bit beaten up, I think. She's had a lot of responsibility this week. But it's interesting, we had her in the commentary box yesterday briefly, just to have a bit of a chat. It's better, isn't it? And knocked down for a single. But yeah, she talked about the influence of her neighbour, Michael Lonsborough, and it chats that Michael might be able to join us for a chat. And Michael has a position with Czech cricket, doesn't he?
I think he's CEO of Czech cricket.
It's quite an important position.
It is. But he's again, he's got the best interests of the leagues and of cricket in the Czech Republic. It's a foremost thing for him. So this is, again, really well run.
It's a good couple of deliveries though from Terka Koltsunova. Just pitched up, and yeah, if she gets short, I think with the velocity, it becomes a very hittable ball, and even risks a double bouncer. So I think that length last two has been spot on, and the line was pretty good as well.
Again, one of the main highlights for me in this tournament is the running between the wickets of the first few batters of Gibraltar. It's been fantastic. Really put pressure on the fielding sides, and just frustrating as well for a captain when you see these singles ticking over and the runs just accumulating without much effort. Again, this one's hit out of the covers, and well, they're already through. It went straight to the fielder, who did well, but just the communication between the batters is fantastic.
Yeah, the fundamentals in the running between the wickets in the Gibraltar side has improved out of sight in the last year and a half since we've had them on ECN.
I was chatting to Michael Lonsborough just before, and we talked about the video. Oh, they're going to take an extra one here.
Excellent running again. Great identification of the opportunity.
And I said, look, one of the things I noticed is that there was somebody, the coach for Gibraltar, was chatting to Amy Valverde and talking about her technique, and just watching videos of her, saying, look, this is what you should be doing technique-wise and things, and said that you've got all that available to you to be able to analyse things, even basic things like running between the wickets, and as you mentioned, with batters going back in their crease rather than if the ball gets stopped rather than running through. And he said, oh, is that something that ECN provides? I said, it's on the internet.
Yeah.
It's there for everybody.
Exactly.
So it's something which I think could be used very well, not just for the Czechs, but for all countries, to be able to analyse things. Good bowling there from Terka.
Comes back well in the over though. That'll be the end of it. It's 9 without loss after 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one there for the Gibraltarians.
Yeah, look, I think that's the benefit. I mean, yeah, sometimes just putting 2 and 2 together. Obviously, the ECN footage is free, and that's certainly a real service, I think, to the cricketers and the coaches that are trying to improve. And I think it's such a great tool because, the run through the wickets is a really good example. Just to see, hold on, I didn't have to be running back to the non-strikers in there. There was no real danger, and Gibraltar have really coming on in leaps and bounds. They've set the standard, I think, as far as the running between the wickets has gone. Such an important aspect of the game, particularly when you're not getting as high a proportion of boundaries as you might get in some other formats.
Sure, but I think in playing against Gibraltar, I think what the Czechs and the Croatians will do is take an example from it, and that's what it means by playing games against a good quality opposition. Is you learn from them as well as learning off your teammates. I know that Croatia are going to learn off Aaron Vukovic as to what to do and to build around her, but also. Terka here is going to be the same with a lot of the younger Czech players. It's Kunsova. We'll start with a no ball. That one slipped a little bit. I think she's got a little potential as well, Erika Kunsova. Again, apparently been doing a lot of work with Chris Pearce, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's really good to see.
Down leg side, called a wide.
Yeah, the Czechs probably been a little bit thin in the bowling stocks, haven't they, from time to time? A couple of key players not able to get on the park. Also got to say, special shout out goes to Vlasta Volfova, who he suffered a bit of an injury in this part of the field actually yesterday. But she's here supporting the team. There's Katka Tesajikova. You mentioned her importance. I mean, she's a player that if she comes off, with the bat, the Czechs are a different looking team, aren't they? Nice strike down the ground from Valverde. Gets 2.
She does a lot of work. She's a constant at that long on area, but she's going from side to side. That one's been stopped nicely. Again, good running by the Gibraltarians.
Good throw by Saka.
Yeah, Shaka's good.
I was working with Saka a little bit on her throwing. Just it wasn't a lot, but I said it's important. You actually throw with your feet. So you look at that.
I think she might have copped one on the shoulder. She's holding it there. I'm not sure.
I think it did bounce up. Did it bounce up into maybe her
face,
her
maybe
jaw or something like that? Oh, let's just try and work it out here.
Could be magic spray. Can you magic spray someone's face? And
it just popped up off the arms. Well, maybe it was the blow, but it was probably the best throw we've seen. It really came back quickly.
Yeah.
It's I mean, they do have Zuzka Flamikova, who's available as a substitute fielder. But yeah, I mean, that's another bowling option, isn't it, for Xhaka? With Xhaka, you don't want her to be out of action for too long.
Yeah, looks like some. Yeah, hopefully she'll be okay.
Dr. Pete's on the scene.
Yeah. And well, we'll see. I can see Katka's there with a bit of concern. And
well, while we're waiting, maybe I'll show you the tip I gave Xhaka. Was that, and we saw it there a moment ago, was that actually she was kind of throwing just with her arm.
Yeah.
And okay, that's obvious, you throw with your arm. But it's about getting momentum into the throw and actually stepping. Think about like a baseball pitcher. Think about what they do. They take a real definite step forward with the opposite foot, and that's how you get the power into it. You get everything kind of moving in the same direction. As we've definitely just lost camera 1.
Oh no!
When it's windy here at Prague, it's really windy. And, well, the only good thing is that Dennis wasn't blown out of the tower. I said to you a couple of years ago, we think that they should have parachutes up there. And you said there's a good chance they might end up in Poland. But, well...
We're going to have a little bit of a break here while they fix lots of stuff.
Well, anyone that wanted a quick game in match 6, we're not off to a great start.
Well, the wind is just, it came and then it's just disappeared.
Dennis must have just been frightened within an inch of his life there, because the sight screen's actually connected to the camera tower, and it's just blown.
Well, not anymore.
There you go. He's in the background. You can see.
It's not connected anymore, Vinny.
But that's the thing. It almost acts like a parachute, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Well, we saw a sight screen fall over here a couple of years ago, because
go on, come in here with us because we're okay. But yeah, it was just a gust of wind from nowhere.
Yeah.
And we were talking a little bit about the fact that it is one of the windier parts of the city, and that's actually why there's so many airports around, because it helps planes take off.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it's very flat around here, and it's kind of a, I guess, I don't know about a valley, but it is wind that just pushes right across, and that just came from nowhere. It's back to normal.
Yeah.
It's
just a surprise gust of wind.
Yeah.
Well, Dennis, you give us the thumbs up. Dennis, he's all right up there. I think, did we lose the main camera? I thought we might have as well. One thing about Spring Media, they're incredible at solving problems, spotting problems before they become problems. That's what keeps us on the air so much time. Well, Dennis is fine. I don't know how many changes of underwear Dennis has brought, but he might be searching for another one. Let's go back to the action. Good news, we're back on the park. And I'll describe this one to you because we didn't quite get back in time, but it was a pretty good ball by Kuncheva. But just pushed away nicely. Here's the delivery. We still a few little wind issues up there. But yeah, Spring Media, they're fantastic at keeping things going.
As I mentioned, I think her technique's getting there is Erika Kunsova, and now she's finding the spot. I think she'll be a handy bowler for the Czech Republic for the future as well as in this tournament. Good to see her with the ball first up.
Yeah, it's the odd one that gets away. It's about just putting it out of your mind as well. Just getting back to the plan A. That's not a bad ball either. Maybe just misses slightly, leg stumpish. Gibraltar though, up around the 9 and over mark. Czechs can help themselves out for sure by limiting the extras. It has been a bit of a problem from time to time for them.
I think I can see Sharka out there in the mid-wicket area, so she looks like she's okay. It's just a little bit of concern.
Just a little impact one. At least her body, her arm took most of the pace off the ball by the time it jumped up in here and there. I think it was the jaw, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. It's never pleasant though. It's always a bit of a shock. It's one of those things when you when you either hit your head somehow, just even a slight sort of bang.
Yeah.
It's surprising. It hurts. So.
End of the over here, and it's 17 without loss after 2. Have a look how close things are. So what's that? It's .084 between Gibraltar and Croatia at the moment. Now, Gibraltar, they need to win first up.
Yep.
And if they don't win, then they're stuck on 4 points. If they do win, if they can win by enough, and I said I think that's about 30 runs minimum, then they will actually be the winners of the CE Cup this weekend. I mean, Croatia, whether they hold on to first spot or not, I think it's been a really successful weekend for them. 3-1 record.
Has been
in the air and dropped. Wow. Turka creates the chance. Caruana driving on the up, offers an opportunity. But unfortunately, the skipper can't hold on.
That's a shame. It's a catch you probably should have taken, to be honest. But, on a follow-through. Chance down for the Czech. Good bowling, though.
Knocked away, and again, very quick to take off for the single. Thinking of a second, it's not quite there. I mean, this is an opportunity, isn't it? Again, you got to be ready in your follow through. I think she is ready for it. Spots it. Again, just didn't go into the mitts cleanly.
You hear a dog in the background?
Yeah, but didn't sound like one of yours.
Yeah, a little bit. But, I saw a dog running around. I think one of the Czech girls has a whippet who was having a little bit of a run. So nice dogs, whippets.
Plenty of open spaces here.
Actually, the first time I came here, Turco will continue. And again, Sharka gets a body behind it.
She's bowled well today, I think, so far, Turka. Obviously, created that chance, couldn't quite hold on, but I know there's been a lot of pleasant things said about her, and obviously it's a big honour for her and a big task to captain the national side at such a young age. This one does get away. And a little bit of foot fielding, though we know that can be fraught with danger. That's Mikulaskova just into the side.
Just thinking of how things have changed here. The first ever ECN, I commentated here with Terry.
Yeah.
I camped overnight.
Oh, really?
Czech
Super Series.
Czech Super Series. You can see, I think on the first day, my blue tent just behind that shed you see over there. It was hidden, sort of hidden out of the way. Ockie was here.
Camped
in a small tent, and it was great. But Ockie, as soon as the sun came up, Ockie was like, "Let's go and play with the frisbee." But that was I don't know, just before 5 o'clock in the morning. So I was pretty tired by the end of the day.
Makes sense. Yeah, I love going back and watching that first day of the Super Series nowadays. It's
different. It's changed.
It was. Yeah, I mean, obviously, times have changed. ECN has also kind of grown, and now obviously Spring Media with what they've been able to create has been quite amazing. Anyway, here's a new over. It's Kuncheva. It's going to start again. It's great fielding, but can't stop the single. It's very tough to stop two batters that are intent on taking off straight away, backing up, and
exactly right,
and doing the hard yards.
Yeah, even with a direct hit there, I think that Caruana would have been home. They run very well. Actually, Valverde would have been home.
And the thing is, they've got batting to come, so if they were to lose one, they won't be panicking.
That one's hit quite nicely. There's a player out there. That's Katka, who's got a very good arm.
She owns that part of the field, doesn't she? That kind of wide, long on, deep mid wicket.
Well, it says she goes from some end to end as well. So she does probably more running or more distance than any other player. Another good ball there from Kunsova. This is in the air, just away from. Great catch! Fantastic catch by Terka. Makes no mistake there. A big cheer goes around the ground. Really good catch.
Brilliant catch from the captain. Kunsova creates the opportunity. And Terka just had to reach, didn't she? And to kind of pluck it. It was always going away from Kunsova as well. We'll check it out in the replay. Thanks to Spring Media. But it's a really good catch. Did well to make up the ground, and the Czechs have something to celebrate as Gibraltar lose Caruana for 8. It's 22 for 1.
That's a big wicket, and good bowling from Kunsova. Great catch from the skipper Terka Kulsunova, and that'll really buoy them. She'd put down that probably the caught and bowl, which surprised her a little bit in the last over, but she's made up for it with a fantastic catch over her shoulder. They're always tough to take as well, Vinny. So it's you heard big cheers from all around the ground.
She'll be feeling a lot better now as well, especially after she wasn't quite able to take one off her own bowling last over.
So, but I've got to say, really good bowling from Erika Kunsova again. And as I said, I think she's looked good throughout this tournament, but getting it right on spot after a couple of little wides to start with, getting it just in the right areas. And well, 22 for 1 now at Gibraltar. And I mean, they've got a lot of batting, as you mentioned, but a couple more wickets could put a bit of pressure on them. That's the end of Nikki Caruana, who's been really good with the bat this tournament.
She had a great series with the bat. She's come a long way. She's disappointed. She gets a fair piece of that. Probably would have run away for a couple of runs had not been taken, but it was well judged by Teresa. McNally comes out in the number 3 position.
This is around the corner, just over Terka that time. It's going towards a boundary. I think it'll be 4, and it will be a nice shot there for McNally. Just got a bit too leg side.
McNally does what Caruana tried to do, but she's able to get more of the bat on it. It's John Stiglitz in the background, umpiring for the final time of this CE Cup. It's been great for her to come over and get involved with the invitation of Czech cricket. That's a great shot from McNally. She is a boundary hitter, we know that. Is able to be equally effective against different kinds of bowling as well, Christine.
I don't think she's got up with a big score though, as Christine McNally in this tournament. You saw her get a couple of really nice boundaries against Erin Vukovic.
Yeah, she scored 12 off 18 in the first game, and then the second time Gibraltar play, she made 12 again. And earlier in the day, obviously, she didn't have to bat, so still a couple of handy contributions. I would like for it to be more. She's got time to play with today as well. It's well stopped in the infield, but Valverde will get through for a comfortable single. So, yeah, so you got to think about Gibraltar as we get to the end of the 4th over, 28 for 1. You got to say, if we're working off that kind of 30-run margin, that really they've almost made that 30 up now, but their score starts now. Yeah. So they'll know exactly what they have to do to grab the trophy. But if they do win, it'll be an amazing performance, especially having to go back-to-back on the last day, needing 4 points. Had an incredibly successful morning against Croatia. I think they'll be feeling pretty confident with their bowling as well. I also think it's a bit of a funny one, but yeah, after lunch, teams that have fielded straight after lunch, if they've gone back-to-back, they've come out a bit flat. Yeah. So I think it's a good toss to win for Gibraltar.
Very good toss to win. It'll be Shaka Kulsunova now bowling to Valverde. And good start, right on the money. Really good start from Shaka. Remember, she's only 15 as well.
Yeah, we saw her take that nasty blow in the field, but we could see she's recovered pretty quickly. A little bit surprised that Turka didn't want to bowl again, but yeah, maybe an opportunity to bring Shaka in a little sis.
I think it's a good move. I think she's been really good with her bowling selections, tucked around the corner as Terka. We saw in the very first game when they were striving for a wicket, she was changing bowlers from each end every over, just to change things up, to make things harder for the opposition. And I think it just shows for a 16-year-old is very mature as far as her captaincy goes. I think she's led this side very, very well. In comes Shaka again. This time bowling to McNally. So going to be called a wide.
The other thing is, you mentioned that Michael Lonsborough basically got Turka interested in, and you already see that ripple effect that now that Shaka, her little sister, gets involved as well, and then you see kind of how these branches start kind of creating more and more native cricketers, which is obviously great to see so many on the park right now.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, well, I think that could be gone. It is.
It is.
And, yeah, I got to say, Valverde, she's only got herself to blame. I know it'll be a talking point.
Well,
but, again, it's the one thing you do need to watch. And so, see here, I think that it might have even been an opportunity that Jacques has just kind of run in and just kind of seen the batter moving. So she senses an opportunity. She takes it. And maybe a little bit of controversy here, but see, they're just not the eyes. Look at the eyes of Valverde. She gets caught completely unawares, and she's going to be run out at the non-striker's end, backing up for 10. It's 30 for 2.
Well, it's a big wicket in the context of this game, and I'm not a fan of it, Vinny, but I know what your stance is.
I don't love it, but I think it's fair because just think of all these runs that they're running between the wickets. And if she's probably a metre out by the time that ball would have been bowled.
Yep.
And it's I've said this a while ago, it's got to get worse before it gets better.
No.
There's a very easy way. And I think it was actually attempted on one of the checks. It might have been Shark. I'm trying to think.
Actually, it might have been, you're right.
That she wasn't out because she was just watching and waiting for the arm to go over. Yep. And she didn't get done. She says, well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah, true.
Let's try it out. And Czechs want to make something happen, and they do. 30 for 2. Ferrari comes to the crease, won't be facing. Will be paying attention. I hope.
Well, follows up with a wide. Dave's in the chat. Hi, Dave. How you doing?
Hey, Dave. How you doing? He shrugged, said Gibraltar should have bowled first. Makes more sense when you need to overtake on run rate. See, I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. That if you are chasing, then you only have, and you chase successfully, then you're using less than the 20 overs, right?
That's a nice shot, 4 runs. Well, I think McNally was capitalise on that wide ball.
Goes down to your old house over there. You just said that you were camping back there. Yeah, so to win by a similar margin, so whether it be however you compare it between batting first, batting second. Batting second, if you win, by definition, you're winning in less than the 20 overs, unless it's a last ball win. And so you can't move your net run rate as much. So by batting first, if they bat well, I mean, you could tell me what you think's easier. They have to either win by 30 runs plus, batting first, or they have to chase in 15 overs. So you be the judge. I mean, there might be an argument to say, well, you can bat more aggressively if you want batting second, but yeah, I think strategically it was the right call.
Yeah, a couple of comments in the chat about the Mancad. And
yeah, look, cricket's a funny game in that there's a lot of traditions, and the thing is, I don't want to get the whole Mancad thing, but Mancads are considered unsporting because it used to be that you could pretend to bowl, and then someone might go out of the crease thinking you've bowled, and then you get them. And that's why it got a reputation for being unsporting.
Yeah.
And that has stuck around, even though the law has now been amended that you have to do it before you try and bowl. And to be honest, there's no reason that you should be out of your crease.
Yeah.
There's no reason. It's no different to like when you get stumped. You might as well say, oh, well, I was just coming out of the crease to play my shot. Why are you getting me out? Right?
Yep.
So this will be a no ball, and it'll be a free hit coming up. So like, it's a mistake you should probably never make, but you should never make it more than once. And Valverde should be paying more attention next time. That's when it comes down to it.
Well, the other thing is it'll keep Ferrari's out there, the non-strikers in. It'll keep her in the crease. Now look, you can see she's waiting, so it's just changing the tactics a little bit. This is a nice shot by McNally. 4 runs, great shot.
Yeah, it's a fraction short and really well hit by McNally through the leg side. Shrug's got a good point as well in the chat, saying you know what you need to do if you bat second. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, in a sense, you also know what you need to do if you're fielding. But I guess some people would say that there's more kind of ability to dial up the aggression if you're batting compared to if you're bowling, where you're always trying to restrict.
True.
Yeah, so hence, if aliens came and saw cricket, they wouldn't understand this whole Mankad debate, but because they'd say, well, there's a line there. And in any other sport, like in baseball, for example, if you go off the base, you can take a lead, but it means you're at risk. So, and also it is having an impact on the game materially. I mean, they're running a lot of singles, and they've run really well.
Yeah.
But she just makes the critical mistake of leaving early. And, I suppose I'd probably prefer a warning first, but that's the traditional cricket upbringing in me. It's not really...
Well, things have changed so much in cricket. I mean, it's not as though they're wearing white at the moment. This is in the air. Could be gone. Tadka takes it. Another catch. McNally's gone. And it's the Kulsunova sisters that combine. And that's the end of it. McNally again getting around about that score of 12 or 13. Not going on with it. That's another wicket for the Czechs. So 2 in this over.
And this is a bit of a hot spot, this square leg as well. With any drop short. Again, McNally, she... can't seem to kind of get out of that kind of zone. She makes 12, 12 and 13 in the series. And we know she's a good hitter, but brilliant catch there. The sisters combine. And Gibraltar have lost a third wicket, 41 for 3.
Yeah, almost put that down, did Terka. But anyway, I think that whole thing with the run out.
So this is what I will say, right? If something's unsporting, it needs to be easy, almost difficult to avoid. So running into someone accidentally. I'm not joking. Not getting man-catted is the easiest thing in the world. It just involves paying attention. So it was a lapse in attention. It's Amy's fault. It's not the bowler's fault.
Yep.
It's only... That's just the hard facts, and you can't be fooled with the man-cat anymore. They can't pretend to bowl and then get you, because that'll be a dead ball. So it's well before the ball's delivered. Does it feel great? No, but neither's getting 50 quick singles run on you in the 20 overs.
Yeah, true. True.
So,
that's exactly right.
I just have to call it as I see it. Everyone's got a different opinion. There are certain traditions in the game, that's for sure.
But those traditions have changed so much that as long as their players are wearing white, we're not using a red ball, we're playing a 20-over game. Certain traditions have changed. And, as I said, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I see your point. And I think it's fair enough. If you've seen often, even in big games where you see players almost running down to the other end towards the end of an innings, and they're a third of the way down the pitch when the bowler bowls it. And it is an unfair advantage. So the only way really to bring that back is for that run out. My
final point is that I'm amazed how much we want to excuse poor cricket by the non-striker, which that was. It was poor cricket.
True.
It was her mistake, and it was an avoidable mistake. That's my point. Now, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Amy, and she won't get out again like that.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think so.
Yeah.
End of the over, it's 42 for 3. But it's amazing how we tend to always put the blame of that on the bowler when really the blame lies with leaving your ground with the ball in play.
Yep.
Where it's just kind of, that's whether you like it or you don't. It's very avoidable. This is what's coming up though, and of course Czechia starting tomorrow in the ECS, and Cyprus will continue though through the T20s over the next 3 days. There's 2 men's matches and 1 women's match a day in Cyprus from Happy Valley, and Romania is where we'll start July at the Morav Lasia Cricket Ground.
All right, it'll be Kunsova to bowl her third. She's bowled pretty well, picked up a wicket. It's been turned around the corner, just be a single. Again, good running by the Gibraltarians. It's Rosie Riley, who is just the non-striker's end now. Just that single. I'll bring Lizzie Ferrari on to face her first delivery. And again, 2 good cricketers out there. And just played back towards the bowler. No run. And it was Rosie Riley's run out this morning that I think was the turning point of that game and turning point of the tournament, I think, for Gibraltar as well. The direct hit, that was amazing from Rosie Riley. Ferrari hits it pretty firmly through the gap. That should be 4, I think. They're chasing it, but I don't think they'll catch up with it. 4 runs there to Lizzie Ferrari. Nice shot.
She's had a good day, Lizzie. She bowled really well earlier and pounces on that slightly short ball. Okay, I got to address one more thing. I don't want to leave. This is what happens when we have man cats, and we probably have 50 a year. It's a talking point. But, you know, Ryan in the chat, and he's saying it's fair enough if she was warned, but she was simply walking, not halfway down. But she's walking out of her crease, whether she's walking or running, whether there's no intent there to gain an unfair advantage, but she is gaining an unfair advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the other side of it.
Yep.
Is that I actually don't even know if that was premeditated. I think she was about to bowl. It may have been premeditated, it may not, but I have seen it sometimes done where the bowler kind of just senses that the non-striker's moving. And
put it this way, it wasn't a Trevor Chappell.
No, thankfully not.
So again, it's part of that thing, is that some things are really against the spirit of the game. Me a little while ago would have said absolutely, but I think you've convinced me that it's actually not.
I'm not pro Mancat,
nice
by the way.
shot.
It's a really good shot by Riley, who's having some sort of day as well. Pounds that one through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, just a little bit short there, and a bit too straight there from Kunsava. And it's Rosie Riley, again, who hasn't probably performed as well as what she liked with the bat during this tournament.
Yeah,
she's hit a nice boundary there. Let's have another look. Just lined it up beautifully. Got it right into position very, very quickly. As we see the entire Lonsborough family coming in, joining, watching the action. Nice shot there from Rosie. Just poked it down into the backward point area. Just be a single.
Yeah. So, yeah, it always happens. I mean, does it feel great? No, but
let's stop.
We
it
should
now.
leave
I think
it 53 for 3 after 6. But I would put it this way: it's not unfair. It's not unfair to do it.
Let's move on. So let's have a look at the score. 50 up for Gibraltar in the 6th over. Doing well, lost a few wickets, but 2 good batters out there in Lizzie Ferrari and Rosie Riley. And then still a bit of batting to go as well. But 3 big wickets for the Czechs. They want to get a couple more out of the way as well. It'll be a change of bowler. Looks like it's Anushi Shisagar coming on. Who's again been pretty handy with the ball for the Czechs throughout this tournament. Bowling to Rosie Riley. Going just under 9 and over Gibraltar. And as Vinny mentioned, the equation is still within Gibraltar's grasp of winning this tournament. Comes Anushi. Right on the money. Good ball. Really good ball. Rosie missing out on that one. Good start there from Anushi. Let's have a look at this. Just really just away from the batter. Good position. Just outside off, but well pitched.
Yeah, that was a really good start. I think Anushi's he's one of the best bowlers for Czechia this week. I like her action. Again, that's good length. They're going to take off. There's never a run there. It's going to be an easy run out, and it's going to be Riley that runs herself out. She was very keen to take off. Didn't get any response from Ferrari, but to be honest, I don't think there's a run there. Lizzie tried to send her back, but Riley didn't listen. And it's well done by the keeper to just kind of keep it cool there. That's Suska Franova that executes the run out. And Gibraltar going a bit off script here now. It's 53 for 4.
Yeah, really good by Franova. She the temptation is to have a go at the stumps, and we've seen quite a few missed from a short distance, and does very well just to have the presence of mind to run back and take the stumps out. Or take the bails off, I should say. But, well, I actually think they crossed.
They did, but then they crossed back.
Okay.
Right? So, yeah, there was a moment just before, watch it here, where they do cross, but Riley then basically says, well, it's probably my fault in the first place. See, they cross here, or almost cross.
And then they cross back.
They no doubt that when the stumps are hit, Riley is the one that's closest to those stumps. So, yeah, 53 for 4 now. I'm going to just crunch some quick numbers. So let's say that they make, I know they're still expected to score 141, which is quite interesting. But let's say it goes pretty badly, and let's say that they get, let's say 90. I'm trying to work out what they would need to defend then to win the trophy, because I think the less they score, the more they'd have to win by, I think.
Good
Anyway.
bowling again. Really good area there from Kirsagar.
Yeah, so if Gibraltar were to score 90, then they'd have to keep Czechia to... still working on it.
Well, it's still going on in the chat. So we've stopped it here pretty much as far as the
we stopped it
the
here.
run out.
We'll close the debate there. All I say is that it is true. You got to teach fundamentals. Backing up is a fundamental. Needs to be taught. Sometimes you need to learn a harsh lesson, I guess. And I've had it attempted on me as well, but like I say, you just watch the arm go over, can't be out. I do kind of, there's certain things that you could do potentially. You could say, okay, first time it's not a warning, but or you have the opportunity to say 5 penalty runs or something, but you're out. Some things have been floated like that. Okay, if they scored 90, then they would need to restrict the Czechia side to 75 or less. So actually it becomes less the less that they get, because they've kept their opposition to even less, if that makes sense. But
by the way, Pias is the new batter. She's got off the mark with a nice 2 out to a deep point area. Good feeling by Shaka. Let's just drop this one a little bit short. The bowler got onto it right away, but good work on the boundary. Shaka picks up the ball one-handed, throws it back in. There's a bowler again. This one's down leg side a bit, and well, that should go for 4 as well. I think there's a player coming around and can't cut it off. 4 runs. Well, it's just got that one a little bit leg side, did Xiasaga, and Gibraltar moving the score up a little. They lost a couple of wickets. Good positioning there from Ferrari. Well, in fact, it's Lauren Pias, and couldn't quite cut it off, as you can see here. So 60 for 4. Kolsunova's had 14 hit off the first over. First over took a wicket, but it's been dragged by her sister. But pretty good bowling all up. Kunsova with the other wicket. I thought bowled pretty well as well. Ferrari's on 5 and Pias on 6. 60 for 4 after 7. And for Gibraltar, they want to just keep on going with this strike rate, which is about 8.5. The Czechs, they just want to get a couple more wickets, maybe get into the tail of this Gibraltarian batting lineup. It's Kunsova to continue. This one's down leg side, hit well as well. This one's going to go towards the boundary. Shaka's coming around, won't catch it. 4 runs, nice shot. In a position very well there, Lizzie Ferrari. And just a bit straight from Kunsova. She should be looking just outside that off stump. And this one, in fact, I think having a bit of a chat. One of the Czech fielders coming across. It looks like it's Yeshaga. Just having a chat to Kunsova, just saying, just keep it on off stump rather than the legs.
No, they've lost the 4. Sorry, Danny. I know they've lost the 4 wickets, but the run rate's pretty healthy. Around about the 9 and over at the moment. And if they could bat out the 20 at that pace, it'll be 180. So it's an opportunity for some of the middle order batters to make a meaningful contribution. I think Ferrari's having a good week. She hasn't, again, quite hit her straps. Pias has had very limited opportunities, but when we have seen her, I think she's looked very attacking.
Yeah, agreed. So it comes in again. This one's down leg side, called a wide. So just losing the radar a bit. The one before was outside off stump. It's about the area she needs to be bowling. But of course, this Czech side very young, very inexperienced. Kunsova with a lot of potential. Coming in, this is her final over. No ball.
This must have been for something like too many outfielders.
I think so.
Because it was kind of a premeditated call, and that's what kind of Joanne's looking around saying, okay, it might be that.
How many?
Yeah, well, you're only allowed 4 outfielders, right? And they've got 4 genuine ones, and then I think there was a 5th player. Might have even been the captain. It was just outside the circle.
Maybe.
Yeah, so umpires are scanning the field every single ball. So, yeah, it'll be a free hit then for Pius. Not a bad player to be able to face it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kuncheva probably not too impressed with that either.
No.
Good awareness from the umpiring crew though.
It's a swing and a miss. Well bowled by Kuncheva.
Maybe just tried to hit too hard, which I suppose you've got the excuse to do that, don't you, on the free hit?
Well, it's in that right area. I think she's keeping it outside of stump. Kuntseva's where she should be bowling. She's been a little bit straight at times, and they've rocked back and hit boundaries. This is, again, a really good ball. And it's got through the keeper. Oh, might get a couple here, you know.
Probably 2 if they went straight away, but it wasn't the greatest turn from Pius. So they'll settle for the 1. Just kind of megging the keeper in front of her, who was involved in that run out not too long ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a turn, and the look wasn't really on for the second. Probably would have got it, but probably brings Ferrari back on strike. 68-4 now the score. Kuncheva, a couple of balls left in her spell. Good ball that. Very good ball. So it's a nagging line and length.
Now we've got a special guest coming in for a few overs, Danny.
Well, wait for this last ball from Kuncheva, and then you can have your special guest. So it's, again, nice bowling. Gave it a bit more flight then. Well, called a wide, late wide call.
I mean, I think she was weighing up because it was slower. Does she give a bit more leeway? Because this is the kind of, it's even like, it's like a round arm, slightly slower ball. To be honest,
I don't know. It seemed like the bat passed on the wrong side of the ball, but fair enough. That's another wide, I think.
Still think it probably was a wide. I don't mind that extra thinking time. I do, in theory, the slower ball is maybe the bit more leeway you can give width-wise because it becomes more hittable with a normal stroke.
Yeah.
I do think it did kind of go wrong. This is a bit more online and in the air into open space. Again, may look for 2, but you might not want to take one on the arm of Tessa Zhikova. That'll be the end of the 8th over, and the score is 71 for 4. Well, Danny Hudacek doing a magnificent job, and will continue to do so when we hit the European Cricket Series tomorrow. But I want to give a warm welcome into, yeah, man, he's one of the top dogs here in Czech cricket. He's also a lovely guy. We were talking about you yesterday. Now you've got you right in here. It's Michael Lonsborough. Michael, welcome to the commentary box.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny, and thank you for the invitation. And may I start with thanking both you and Danny for such a wonderful job that you're doing on comms. Thank you.
Oh, that's really kind of you to say so. Now, we have actually seen you playing for Vinorati in the European Cricket Series.
Well, that's generous of you to use the verb to play, yeah. Let's try.
But I'm a big fan, as you know. But yeah, we had Turka in yesterday, the Czech captain, talking about how you got her into cricket in the first place. How does that story go from your point of view? How did you discover?
Well, I have the great fortune that she is my next door neighbour, and I'm very good friends with her father. He and I have been exercising together for many a year, and so I've known her all her life. And so she's almost like a daughter to me in many regards, as is her sister Sharka. And so when they were little children, of course, I'd be having cricket games in the garden with my kids, and they'll join in, and I noticed that they both very much enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And so very quickly I set up a little club where we live in Rostoki, and Rostoki Lions. And
Rostoki
so that was
Lions,
yeah, children's club, and then so Teresa and Sharka became a part of that.
So when you have a club, so who are you playing against? Are there other junior teams?
Well, we were just playing amongst ourselves at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then very quickly I got to then know Chris Pearce, who you'll know very well from Catcher, from our main development partners, and of course he's got a national network of interest from kids and schools and clubs, and so we began to play in organised events that were done with Catcher, the Kriketový Akademie České republiky, and so I think we successfully competed in the annual cricket family cricket day, where Rostoki Lions walked away with several trophies, and then eventually as they got older and stronger and their skill sets developed more, then Teresa and Sharka began playing with our talented network of young ladies, and progressed all the way to represent their country in the national side.
Yeah, it's great to see these opportunities available now as well. seeing it more and more. I think Sharka's bowling with some good rhythm here. I think it's the best she's bowled all week.
That was a lovely delivery. That was Sharka, that's Teresa's sister. So she's about a year and a half younger than Teresa. But I think, yeah, she's got a nice sort of trajectory of her bowling, a bit flatter than Teresa.
Got a bit more,
bit faster,
bit more oomph into the approach today, and I think that's something I've noticed with her bowling today.
You can see she's got a nice run up and a nice action. You can see, look, the momentum coming through there, and that momentum that's wide, unfortunately. But you can
Welcome to the commentary box, because this does happen every time you give someone a wrap. They tend to bowl a wide or a no ball.
Yeah. But when Sharka gets it right, and she's one of these rhythm bowlers. And she can sort of walk away with, a couple overs for not many runs and several wickets.
Hey, she's only just 15 years old. She only just reached the minimum qualifying age to play international cricket as well.
That's a lovely delivery. Unfortunately, given the wide by Pete, that
is
rather unfair.
Probably was a fair call. Also, I just noticed with her fielding, it's just a few little things that I know she's been working on. We talked about kind of stepping into the throw and getting a bit more into the throw. But I mean, it's a lot to bite off at this stage in the careers of some of these players, still so young. But I love just watching the rapid improvement. I've seen it with the Gibraltar team. I saw them a year and a half ago for the first time. Come a long way quickly. I'm seeing it with the Czech team as well. Very good delivery. Had to be respected by Ferrari. But yeah, so tell us a little bit about what's happening at cricket in Czechia. Obviously, I saw you last weekend. I happened to be in town, and I checked out a little bit of cricket around.
Well, Vinny, you very much impressed me, and I noticed you come to Prague, and your girlfriend went on the internet to see what's going on in Prague, and you realised there was some cricket, and you came. And not only did you come, you stayed right till the end, so which we very much appreciate. So yeah, Czech cricket, I think we're making some good progress, Vinny. There's
do you know what? That's funny. As we get to the end of the ninth over, it'll be 76 for 9:04. I wish they'd come earlier, because I only just saw that on the internet about 12:15, and by 12, and it finished at 1. I think it was meant to. So I think by about 12:45, I got there. But the enthusiasm, because kids are kids, right? If they get into it, they want to play with each other. They want to make up little games. So even during all the presentations, it's almost you had to say,
but
okay.
You were there as well for when we encouraged the mums and dads to come and play.
Loved that.
And about 30 of them came down to wanting to play. It wasn't a case of, everybody's embarrassed. And they started playing, and you see how they loved it.
Absolutely. And that's Chris was saying to me as well. He's saying it's really important to get the parents involved, and they'll understand then.
Exactly.
Because they're probably wondering, why my kids want to play this strange sport from another planet? Yeah.
Then they realise what it's like to swing a bat and hit a ball and see the ball fly off that piece of willow or plastic, whatever that's made of. And
the beautiful sound of plastic on plastic.
And the vibrations go through the body, and then they know in that moment that this is a wonderful game. So I think, cricket, there's something that's very sort of visceral and inherent in us, that the feeling of hitting a sphere hard with a nice piece of wood or plastic.
This is one thing I'm a bit removed from it now that I don't get to play very much. But the odd occasion that even I might go into the nets and so just no pads, no nothing, but the feeling of hitting the ball, the feeling of that, it's something that it always feels like coming home after a long time, even though I don't get to play too much.
Yeah. So, but I completely agree with you. It's important that the parents understand what the sport can give you as an individual, and then they see why their children are so into it, and then because of course having their parents on side, as it were, is a very important aspect of developing cricket.
That was a pretty good ball, but it's an even better shot from Pius, who cuts it away behind point. Hey, you got to appreciate good cricket when you see it. I mean,
some of these ladies, some of the cuts and the pulls have been, really first notch, lovely cricket strokes.
Yeah, this is probably the best ball she might have bowled, but it's very, very well judged by Pius, who understood.
She rolled her wrists over that and kept it down. Lovely shot, lovely stroke.
I've got some more questions, and there's specifically Michael questions coming up as well. We've talked a little bit about what's happening in Czech cricket, and particularly the juniors, and obviously women's cricket, something that we've had a real focus on in the last year or two, trying to kind of replicate the systems we have in place for the men's cricket. And men's cricket in Europe, it's a bit further ahead for sure, as this one is blocked out. But I want to know, how long have you lived in Czechia, and what brought you here in the first place?
So I came to the Czech Republic when I was still a young man. I was 21, 2. So that's over 20 years ago now. And I came originally as a secondment, as a part of my PhD. I'm a doctor of chemistry. And so I love a group of chemicals called the boron hydrides. And these boron hydrides, they form three-dimensional polyhedra.
See, I actually understand the words
objects.
you're saying. I don't know how many of our viewers will. But
So if you can imagine, so for example, you are the product of carbon chemistry.
yeah,
okay?
organic chemistry. right?
Organic chemistry.
Yeah.
And carbon forms in its molecules, it forms rings and sheets and chains like structures.
Yeah.
Boron has one electron fewer than carbon, therefore it forms these three-dimensional like polyhedra. So that's these. If you can imagine the sort of the ancient Greek polyhedra, the tetrahedrons and the octahedrons and the dodecahedrons and the icosahedrons.
Yeah.
So they're wonderfully beautiful molecules, and they don't occur in nature, right? We've got to make them, because we have hydrides of carbon because we have photosynthesis.
This one goes over the top, actually.
That was a lovely stroke as well, but stopped in the boundary there.
Yeah,
Is that the captain?
Katka does a good
No, it's
job. No, that's Katka out there. She
That's
owns
her, yeah.
that.
She
but
does indeed. She's got a great arm on her as well. It's fantastic.
Just crept over the top. Yeah, well, I remember my periodic table. BCNOF, right? Boron,
Hey,
carbon,
you know your stuff.
nitrogen,
You know your stuff.
oxygen, and fluorine.
Fluorine, yes.
Yeah.
And so boron makes these hydrides,
Yeah.
and there was the first syntheses were done about 100 or something years ago in Germany. But then during the war and Cold War, Prague became a really powerful center of this chemistry, and they were developing top secret rocket fuels using these molecules. And so my supervisor of my PhD in Leeds University in England.
Yeah, as we get to the end of that, 87 for 4 after 10. Go on, come in here. Come and meet Michael Lonsbury here. And we're getting in it. I got to say that, yeah, so you were basically talking about, I'll just try and encapsulate what you've said in
Yes.
20 seconds before handing it back to you. But these boron compounds essentially were being used to develop rocket fuel. So you're a rocket scientist. Is that what you're basically telling me?
Well, I mean, in some degree. I mean, boranes are still used. For example, Elon Musk and his rocket fuels, he has a bit of boranes in there for the initial thrust. But for me, to burn a boron molecule is a big shame. I'm into their skill. You know, these boron molecules that we make in the lab, they're like my little babies, and I like to know what they can do and what I'm interested in using them to generate light. So my expertise is how I can use these boron hydride molecules to generate in very high quantum yields, in very high intensity light. So they can be used in lasers, and now indeed we're using lasers on it to see if we can force these atoms of boron and hydrogen to fuse. And when they fuse together, they release enormous quanta of energy. And so you might have heard of nuclear fusion.
Oh, I have.
And so most of nuclear fusion research is based on what our sun does, and that's fusing hydrogen together. So we're looking at a novel approach of fusing atoms of boron and hydrogen, and they release 3 alpha particles, which can be transformed into electricity very easily.
Wow.
So that's what we're doing at the moment. We're using these enormously powerful, incredibly powerful lasers, which we're blessed in Prague and having several laboratories where we've got some extremely powerful lasers. You know, many millions of times more powerful than what the light that comes down to the planet from the sun here. And so we're using these lasers to bombard our beautiful molecules and making them go into plasma. And when they're in plasma, they fuse.
Groundbreaking. And the other thing is that you actually have done a whole bunch of these videos on this subject in Czech.
Indeed.
And I'm quite impressed because Czech is not the easiest language, I suppose, for native English.
Indeed. In fact, my first Czech textbook that I bought myself when I was a young man coming here, wanted to learn the language. I remember in the foreword it said, of all the European languages, maybe only after Greek is Czech the most difficult. To
Put
learn.
Hungarian's in there for me as well.
Hungarian
Seen a little bit of that
again.
But so I might have a bit of a challenge for you.
Go on.
Maybe you can commentate it over in
Dobře,
Czech for
dobře,
us.
dobře.
It's not even a challenge for you, I know, because you're a natural. But I probably won't be providing too much except for a děkuji at the end.
A děkuji at the end.
Děkuji. I've been here so many times.
Děkuji or děkuji.
Děkuji or díky.
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 Or
Díky for
díky.
thanks. Díky. Little things.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I've eventually learned how to count to 6. I'm hoping by the end of the year I'll be able to count to 8.
Jedna.
There's some things I do
Dva.
now. I was actually pretty impressed that I used to just say jedno pivo prosím. I got up to dva piva prosím,
Ano.
which was something I used at the concert the other night.
Ale pět piv.
Pět.
That's an interesting thing about the Czech language, is you've got 2 plurals.
Yeah.
So you have, of course, a singular beer, jedno pivo.
Yeah.
And then, as you said correctly, you've got 2, 3, 4
Yeah.
piva.
Yeah.
So it goes from pivo, 1 pivo, to 2, 3, 4 piva. But if you have 5 or more,
Yeah.
it changes to piff.
So 5 is like a,
It's like a
is a
different
magic
thing.
number.
It's
Is
like a
it
different
really?
thing. So the word changes. So you have,
Wow.
so jedno pivo, 2, 3, 4 piva, piet, and then to affinity, piff.
Wow. I learnt something today. You
But-
never stop
And,
learning.
and the question is, why did they do that extra layer of complication?
yeah.
I was thinking about it for a long time, and one thing that occurred to me is, if I for example, we're not on camera, if I just hold my hand up,
Go on.
well, if I hold my hand up here,
Go on.
apparently if I do random number of fingers,
Yeah.
the human brain can immediately spot up to 4.
Yeah.
But if I put 5, you got to actually count. them.
Really?
So it might be like the brain has to count from 5 above. So maybe that's the reason. I
Wow.
didn't know.
I've never heard of a multiple plural kind of language. Let's get back to that.
Demona cricket, Demona cricket.
Okay, this over's yours. It belongs to you. And
Dobře.
I'm really happy because look who's bowling. It's Turka who's going to bowl over number
je
11.
to můj oblíbená Tereza Kulcunová, to je kapitánka České republiky, i můj sousedka. A teď ještě k tomu je kapitánka, takže ještě uspořádá svoji lidi v pole. Blíží se ke stumpu a nadhazuje krásný míček. Opalkář se snažil trefit, ale netrefil, takže žádný run. Super začátek pro Terezu. Deset overů je za náma, 87 bodů a 4 vyautovaní palkáři. Tereza ještě uspořádá svoje lidi, už blíží se k stumpu a nadhazuje. Pěkný, ale krásný odpal, skvělé práce v pole. Dostal spáku jenom jeden run. Odpal možná zasloužilo víc, ale vynikající práce tam v pole. Český hokej hrajou dobře. Tereza nadhazuje, krásný nadhaz. Zase jenom jeden run. Řekl bych, že Tereza a Česká republika se začíná vyvinout nějaký tlak na palkáří. No, krásný nadhoz. Žádný run, žádný bodů. Tady vidíme naprosto super line and length. Jak se řekne česky, to nevím. Směr, bylo dobré. Další krásný nadhoz, ale musím říct, jako vynikající práce od kalpářka. Hezký odpal, ale zase jenom za jeden bod. 90 celkový počet bodů. Poslední nadhoz v overu. Tereza blíží se ke stumpu. Krásný. Pěkný kriket. Dobré nadhoz. Krásný rovný. Pálka, hezký odpal a dobré práce v pole.
Super!
Vinny.
Michael Lonsborough, you are an absolute superstar, and I love it that Turka got to bowl that over. It was a pretty good over as well.
That
I
was
thought.
a good over. That was proper line and length. There was some nice batting, a good straight bat.
0 wides. I was
Ze-
still coming to terms with all that I've learnt in the last 5 minutes.
Yes.
But maybe my favourite comment is from Dave B, who's watching from France, who said, "This is a rather boron conversation." Very
Yeah.
good. And Shrug, who's watching from Jersey, saying, "Geez, we've moved a long way from food chat. Yeah, sometimes we talk about food chat, but you were breaking things down to
Nuclear
molecular
fusion
level.
and molecular level and structures. Yes, indeed.
yeah." So Josh is going to bowl the next over. Yeah, no wides in that over, which is good. I think it's one thing they've kind of
No, I-
kept under control in the last couple of overs. Shark only conceded 2 wides in the ninth. There was
Yeah, I get the feeling that the Czech girls are beginning to build a bit of pressure on these batsmen now.
yeah.
They're beginning to tighten it up. They're beginning to see that the good shots are being stopped in the field just for a single. So let's see if the Czechs continue with this pressure now.
I don't want to get down the boron rabbit hole again, but I feel like boron is
The solution.
Yeah, it sits on a very famous row of the periodic table,
That's right.
but you don't hear enough about it.
Well, it is, of course, famously the fifth element. Now many people have heard of the film The Fifth Element. And
Bruce Willis.
That's right, indeed. And so boron is actually the fifth element.
You look a bit like Bruce Willis, actually, in those sunglasses.
It's the hairdo, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the sunglasses. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Vinny.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a compliment. Jagging Demi Moore, for example. It's not easy to do. Anyway, this is right on line. It wasn't particularly quick, but
No.
now the Gibraltar team have set the standard running. So no ball as well. It's been called no ball, and I wonder if it's also...
Was that a front foot no ball?
I think that... Well, short answer is I don't know. Let's have a look.
Oh, no, it bounced
not-
twice. No, the front foot's
Oh, was
okay.
it?
One. Yeah, the
Yeah,
second bounce there.
It was.
She
and
hit it
that's-
just on the second bounce.
Yeah, good call there. Didn't get a great view. That's a better view, actually, that shows.
No.
Well, Michael, I've got to say, I know you'll be floating around over the next couple of weeks or
Batsman
so.
comes down and smacks that. But there's a field out there. She'll collect it out into the deep mid-wicket, throw it in.
Kaka's like a gazelle.
Oh, that's a fantastic throw. And well stopped there by the bowler.
She loves the outfield, Kaka, doesn't she?
That's just good cricket.
Yeah.
A wonderful shot. The batsman being aggressive, coming down the pitch, hitting it off the middle. Nicely collected by the fields lady. Great throw in, well collected.
I'm trying to think of what my favourite element is. I've got a soft spot for mercury. I just
Yes.
think the fact it's so
Yes.
unique,
Yes.
a liquid metal,
A liquid metal.
pretty dangerous.
I mean, there are not many. I mean, there's only the only other, from my memory, I think the only other liquid element is bromine.
Yeah.
And so, but of course, yeah, mercury is a wonderful, wonderful element. I mean, it's something. If I get a pot of mercury to the lab, you know, it's interesting. You try and pick it up, and it's just you can feel the weight of this thing is enormous. It's very, very dense. You see.
I'm nerding out a bit because this isn't a random conversation I've had very often, but I used to love chemistry when I was in high school. I didn't really take it any further, but especially some of the experiments you do, right? So there was some talk that everyone knows the kind of Mentos in the Coke bottle one.
Yes.
That's always a pretty good one. But there was some talk that at our school we were going to get some cesium metal and stick it in
Some
like a
water.
pool of water in the
Yes.
middle of the oval. I don't think it ever got done, but the result's a big explosion, basically, right?
Well, that's right, because water is, of course, H2O, and a metal such as cesium will react with water to form a hydroxide, and it releases hydrogen gas.
Yeah.
And that reaction is so exothermic, that means it generates, you know, a high temperature, that immediately sets off the hydrogen into explosion. So the hydrogen then reacts with the oxygen, forms water, and you get a big explosion.
And with an acid, it'd be even worse, right?
Yeah, anything that sort of promotes that can catalyze the reaction, make it faster, then the hydrogen's generated faster. That's another wide ball, unfortunately.
Well, I'm sorry, we're going to have to end this conversation at the end of this over because Danny's coming back, but maybe we can sit down and have you again during the series. Finally,
Yes.
tell us a bit about, you know, your role with Czech cricket and what that entails.
Well, I'm the chairman of Czech cricket, so my role is sort of, I cover, you know, a lot of what's going on. I try to coordinate our various different activities, from, you know, grassroots development through ladies cricket, men's cricket, our league and competitions, our partnership with ECN,
Of course.
our relationships with the ICC. So
Speaking of partnerships, by the way, this one's going really well for Gibraltar at
it
the
is.
moment.
I think the Czechs they managed to get sort of put them on a bit of a pressure, but it's been released now, and I think
This
these
was-
two batsmen are gaining in confidence.
Absolutely.
See, she
moosed.
waited it well.
Yeah.
She's changed her stance now, this batsman. She's waiting for those balls to come through and
Middle of the bat from
playing
Pius.
off the back foot.
Pius is one that we haven't seen too much of, but when we have seen her, she's been really good with the bat.
Yeah, I think what I like about her, she's learning. She's learning. She's watching, observing what the bowler's, you know, giving her, and then she's changing how she's batting.
Bit of a false shot that time, though. Phil G's in the chat saying Happy Father's Day to all dads, old and young. And, yeah, is it Father's Day here today?
It is indeed.
Okay, Happy Father's Day. It's
Thank
always
you.
Father's Day somewhere.
It
okay.
is somewhere.
Michael, I want to say big thank you for popping
Well,
in.
my pleasure, Vinny. Thank you very much. Thank you,
And-
Danny, for your patience. And I wish all your listeners all the best, and I hope you enjoy cricket here in the Czech Republic.
See you during the next 2 weeks. Look forward to
All the
being
best,
here.
mate. Yeah, cheers.
Michael Lonsborough, discoverer of cricket talent, chemistry professor, Czech cricket commentator, Bruce Willis lookalike. He's a little bit of everything. Ms. Lons, Anyway, that's a good finish to the over from Joshy. That'll be the end of 12 overs, and the score is 106 for 4 as Danny Hudacek chums back into the commentary box. What do you know about boron?
Actually, in my quizzes, I do a chemistry question. It's a chemistry anagram that you need to know.
Yeah, I do know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chemical symbols.
So I'm
That
sure
took me right
Lons would
back.
love to do one of those. I've got hundreds of them on my computer. But yeah, no, I'm not. My chemistry was never my forte. But I do know quite a few chemical symbols now.
Yeah, you would from that.
Hmm.
Some of them are surprising because they're maybe from the Latin root of the word.
Well, tungsten's one of them.
What's tungsten?
Tungsten. It's also in Czech. It's Wolfram.
Ah, yes.
So it's W.
Yes.
But yeah,
Mercury Hg.
Yep, quite a few like that. Got gold and silver as well. Well, here's a question for you.
Go on. I'm sure I'll get it wrong, but I'm warmed up now that I've had a chat with Michael.
Which South American country was named after a precious metal?
Oh, good question. Immediately, I've gone Peru, only because it feels short enough.
I heard a voice from above.
Imams in pressing the buttons. He said Argentina. I'd like to phone my friend. Is it Argentina?
It is Argentina.
Is it really?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Argent, A-R in Latin. I think Argent. I don't know what it is in, but A-R is the chemical symbol.
All right.
And
I want to say, hey, quick hello in the chat. I see Ioana Ajarapoulou, who said, watching from Greece, great game. Looking forward to coming to Czechia for the T10 matches here in a couple of weeks. Hello, Ioana. Great to have you with us. Turk has had some phases where she's bowled well, and right now she's struggling a little bit to get that rhythm back. Gibraltar, I mean, despite the flash points and the controversy, they're showing the depth of their batting order. And think about the kind of trouble that Croatia were in when they were 3 out even earlier.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Gibraltar are a bit more advanced in their preparation and the development more than anything. And but a year ago was a different story. But yeah, they bat pretty well down to quite a bit, down to about number 6 or 7. They've got a very good batting lineup. We haven't seen Yenura Blag as well. She's very, very good.
I mean, for me, she's got to come in next. Maybe she doesn't if they don't lose a wicket though. But
True.
yeah, I think the Gibraltar already. I can probably keep an eye on what the score is if they were to stop now. What they need to win by, but it probably would be in around about the 85 mark or something like that.
Well, these two are batting very, very well. Ferrari on 26 and Pius on 20. We saw Pius on the first day really promote the run rate. Bat very, very well.
Yeah, I like her. She's natural with the bat. And Ferrari, I think she's also batted pretty intelligently. It's kind of keep the good one out like that. That's one that's on the stumps, and you need to pay it a bit of respect. But if it's off the stumps, go for it. She's a good natural hitter of the ball, Lizzie. Last ball of 13th over. Last ball for Turka Koltsunova. And again, it's a good one, so she keeps it out. So good finish for Teresa. And after 13 overs, 109 for 4. Hello to Noelle Legea as well. She's watching from Gibraltar. And hopefully we see you back in the team soon. Yes, she's working hard to get back. So good to see a few people in there. Phil G's in there as well. And Shrug saying enjoyed Phil's commentary in Portugal. Yeah, it was fun. It's the first time I've been to that ground, Danny, in Miranda de Córdoba. Super interesting. One of the things we did while we were there, having so much free time during the day, we did an escape room.
Ah, yeah, great
which was lots of fun.
Did you escape?
We did eventually, but yeah, there were I think there were 7 of us actually. But kind of straight away, everyone's we kind of, well, hold on, we need to think of a strategy. Yeah, it really was good team building exercise. Well, even though I found myself blindfolded, and when I got up, I was locked in a bathtub with one of my colleagues.
Okay,
but
glad that's in context.
Exactly, not something I would expect to have happen, but. Yeah, anyway. Hello to Charles Harrison as well. Looking forward to seeing you, hopefully, before the end of the year. All right, here we go from the top end. It's going to be Anushree Kirisaga to bowl the 14th. No ball called. This must be a field one. It seemed premeditated. And so Czechia, thing is, some of these outfielders are not even right on the boundary.
Yeah, she's called it. And
I think, is that 3 behind square this time? So there's 3 in the bottom left quarter.
yeah, well spotted.
There's so many things umpires are looking for every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Chirisaga's not impressed. That's proper teapot job. But yeah, it's a correct call. You're only allowed 2 fielders in that fine leg corner.
Again, it's a lot of these players have only just played their first cricket.
Exactly. Yeah.
You saw that there's a couple of them who, well, who was it the other day? Yana, I think. The first involvement in any form of cricket during a game was to take a catch. So that's Kominkova. So some of the little technicalities, getting away from the checks maybe.
Yeah, but that's how you learn, I
Yeah,
suppose.
absolutely. Nice shot, used her feet well. It's Kutko has come around. In fact, looks like it could be Sharka. We'll throw this one in. They'll come back for 2. Yeah, talking about escape rooms. I was with a bunch of friends who were all pretty smart. And we went into this escape room, and all over the ceilings, all over the walls, there were numbers.
Yeah.
Some of them were red, and
Yeah.
and there were
We
2
had some.
barrels. There were 2 barrels. We went there looking, trying to sort it out, and eventually there was one other thing in the room, which was a telephone, which started to ring, and someone got on the other line and said, "Open the barrel." It was as simple as that.
Yeah, you're too busy.
Sit down the ground. Carol pick that up. Just be a single.
I'm trying to think of some of the highlights of ours. You're right about the numbers on the wall thing. That's great running. It wasn't the greatest effort from Anush when the ball came back in. She concedes an extra run.
There's no one really backing up either.
There was, okay, I'll tell you a funny story. Is that at the very end, it's like the final challenge, and it's obvious that you're trying to get this to get to this to get to this, which will open the door.
Yeah.
This chest right next to the door. But Ravi, who was working with us, just pulled the lock and it opened. Right? And then we had a walkie-talkie. It was our only form of communication with the organisers. And this wasn't like a big fancy kind of escape room commercial one. It was actually just an old house that the family had converted. It was pretty fun.
Tell us more about this bathtub. Oh, nice shot.
That's going to be 4 down the ground, and that's a really good strike by Ferrari. Just flat bat smacks this, almost takes out the umpire, and runs quickly to the boundary for 4. So just go back to that. I won't go the bathtub one just yet, but we decided no, we're going to say we still want to work out how to get the combination for the lot. So it was quite fun. The bathtub was. They marched us in with a blindfold, and then the lights were off. So the first thing I had to do is try and work out how to turn the lights on. So where's the light switch? But yeah, I was with Shub, and Shub was quick to keep trying to pull it, and he was hurting my wrist because I said no.
Oh, you handcuffed?
We were handcuffed. We were chained together. There was a chain against the wall, and they were all 7 of us were chained together.
Wow.
And us 2 happened to be sat down in a bathtub, luckily with no water. Anyway, that was a fun way to start. So no, it was a lot of fun.
I remember one escape room in Prague, and it's all to do with it's actually located in a building which had a World War II air raid bunker in it, and it was located in that bunker. And it was to do with the Prague bombing. So there was an accidental bombing of Prague by some US bombers that destroyed a few buildings. And just down the road, there's a building that was destroyed. And so we're in there, and the doors closed. And then this room started filling with smoke.
Oh, jeez.
it was like, okay, this is a bit real. So that was it was good fun though. Really good escape room.
First one I'd done, actually. I think all of us, it was the first one we'd done, so that was a lot of fun. Chirisaga just missing the mark a little bit to the offside this time. 120 on the board. Okay, let me go to my numbers. Let's say if they made 120, if they would have stopped right now, then Gibraltar would win. This will get hit away. Sharka out there patrolling the boundary. And they are going to get one on the arm. That's very good running.
Yeah, just responding to to Shrug, talking about the fielding no balls and such. A lot of, because of availability, because this is a full international game, a lot of these Czech players had never really played organised cricket before. In fact, some of them had never really played much cricket at all. It's going to change with availability coming up. Even for the 10-over games against Greece, there'll be players, more experienced players coming into this Czech side. But there's a lot to teach, and the basics of cricket, like bowling and batting, at this stage are probably more important than just things like man-cads, as you mentioned there again, and also the no-ball rules. And it's just something which takes time and experience, and it's their 4th game ever. But it's a very, very inexperienced side led by a 16-year-old. So, it's yes, there are a lot of things to consider.
I think it was a bit of tongue in cheek about that.
Oh, maybe, but no. Like I just to put things into context, it's a learning curve for all these players. The Gibraltarians grew up with a culture of cricket, whereas the Czechs, I mean, there's cricket's non-existent here 30 years ago, and in the women's game, it's probably been 6 years since the first Czech women started playing, and I think Terka's been playing for quite a while, maybe for about 5 years,
Something like that.
And she's just about to turn 17, and she's an international cricket captain. So it's something where she's got a lot of responsibility, opening the batting, opening the bowling, and captaining. So there are certain things that might get away from her, but let's draw a line under that. And just say that it's been a good effort by the Czechs, but fantastic partnership here by Gibraltar.
Yeah, no doubt. As we get ready for the start of a new over. This one's fairly full, but comes down just in time. Pius just knocks it back.
Looking for the run out there again, Shaka. So a bit of a smile, but you can see, yeah, got back well. The batter, I think it's Ferrari. Pius.
I love to hear all the Czech being spoken out there as well at the moment. It's not something you hear very often on a cricket field.
No. This one's a little bit down leg side, kept a bit low. Got past the fielder, Katka coming around and stops it very well. Oh, I think it's 4, but did very, very well.
Well, she did well initially, but I think for sure the ball hits the rope, and I'm expecting to see the 4 signal here. In fact, it was pretty clear cut. They might just be asking her. But, she was desperate to stop the boundary, but yeah, I think she's quick to say, yeah, no, that's hit the rope.
Yeah, picked it up, did really well, but unfortunately 4 runs. I hope to see her with a bat. She's missed out quite a bit in this tournament. As Katka, big hitter of the cricket ball. Pius, been impressed with her. Batted really well in the first game, missed out a bit in the second. But, 21, sorry. And Lizzie Ferrari, it's a nice, delicate little glide down leg side. And it's got through the fielder. They'll come back for 2 pretty simple runs. Might be more, actually. If they, they will run it because the throw's a bit wide.
Yeah, they're loving the action at the moment, aren't they? The Gibraltar bench. This has been a really good partnership.
Yeah, Monica Loveday. Prague women play in the German Women's League. Last year they won their group and made it to the finals weekend. So you can see that there is a lot of potential within Czech cricket. Yeah, Shrug meant it in jest. So saying our women are full of teenagers. I know what you mean. So good on you, Shrug.
I still get your sense of humour, Shrug, don't worry.
Yeah, I think I've got to get used to Shrug's sense of humour again. It's been a while.
I'll give you a bit of a stat. So right now, 129. If they were to freeze the score here, the Czechs would have to make 99 or more to take the trophy off Gibraltar, even though it won't be them taking the trophy away. It'll be the Croatians. No ball called there. Again, it's another fielding error, and there's absolutely no one at mid-on. This is rolling. It's slowing. Katka's like a gazelle around the boundary. They'll come back for a very easy 2, but it's going to be a no ball. In fact, maybe they'll go 3. They won't in the end, but we've got a free hit coming up.
So, Terka, she's a lot to think about with the leg side again. So,
I want to say hello to Monica as well. Monica, great to see you as always. And yeah, I know that I've actually seen some of the Czech games in the German league. They've been hosted here at Vinage. I saw them on the Banks Field, I think last time I was here.
Yeah.
Monica's a very good umpire, by the way, and someone that we see from time to time on the network. This partnership, though, is going to the moon at the moment for Gibraltar.
It's a nice shot over the top, and that is going to go towards the boundary. Katka's a lot of work to do. She should get there.
Katka's an engine, though, isn't she? She loves fielding out in that region. She loves owning it. They will get back for another couple. Yeah, these two came together at 53 for 4. So they've already put on 81 now. That was a nice way to cash in the free hit. Ferrari, 40 not out at the moment.
Yeah, going well. She's a good quality cricketer, is Lizzie Ferrari, both with the bat and the ball. Just a good athlete as well. He deserves a 50 here. Still got plenty of overs to get there. And it's a good ball from Shaka. And, oh, just be a single.
We'll say Lizzie Ferrari now. She's gone past her highest score in T20 international cricket. She scored 27 against Estonia. It was back on the 21st of April. So she's well past that. And yeah, Pius as well.
There's another comment here. Teka didn't appeal for the LBW at just after the break, the first ball. And from where I stood, I thought that was a pretty good call. Nice stop there in the field. And she didn't appeal, but apparently she went up to the batter and asked if she'd hit it.
Is that right?
So I don't know why she didn't appeal, but it was a pretty good shout. It was the ball after the drinks break.
I was already handing over to Michael. That's why I missed it, but I'm going to go check it out in the replay. But let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Who are you looking forward to seeing in this European Cricket Series? Let us know in the chat. Dominators, new side to the competition, taking on Bohemians in the opener. United, Golden Ball Magnets versus Spartans. And then Prague CC, the reigning champions against Dominators in match 3. We'll also see Burno playing a couple of games, and we'll see Vinarati playing just in match 5 tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. local, which is 12:30 in India.
Yeah, it should be a really good day's cricket. Looking forward to this tournament. I think it'll be a bit closer than what it has been in the last couple of years. PCC, the dominant force.
All right.
But they are going to be...
I'm watching 10.1 right now.
Okay.
Ready? Oh.
It looked pretty close, didn't it? There's no appeal. She walked up afterwards. She walked up to the batter and asked if she'd hit it.
That's out. Case closed.
So,
anyway,
so I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, I missed it because I had someone. I think I turned my head because someone said, "Oh, you got Michael doing check commentary." Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Probably I didn't get distracted by the appeal or any noise.
There was no appeal. I don't know. No one really knows why there was no appeal. But as I mentioned, we have a new bowler.
Change bowling here. Look, here's an opportunity for Czechs to obviously kind of throw the ball around, given this situation as well. So Kaminkova, I mentioned this is their first weekend of cricket. So, yeah, I guess she's still obviously very, very new to the sport. But let's see if she can make something happen here in the 16th. This will be a free hit, though.
Oh, nice shot, 4 runs. So just straight down leg side.
I was going to mention also that Pius also has gone past her highest score of 21 in T20 international cricket, and she scored that, I think, in her very first game. That was against Estonia back on the 20th of April.
That's a fantastic partnership between these two. And again, you can see the depth of the cricket, the women's game in Gibraltar, both with the bat and the ball. So, still very early days in development in women's cricket throughout Europe, really.
Much better ball this time from Kaminkova. Worked away for a single. Real opportunity for these two. Well, now they're taking on the wrong arm there. I mean, Shaka's throwing's been a lot better in this game and keeps it to 1. Yeah, real chance and time for these two to potentially bring up their first half centuries in cricket, in T20 cricket, internationally.
Both have the opportunity. And both batting well. Nice shot there to Terka, who's not a bad fielder. Takes a little bit of time to pick it up, and comfortable single. Again, good running between the wickets between these two. It's been a highlight for me for this Gibraltarian team. So Pius now 34, Ferrari on 42. Still 4.5 overs left. Going to be a difficult total for the Czechs to get to.
Especially with the way Gibraltar's been bowling.
Yeah.
This is pulled away again, and that's Katka territory. That's Sharka, I should say, out there at the moment. Katka's now the leg side outfielder. I think Kaminkova's settled into her over quite nicely here. You know, I think her action has improved a lot. Again, I love seeing the improvement happening so rapidly in front of your very eyes.
Well, the highlight of the day yesterday, I think, when she hit that cover drive off Erin. This is going to be called a wide.
Be a no ball, I think, because it bounced the second time before the crease. But probably was going to be a wide as well. I just love what I'm seeing here. But you know, Croatians won't love what they're seeing at the moment with Gibraltar putting on a big total. He actually listed 190 expected at the moment.
I've got to say that really Gibraltar, when we saw the first day and saw the depth of their squad, and this is going to be a wide, they were definitely the favourites for this. This tournament, and I think with the win, not that it was a fluke for Croatia to beat Gibraltar, but it was a fantastic innings by the player of the tournament.
Takes some stopping, but it is well stopped there.
Yeah,
Right,
Erin. Well, this is again good running, and they could take another one. They will take another one. Again, good awareness.
Oh,
Whoa.
that could be gone if that's hit the stump.
I think she pushed it onto the stumps.
Well, you know what? This is an interesting point. We'll get to it here, but just have a look that Ferrari. She took off, but she kind of left Pius. Let's have a look at this one more time. This is the third run. Pius was in danger. Almost took the glove off.
I'm not sure.
I think it's not. I mean, she's almost made it anyway.
Yeah. I think it's too close to call. I think it's a good call by the umpire.
So, fortune favours the brave on that occasion. And it was... The gloves definitely hit the stumps at some point. It's just a question, did the ball hit the stumps first? We didn't get a great angle on that, to be honest. Anyway. Now I think this is going to be a no ball as well. Just pitching a second time. That's why I told you I liked the old law, which is a ball could bounce twice and be legal, but not 3 times. Because you can still play a genuine cricket shot to a ball that bounces twice. I think it's more of an inclusive rule.
Tell me something well, no. Let's not go back to underarm deliveries. Because they're now illegal.
No, I don't mind talking about them. Underarm is... I have no problem with someone bowling underarm. I'll tell you what. That's smashed. That's not going to be stopped at all. Ferrari moves to 49. Fantastic shot. Finishes the 16th over. Score is 155 for 4. I'll tell you what. We call the incident the underarm. But the issue wasn't that it was underarm. The issue was it rolled along the ground.
Yeah.
So...
Well, it means it only bounced once.
No, so the law says, you know, it can't bounce more than twice or roll. That's kind of what it says. So,
now it says that, but did it say that at the time?
Well, no. No, it didn't. So that's what it's brought in. But like I would even like to see underarm bowling legalised, again, because it's more inclusive, get more people in the game quicker. But again, you have the law at the moment that you can't bounce more than once. Okay, fine, if you want it to be once or twice. And then just... especially in countries where, you know, you can't find 5 genuine bowlers that can bowl with the right action yet. You can, and look, you're still aspiring to be able to bowl overarm, probably. But
well, I don't know. I've seen softball pitches.
Yeah, softball pitches are quite incredible. But the point is, underarm bowling isn't unfair. Bowling balls that are rolling on the ground is unfair.
Yeah,
you can't get under them. It's very difficult.
But the early part of cricket, the reason it's called bowling is that it was underarm.
Yeah.
And then somebody had the idea of with a straight arm bowling overarm, which is it's just the reverse of what was originally classed as bowling.
That's a very good ball first up. Shirsaga's come a long way as well during this series. I've loved her bowling. Thinker too. They won't take on Katka out there. They know she's got a strong arm. So, I mean, so the story goes, although some people dispute this, but it was actually a woman that invented, or that developed what would eventually become overarm bowling in cricket because her brother was getting her to bowl some for practice. That's a very good delivery. Gets past Ferrari, who's on 49. But because of the long dresses in those days, she had to bowl a bit round arm, and that created some interesting angles that were difficult. And then eventually people started pushing. You could bowl, but not have your hand above your elbow. And eventually they just legalised it and said, okay, fine. But you've got to keep your arm straight. Okay, here's Ferrari on 49, knocking on the door of her first ever T20I half century, but she'll have to wait a little bit longer. So the story goes. Of course, didn't happen that quickly.
Here comes bowler. Ferrari gets around the corner. We'll get a 50. Very well batted by Lizzie Ferrari. Congratulations on your first international half century. She's celebrating. Well deserved, Lizzie Ferrari.
Yeah, that's a fantastic innings from Lizzie, and you can tell how much it means to her as well. I mean, especially when you think about the circumstances, start of the innings, there's a few little wobbles there, but yeah, now she gives that indication. Gibraltar faced a fair bit of adversity. They had to play almost perfect cricket today to be in a position to raise the CE Cup, and right now they're in fantastic shape. Well done to Ferrari, 50 off 42 balls.
That'll bring Lauren Pius back on strike. She's on 37. She's looking good to get a 50 as well. Batting very, very well. Good ball there from Keshaga. And just squeezed out. Just be a single. They'll look for two. They will get two actually pretty comfortably. They'll know the weaknesses in the Czech fielders as far as the throwing goes from the boundary. But difficult now for the Czechs. These two are well set. And there are pretty easy runs to all parts of the ground as the field has been spread a bit. But yes, it's been a good spell. Still an over left after this. But bowled in the right areas for the most part. Just been really good batting.
100 partnership brought up as well. Yeah, Shrug, well noticed as well. Came up at 153, so it's 106 now. Kirasaga's look most likely to get the breakthrough.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Bowled in some good areas. Yeah, Monica just mentioning that, the overarm bowling thing. Although that is challenged in some places. They say, okay, yes, that happened, but it was also kind of starting to happen because bowlers were starting to try and push what was underarm, and then the arms were coming up. And for a while they had quite a few disputes over it, actually. If you think about chucking in the modern days, nice play by a Pius, should get a couple of runs here, moves into the 40s. So in those days, it was, certain bowlers bowled a certain way, and umpires would want to no-ball them for basically trying to bowl overarm or illegally, and had created as much controversy as you'd probably expect. 161 for 4, Gibraltar after 17 overs.
It'll be it's high score by Gibraltar in a women's T20I according to Shrug, so thanks for that information as well. Just another thing, would it be possible to get a game of cricket like it was played in the 1700s going?
That'd be so cool.
That would be great.
So rolling the ball on the ground on basically there's a guy, his name was Edward, I think it's Lumpy Stevens. Okay, and he was called Lumpy because he was really good at, you'd set out the pitch, whatever, and he'd find out the lumpiest bit, so when he bowled, it would be difficult to play. And then you need to have the old-fashioned, they almost look like hockey sticks, like field hockey sticks.
Okay.
Bats. Maybe you don't, you'd probably have to work out a moment in time. There was a point they had two stumps and they were quite far apart. So Lumpy Stevens actually pioneered, or basically convinced them to put a third stump in as a middle stump. Because he had a hat trick that none of them were out because they went in between the two stumps and under the bail. Yeah. So,
So Lumpy was too accurate.
Too accurate? See, that doesn't make sense, does it? It's more like a croquet goal or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go and get back to the action here. Ferrari 50.
Do you think ECN would cover that?
I'd be involved. I'd be interested. Especially because no one would know what they were doing. No ball called, but it was called before the second bounce. Not quite sure what it was for, but it's a beautiful strike down the ground. It's going to be 4 runs as Ferrari keeps piling on the runs here in match 6.
Is it front foot? No, it's
field. I just felt when it was called, it was.
There's not. There's.
I think that.
I thought she was in front.
No, I think maybe at fine leg she was out. One of the people wasn't quite inside the circle.
Oh, okay.
I think that was the issue there.
You said fine leg wasn't inside the circle.
Yeah,
so
I think it's
well spotted.
yeah.
It's good umpiring in a way. Very officious.
Well, it's going to be a no ball anyway.
Yeah, true.
So here comes a free hit. Ferrari was having a party out there. Gets on the walk. Another no ball, but well, they could have taken a run here, but
They can still take a run. The ball just sitting there. Pick up the ball.
Well, that's one of the latest runs that I've ever seen. To be honest, I guess that ball's alive, but I mean, the ball had cobwebs on it. It had been sitting there for so long. But I guess you count it because no one ever fielded the ball. And that'll be a no ball plus a bye. Pius will probably appreciate the opposite.
What was that no ball for, though, Vinny?
Well, I don't know, but I was mesmerised. I think it was another fielding one, the way they were pointing at fielding positions.
Okay.
All right. There's a lot happening. Poor Joshie. She's copped it. Not really her fault either. Here's another free hit.
Well, this one's hit straight. And Katka will get it. Just be a single, I think. Oh, they're going to... No, they're not going to take on her arm. So...
But I like this Ferrari is looking for that second run. And this is something we talked about before, is what I call secondary backup, which is okay. She may want the run, she may not. But she gets in a position where if she decides to go through with it, she's already made up a lot of that ground already.
No, it's very good cricket. So... Apparently... Phil G says the lumpy Stevens was he was. Guess what his profession was?
Well, I read it in the chat already.
Gardener. So he's probably the ones who put the lumps in the pitch.
Yeah. Well, he could spot it. I think that's what it was.
Okay.
That was his skill. But I think it's like 1770s or something. I just can't remember now. Anyway, Pius 42 and counting.
Doing very well for Gibraltar. Fantastic partnership this. And it should be another no ball, I think. Called it wide. Yeah.
Well, was this second bounce after the crease? I had a feeling, I didn't think it was. Again, we might not get a great look at it.
No,
that should
definitely
be
a no ball.
But anyway, Pius gets out. She'll be a bit filthy off this one.
That's a bit of delivery down leg side. It's going to go around the field. Shark has come around. They'll get two at least. I think they'll settle with the two. They might go for three, actually.
Love the acceleration, even in the running between these two. Trying to squeeze every run out of this total. And the question, what are the fastest 50s and 100s in women's T20s? I think Sophie Devine for New Zealand had an 18-ball 50. That was in Bangalore in 2015. Fastest 100. I think it was a 38 baller by Dotton for West Indies against South Africa. That was in the West Indies, I think.
That's pretty quick. It's down leg side and called a wide. Again, I don't mind this from the Czechs, giving a few of the girls a bowl. You know what I'm amazed at? That Katka Teshazikova doesn't bowl. She got the height for it.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. I mean, she's kind of a natural sports person.
Yeah, that's a better ball.
Bowling's a funny thing, though. It's a lot of moving parts. Also, it's a confidence thing. You kind of got to want to do it as well. She's so established as a bat in the side, but yeah, I think the more options they can develop, the better.
So Pius moves on to Sean 45, Ferrari's 55. And fantastic partnership here. 175 for 4. Still a couple of overs left after this.
Could get 200 the way things are going.
Could do,
Highest total now for Gibraltar in T20IWs.
It's a good ball in the air. I don't think Katka will get there. It'll go past her as well. Just got a hand onto it. And they'll come back for 2. So caught in a bit two minds whether they'll go for the catch or to just stop that one, and just got a hand onto it. Ferrari moves on to 57. Lots of 2s.
Still that Deandra Dotson, 38-ball 100. That's a very good clip, isn't it, when you consider the dynamics of some of the fields. But back to right now, and there's going to be another ball that's belted. Brilliant fielding, though. I mean, I got to say, Kaminkova has really stood up for Czechia, being asked to essentially play her first cricket. As well, there's a couple of very happy supporters.
Yeah.
Danny over there, but that was a great stop. Pius is 45, and Gibraltar 178 for 4 after 18. Ferrari on 58 or 47 balls.
Yeah, going great guns, and as is Lauren Pius. So after a bit of an early scare, losing those 4 wickets, you can see the depth in the batting for Gibraltar. They're a really good side, and just, as I said, just further ahead of the development within the country and this team than either the Czechs or the Croatians. The Croatians did beat them, though, in the game yesterday.
Outplayed them.
Yeah, outplayed them for sure.
Just looking at these two making runs in the middle order, that Deandra Dotton 100, by the way, it was actually at number 6.
Wow.
In a T20 international, which is pretty impressive as well. All right, Ferrari 58. There's 2 overs to go. Pius certainly deserves a half century as well. It's been a really incredible partnership. It's now worth 125.
Be Sagar to continue from this bottom end.
And the world works in mysterious ways, hey, with the run out backing up. Everyone was like, understandably, there's a little bit of frustration, but what it's done, it's provided an opportunity for 2 players that haven't had many opportunities to bat, I think, particularly Pius. I think when we saw her in the first day, she looked really good, but to get more time at the crease, how it's worked out. Ferrari's been able to bat for an extended period. It's brought up her maiden T20IW 50.
You're right with Pius. I mean, we saw her on the first day that she was scoring above a run a ball, which she's doing now, and missed out a bit yesterday, I think, against Croatia.
16 off 9 not out in the first game. She did miss out. She was LBW to Lydia Kvaric for just 3. Then didn't get a hit, obviously, because they only used the openers. As this one gets past the fielder. Again, Katka, she has covered so much ground today. She likes to go deep mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket. Does keep it to 2. So, only the openers used for Jib in that 10-wicket win earlier on today. So, her opportunity comes, Pius, and she's batted really, really well. Ferrari, though, is motoring. She's up to 60 now.
She's motoring. Oh, many.
Kept that one till the 19th over. It all happens in the 19th.
That's going to be a no ball, I think. For height has been called, and it's going towards a boundary. That's 4 runs.
Thought we might have a first Maximo there. That was right in the slot for Ferrari to kind of baseball it out of here, but still gets a fair chunk of it. 64 and another free hit coming up. Yeah,
been a lot of extras from the Czechs, but it's just been a great partnership, as you can see above that waist.
It's like a free hit before a free hit. Knew she couldn't get out there. Knew it was going to be called a no ball.
Yep. Well, I think when you come up and you see a ball like that, your natural instinct is try to hit it as far towards Poland as possible.
Makes sense.
So, guess it'll be a free hit. Let's see what Ferrari does with this one. And it's a pretty good ball. It's in the air. Can't get caught. Kaminkova's under it. Takes a nice catch, but unfortunately, it's not out.
Oh, second time we've seen a wicket off free hit. Time to celebrate, though.
Well,
enjoy the moments while you can. Let's give credit. It was a very, very good catch.
It was a great catch.
It was a very good catch.
Yeah.
So why shouldn't you celebrate? You saw Croatia celebrating before, even though they went down.
It is her first weekend of cricket. I don't think she quite understands why that wasn't out.
Hey, there's a lot of people that watch a lot of cricket that probably don't understand why it's not out either.
Good catch, though.
Just because you bowl... 1 ball's illegal. How come 2 balls you can't get wickets off? Doesn't really make sense.
It's this crazy game we're playing.
Exactly.
I thought she thought there might have been horses involved in this this weekend. So that or Pims.
To give you an idea, right now, at the moment the Czechs would have to score something like 160 to keep the trophy out of Gibraltarian hands, and it just doesn't seem that likely, does it? Kirsaga probably deserves a wicket to cap off her tournament.
It's Back to the keeper.
Kind of moved across a bit, so
That's fair enough.
Pete has a little bit of a generous streak there and says that one's okay.
So Pius is on 45. Couple of balls left of Kiesagar's bowling spell. This one's going to beat 2 fielders, and that's 4 runs. Moves on to 49. Lauren Pius bowled, batted very, very well. Ferrari's on 65. 190 for 4 now. They'll get over that 200, I think, with an over and a ball to come.
Brilliant timing here. Bottom hand kind of takes over. And just seeing it so well at the moment. Finds the gap, finds the boundary. 49 to Pius. Remember, her previous high score was 21 in T20I cricket. She could bring up her first 50 right here. Last ball of the 19th over.
Kiesagar. And outside off stump, called a wide.
Would have been tempted to go for that as well. Little knock and run. Probably knows she's on 49. But Kiesagar still searching for that.
There's a big gap backward of point as well. So I'm sure she'll look for that. But there are plenty of singles out there. Whether she goes for the single or the 4, not sure. That one's hit the cover, and that's a 50. Well done, Lauren Pius. You'll hear a big cheer from the Gibraltarians. And she raises a bat. Very well batted. So fantastic partnership between two. Big hug, as you can see, between Ferrari and Pius. And they know that they've got one hand on the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way at the moment, but what a partnership. What an innings from Pius individually. 6 boundaries in that 50, coming up off 39 balls, so she brings up even quicker than her batting partner. They came together at 53 for 4, but now 192 for 4. I said the 200 was a possibility. I think we might just see it with 8 required to hit that milestone in that last over. This partnership now is worth 139.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. And, well, the Czechs, it's all about performance, I think, for all these sides at the moment. And the Czechs will go winless probably in this tournament. But there's been some very good performances, and that's what it's about. It's about learning and improving. Same with Croatia. I mean, again, it was their first ever tournament. They won against the Czechs on the Friday in their first ever game, and the performances got stronger and stronger. So, as we see, last one will be Shaka to take the ball from the Zamek end.
So we've just been informed as well that because the time's run over for Czechia, they're only allowed 3 outfielders for this final over. So even more space out there. The first one will be called wide. No,
nope.
It's dead ball. It's nothing.
All right.
Wrong striker. Well, they picked that one really quickly. Yeah, there we go. Because it makes sense, Pius. I think with all the excitement of bringing up the 50, she ended up crossing back, and that's why. I suppose that's sensible. I think they pick it up just as the bowler's running in. Yeah, so highest partnerships by wicket. This partnership is now the 2nd highest of all time for the 5th wicket in T20I women's cricket.
Fantastic. Oh, this is in the air, over the fielders, and that'll go towards a boundary.
You're tired. It's a very, very tough 2. They probably can go 3
they
here.
Will go 3. That's Flamikova out there, and with a relay throw. And again, 3 runs there for Lauren Pius. Moves on to 53. Ferrari's on 65. Both have batted very, very well. Only 4 short of the 200 now. So 10 and over is good in any form of cricket.
Nepal pairing of Rabina Chetri and Pooja Mahato put on 166 unbeaten for Nepal against Maldives in a match that is the highest.
That's a good shout, that. Not out, says the umpire. Maybe going down leg. Tried to sweep it and missed it. Let's have another look. Yeah, I think it's hard to see from that angle, but I'd say probably angling down leg.
I think you're right. A lot of love for Lauren Pius at the moment in the chat, and you can imagine why. She's batted really well, but right now it's Ferrari trying to pull away.
Again, another pun. What are you doing with these puns?
Yeah, I know you love a pun. Easy 2 here. Well, easy if you've just come in. I think we've been batting for about 12, 13 overs, legging it out. It's a little bit of a different story. Should mention at the end, there are awards. There's a batting award, there's a bowling award, there's an MVP award, as well as the trophies for the runners-up and the winners of the CE Cup.
Have we mentioned the our lunchtime providers?
Oh, yeah. Good point. Good time to bring them up. 198 though on the board at the moment. Saka comes in and played away for a single. Yeah, so I want to say big thank you to Ravi, the Indian restaurant. Ravi in Empire 6 for looking after us over this weekend.
It's been good.
I think that will be in a couple of weeks as well, most likely for the ECIs.
I think so. I think there's a good selection of food.
Food's been great, and I've loved the extra chili kind of paste.
Oh, it's lime, but it's a fermented lime, like a pickled lime.
It's got a kick.
It's delicious.
I love it. 199 on the board.
It's turned around the corner. That'll be the 200 there for Gibraltar. And a big cheer from the Gibraltarians there.
Yeah, they batted so well. Highest score of the series. You can see, life works in mysterious ways. And maybe it was just meant to be that these two came together the way they did. And have really shown the depth. And now you look at, these two getting 50s. Karawan at 49 not out.
That's a good shout as well, not out. Oh, it has been given out. Well, Shaka picks up a wicket. And, well, that's it. That's the end of Ferrari.
Yeah, it took a while before I think Shaka realised that it has been given out. Got to say it looked pretty close, only because Ferrari got a long way across there and trying to manufacture something on the leg side. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, me too. Let's have a look. Almost run out as well.
Yeah, because I think she was concerned about it. I think it's a good decision, but that Shaka looked away just before the decision was given. But Lizzie Ferrari, congratulations. It's her first half century in T20 international cricket, 68 off 54 balls with 6 boundaries. Worked really hard for her runs there, and she's well received. She's set up potentially what looks like the result that will bring the trophy to Gibraltar, but still, of course, plenty that needs to be done in the second half of this match. She departs 200 for 5. And the partnership is finally broken at 147.
Yeah, really good partnership. Great innings by Lizzie Ferrari as well. So, big score. As I said, maybe both hands on the trophy, Vinny, I think, at this stage. And the Czechs have a lot to do with the bat. And don't know if they've quite got the depth in batting to do this. Shaka, though, picks up a wicket. She'll be very happy with that. The first to congratulate her was her sister, Terka.
All right, Blagg, the finisher, comes out to face one ball.
Oh, good
and
ball.
that'll be it. Poor Yanira. She probably could have used a bit more batting, but hey, she'll get more opportunities, I'm sure, young players. So exactly 200 for 5 in the end. Pius will walk off undefeated on 54 not out to Zaka Koltunova. She ends up with 2 wickets, so I mean, it's something. And obviously manufactured another wicket apart from that, but Gibraltar have put on a bit of a show. What a complete day of cricket. And they've set up in first halves. Earlier with the ball where they destroyed the Croatian batting, and they've destroyed the Czech bowling now. They'll walk off with 200 on the board. Let's go back and see the highlights, but it wasn't always plain sailing, was it, for the Gibs? And Turka put that one down, the Czech skipper. That's and again, they had that energy, didn't they, throughout the innings, and ultimately the depth of their batting shows through as they set up the 200. What a catch that was by Turka. Made up for it soon after, didn't she? And the Czechs, they had some bright moments, but they did chase a fair bit of leather as well here in match 6.
They did. I thought Kunsova bowled pretty well, got that wicket. And but you're right. This was the controversial moment that happened halfway through that innings. And,
Just look at the eyes here. She kind of looks at the batter and makes the decision. I don't think, I've done a bit of digging. I don't think there was any instruction to do that or anything like that. It was just it's just kind of a heads up play. And again, you're trying to explain to someone picking up the game how that's not all right, because it seems that every other time the line matters. Anyway, but it wasn't just that. There was some good batting. McNally again made a start. She'll be disappointed she couldn't go on to make a bigger score in the series. But yeah, sisters combined for this wicket. Nice moment for the Czech team.
Really nice moment. A little bit of a juggle, a bit of an ice cream cone, but good catch. So, but it was the partnership that is the highlight of this innings between Lizzie Ferrari and also Lauren Pias. And they punished the Czech bowling. That's pretty low on experience, but it is a team with a lot of potential. As this was the run out of Rosie Riley.
Yeah, she just kind of took off and didn't really think too much about where the ball had gone. So I got some confirmation on the numbers. So the Czechs would have to make 179 for Croatia to win the trophy. If they make 178 or less, it's going to Gibraltar. So that's the numbers we've done. The unofficial, though, haven't been wrong yet.
Well, to be fair, I think Gibraltar have been fantastic today in both games so far. We've still got an innings to go, but they did exactly what they needed to do with a good game plan in the first game against Croatia. They got early wickets, and the support unit, you're right, around Aaron Vukovic was sort of decimated, and then when Vukovic went, that was pretty much it. There was a bit of a last wicket partnership for Croatia, but they didn't lose a wicket in the run chase in that game, and in this one they're on 200. So it's a very, very good performance from Gibraltar. Very good side, as Vinny's mentioned throughout the 3 days. Much improved over the last year or so.
It goes past the 191 that Croatia scored in match 2 against the Czechs as the highest score in the series now. But yeah, what about this partnership? 147. It was a really interesting mixture of kind of power, but also some good old-fashioned elbow grease behind between the wickets as well. You could see how much it meant to them both to bring up their first ever 50s in T20 international cricket. And Gibraltar, I know they're maybe a bit ahead of where a couple of the other teams are here this weekend, but you got to remember they're still very early in their kind of journey as well. I think they played their first games over the last few months as well. That was, I thought, the chance for a Maximo. That Ferrari didn't quite get it all the way. Still, one bounce and straight into the rope. And late in the piece, we had some highlights, had some drama. We had a couple of wickets off no balls. Of course, they're not out. But still, that's a good catch nonetheless. Kaminkova showed she can catch very early in the tournament. That's Ferrari brought up her 50. And then Pius was also able to do the same. And you just feel the pure emotion between the two banners out there as they set Gibraltar on the right course. Late in the piece, Ferrari did go, trying to manufacture something to the leg side. I think that's a very good decision. Joanne Stiglitz, I know it's her first weekend umpiring here in the CE Cup. And I thought she's been very good. I had her hands full. I had to keep an eye on the field. It was illegal a few times. I think that was a spot-on decision that was given in that last over. Gibraltar end up 200 for 5. Just quickly, let's have a look at the scorecard. As Ferrari dominates 60 out of 54, 54 for Pius, and some starts from Valverde and McNally in there. But really, it was all about that partnership. 40 extras helped as well, but it really was Ferrari and Pius that stole the show.
Absolutely, and fantastic to see both Lizzie Ferrari and Lauren Pius getting 50s, international 50s, their first each. Well, 10 and over, I think is going to be too much for the Czechs. So you see the bowling figures pretty tight from Terka Kolsunova. Erika Kunsova, I think, has got good potential. Took an early wicket, and Shanka Kulsunova only 15 with those 2 wickets. One towards the end. The economy rates, well, Kaminkova went for 19, but again, it's her first ever weekend of cricket, so it's not a bad effort by her.
No, I actually really like what she's brought to the table. I hope she sticks with it. I think, obviously the more players that get involved in the system, and also she brings a little bit of maturity as well. I think to the group, even though she's new to cricket. I think that helps the whole dynamics out there. So 201 will be the victory target for Czechia. 179 is what they would need to score to keep the trophy away from Gibraltar. We'll find out what happens after this break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hidacek. Join us for the final innings of what's been an amazing weekend here in Prague. We'll be back with the conclusion of this Central Europe Cup T20IW. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. It's time for the second half of match number 6 here in the CE Cup, Central Europe Cup. 3 sides have been taking part in this, the host Czechia as well as Croatia, who've already finished their matches. They're already on the way back, in fact, making the long journey by road, about 8 hours or so to Croatia, to the capital at least. And right now, we're getting ready for the second half. Final warm-ups just taking place right now. But I can tell you the story so far is that Gibraltar scored 200 for 5, the highest score of the series so far, eclipsing the 191 scored by Croatia in match number 2. And so Czechia going out to bat. They need 201 to win the game. Probably won't matter too much to the Czechs, but if they can score 179 or more, it means that on net run rate, the trophy will go to Croatia. Otherwise, any other result, Gibraltar will win the match and the trophy. Danny Hudacek with me, and what an exhibition that was from the Gibs in the first half of this match.
It's gone perfectly to plan for them in both these games so far. There's still 1 innings to go, and it could go astray, but I don't think it will. And Gibraltar, well, as I said before, they had 1 hand on the trophy. I think they've got 2 hands on that trophy now. And really, the Czechs will have to bat out of their skins to get anywhere near this total. And there's it's a very inexperienced Czech side. Gibraltar, though, showing their quality and the depth in the batting, but they've also got fantastic bowling. As we saw in the previous game, it was Helen Mumford that opened the bowling. I don't think you'll see that. I think we'll see, I had to guess, the skipper Amy Valverde from one end, and I'd say probably Lizzie Ferrari from the other. But they've got very good bowling. Yanira Blagg has bowled very, very well this tournament, and so has Nicole Caruana. So the umpires are walking out. It'll be the final innings of this tournament, the Central Europe Cup. There's the trophy sitting over there with the names of previous winners. But this will be the first time it's a women's tournament. Of course, it's a big year in men's cricket in Europe with the qualifiers. The first qualifying round is finishing. The first group stage is finishing today in Rome. We'll see another phase in Germany, and another one involving the Czechs in Guernsey in August. So it was a good opportunity for the women's teams to come out here and play this tournament. I know it's been played in a very good spirit. Gibraltar, as you can see, they're coming out. They're really buoyed by their performances today, and I'm sure they'll wrap up the series against the Czechs. The Czechs, again, some good experience, some good performances from the Koltunova sisters. Terka, the world's youngest cricket captain, international cricket captain, at just 16. She's about to turn 17. And her sister, Sharka, has just turned 15. So that'll be a good experience for them. And Zuzka Franova will probably open the batting. The wicketkeeper has had a good tournament with the bat. And we haven't seen the best of Katka Tesajikova with the bat. The tall outfielder, specialist outfielder. I'm sure we'll hopefully get some runs on the board. It's been a bit of a dry run for her. In fact, I've seen a couple of changes in their batting lineup, which is good to see. It looks like it's Kirsagar and maybe Joshi. We'll confirm that in just a moment. Well, they're not the 2 batters out there. So there we go. It is Joshi, and there they are, Kirsagar and Joshi, the 2 batters. And it will be Helen Mumford. Interesting. So Helen Mumford, it seemed like it was a tactic against Erin Vukovic earlier on. Did get a wicket yesterday, and it was a good ploy. Obviously, they like the way this works with Mumford. Not too much pace on the ball. It'll be Kirsagar to face. 201 the target. So it's going to be a tough one for the Czechs.
Be a great story if they can pull it off, though.
It would be a great story. Change in openers, Vinny.
Yeah, trying something different. Again, Yeah, I thought Katka might be an opportunity for her to go to the back to the top of the order, I should say. Sticking with Mumford, opening up. She did well earlier on. So
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? It's hitting to the covers. No run.
Gibraltar really put on a show in the field earlier on today. You mentioned how they they took out the support structures, kind of like when you spray over the security cameras before you rob the bank. And they were eventually able to clear out the safe by running out Vukic with an incredible direct hit from sign-on by Rosie Riley. Give me a no ball, though. I think that's twice before the line.
I'm losing patience with the people in the chat. Jamie Bozier, pull your head in. It's a 15-year-old who knows very little about cricket. It's got my goat up.
Yeah, okay. So. Okay, this is what I will say. Right? And explain this to someone that's new to cricket. Because the cricket fraternity split, by the way, on whether it's even unsporting or not. Some people would say it's unsporting to leave your crease. But you know what she said? They tried that again, not they, but Croatia actually attempted that when she was batting, and she didn't leave early. She didn't go, and she said the ball before I noticed that she was leaving early. It's a nice shot by Kshisago, who's going to get 4. Really nice cut shot to get the scoring underway. Yeah, so just I don't want to harp on it too much, but she said, well, I noticed the ball before that she left before I bowled, so the next time I thought I'd get her out.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's very hard to argue with that logic. So, yeah, I mean, we're not going to get drawn into it again. But like I said, some things in cricket are hard, some aren't hard. And
True.
And waiting till the ball is bowled to leave your crease, or should be bowled, isn't hard. And Amy, at the end, she'll, and most cricketers, if that happens to them, and I've seen it happen a few times, at the end they say, well, yeah, I am angry, but I'm angry at myself.
Yeah.
Because I made an error. That's true.
I'm just angry at some of the people in the chat. No, I've got every right to be angry at people in the chat going on about this with something that's in the past. So let's concentrate on this cricket.
Yeah,
and
it is.
Good start by the Czechs. 7 off the first 3 balls. This is going to be called a no ball, and they'll take a single. They have to hurry. Good work there by Sally, and just a no ball in the end. Not out. Well, Sally's pretty convinced, I think. Let's have a look.
Wow, it's been given. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, I think she didn't get a bat down.
I think that's out.
Yeah.
No, I think it's the right decision. I mean, it took a long time for the decision to come in. And we'll see it here. But I think it is out.
I agree.
It's not really the greatest bat sliding, but the bat's still in the air.
Sally's taken the ball, put it on the stumps. That's out.
Yeah.
Great decision from the umpire. Sally knew it was out. I'm not sure if Pete Vincent had a chat to Joanne at square leg.
So I think Joanne was checking. Did the ball go onto the stumps cleanly?
Mm-hmm.
And Pete says, yeah, I think, in my opinion, yes. And Joe says, yeah, well, I think so too. Good communication between the umpires there, but you got to feel for Kshisago, who played that really nice shot for 4. But suddenly you feel like the ECS has come a bit early. We've got no ball plus run out, free hit to come. New striker will be out there. And the score is 8 for 1. And Turka wants looks like she wants the kind of, what do you call it? The kind of rib guard, a chest guard. But I don't think you'll need it against Mumford, who probably wouldn't leave a bruise if she hit you with it. But anyway, here we go. And it's a good old-fashioned backyard cricket rules. I know that's how Turka started playing, just in the backyard with Michael Onge was kids. And Michael can't get out first ball.
Yeah, true, actually. I never thought of that. Not 6 and out either. So, but really good feeling from Yanira Blagg. And again, Sally Barton, she knew it was a wicket. She turned around and was like, why wasn't that out?
Yeah.
But really good work from Sally Barton as well to push that onto the stumps. So, Turka, well, thanks. Face the first ball from Mumford. A big swing and a miss. Good bowling.
We called it wide though, so
that was a pretty tight one.
Yeah, let's have a look here. Just that late movement maybe gets the goat of Pete Vincent. Extends the arms. Means this is still a free hit. I love the energy that Turka brought to her batting yesterday. Half century. I mean, no ball. So this is going to be another free hit. This time Joshi will get the opportunity.
So it bounced twice from Mumford, who I think has, again, bowled really well in this tournament. A little bit inconsistent, but when she gets it on the spot, it's a difficult pace to get away. Gets a little bit of outswing as well with this this breeze. So have a look. Gives it lots of air. It's turned around the corner. It's going to be
no ball for height, I think, this time.
Oh, I don't know. That would looked all right to me, but I guess Pete's got a better view than us. Let's have another look.
I mean, it was high. Was it coming down quickly enough?
Yeah, fair enough. I'd touch and go that way, I guess. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yep. So another no ball, another free hit. Bring Tadka back on strike. There's getting a bit of assistance there from Yanira Blagg.
And I know that a few people are griping about it, and I can understand that, but I don't think there's any issues between the players at all. I think they're all still getting on well. And like I said, if you're new to the game, try explaining to someone new to the game why that's not okay.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a line there. That won't make any sense to them. But I mean, we'll leave that back where it belongs in the first innings for now. Here's Mumford trying to get out of this first over.
I think I'm starting to understand Shrug's humour. Good work by the young lass behind the stumps. So, lovely comment there, Shrug. I totally agree with you. Fantastic work from the young lass behind the stumps.
She's young at heart, and I like that she's all the way up here to Mumford. I think that's good positioning.
So, fair enough.
Yeah, I think that one came back a little bit. Turco wants the wide, but I think it probably was close enough to be legal. Moved inside it slightly, didn't she?
So it's a few runs here for the Czechs. They're above the run rate, in a sense, aren't they, Vinny?
Yeah, they are right now. And this will help as well. Potential 2 there. Some good arms, though, on the Gibraltarians. And this was powerful. Oh, well, it still might be out.
Oh, I think it might be. Pete Vincent didn't want anything about it. The bail came off. Let's have a look if Joshy gets back. There's no real, I don't think, was there much of an appeal?
There's definitely an appeal. I got to say, it might have been a slow bail fall, but I actually reckon, here we go. She does really well. She throws on and...
Oh, yeah, I think she had to just plonk the bat over.
At the moment the ball hits the stump, she's definitely out.
The umpire's in a very good position, but let's have a look. We're rocking and rolling it, but there's this...
It's an element of doubt, I guess, but see there.
Hit the base.
Yeah.
Hit the base, Vinny.
Just out, but you need the hit the base, but even hit the base is part of the stumps.
Yeah, I guess.
So yeah, like if you had a replay there that you could use, it would be given out.
Oh.
But hey,
benefit of the doubt, Vinny.
That's the way it goes.
That's
benefit of the doubt. But that's also why I like in ECS cricket that we can use the replay, because it rewards fielders in a game where it seems that batters seem to have everything going their way. 15 for 1 after 1.
So the Czechs ahead in the run rate. Valverde is the new bowler, but it was an expensive over there from Mumford.
Hello to Richie Cunningham and Seb Maynard as well. Nice to see you guys. Predicting a 5 for Amy. Well, Amy is going to bowl, and I think this might be to do with the fact that Ferrari has just batted the equivalent of a marathon in that first innings, and yeah, Amy gets a chance to use this new ball.
She's a good bowler, though, Amy Valverde.
Yeah, definitely. And they're predicting a 5 for. Let's see. And, well, Amy was the one involved in that run out earlier, but yeah, Jib's falling on their feet in the end. Hello to you guys anyway, watching from Gibraltar. Hopefully I see you there again soon. Now here comes the chest guard. So to Mumford. All right. Okay, I think I'll be all right. But
well, she asked for it against Vukovic yesterday, which I understand totally. And Valverde, well, I mean, she can get the ball to come up a bit.
And if you're used to wearing it,
yeah,
then it's not really a problem. So yeah, good to see that they've got that equipment available. Anyway, Amy would love to take a bag here. What a turnaround from Gibraltar, though. At the start of the day, you would have said they had to do something incredible if they were going to raise the trophy. They have been incredible today.
Well, I think they've been good throughout the tournament. It was the fact that I think the Croatians played around Vukovic.
Yeah.
And they had good performances around that. I'm not taking anything away from the rest of the Croatian side. They did their part and very, very well against Gibraltar yesterday. But today it was the 3 early wickets and then Then Erin, who went, and this is gone. Well, caught and bowled. In fact, it's a no ball.
Yeah, it looked high to me, I got to admit straight away. She kind of pokes at it with a horizontal bat. And I think you can see there by the smiles that Gibraltar knew that was going to be called as well. Check it out here on the replay. It's a pretty good catch by Valverde in her follow through. But yeah, for me,
yeah, I'd say so.
it's
Just
above the waist, and that won't count. Free hit then to come.
it's, well, they'll get a leg by. I think it's I don't know where it's hit the batter, but it'll I'll go through for.
She might be wondering how many more of those chest guards are around. Oh, that one will have actually hit the kind of the back hip.
There's the call, leg by.
Yeah, slightly higher than the leg though. Ouch.
That'll bring Kolsunova on strike, who hit a 50 yesterday. Lovely innings against Croatia. 52 not out, the highest ever by a Czech women's batter in an international. She's on 3, Joshi on 1. Score 17 for 1. The score's pretty big. That's Valverde again. This is going to be called a wide.
This has been the frustration for Amy. A lot of balls out there have swung, and then when she's tried to bowl straighter, they haven't. So you're just trying to work out what that ball's doing. I think it's a great opportunity for her to bowl with this new ball. You've still got Ferrari available. There is a bowling award and a batting award as well as the MVP. Typically, I imagine they're going to go to 3 different players as well, and so there's a few bowlers in the frame I can think of. Ferrari for me probably has been the bowler of the tournament.
She's been very good.
And that was a pacey delivery, wasn't it? Turka keeps it out. Rushed onto a hit high on the bat.
Yeah, you have to say, I think a batter of the tournament, Vukovic definitely with what she did, but she's got the player of the tournament. If there's 3 different players, I think the other 2 have to go to the Gib players. This one's going to be called a no ball as well. It's got through the keeper, and a big run, and Joshi makes her way to the other end. So they'll take again 2 no balls. A little bit scrappy with these no balls from Gibraltar. Is that the second for the over, Vinny?
It is actually. So here's the thing: if she was to bowl another one, she wouldn't be able to bowl anymore. That's the second and final warning. So
is that just in this over, or
it's for the rest of this match? If she bowls another high
in this over or in any
at all. So
okay.
even if it's next over, it'll be the last ball that she bowls. Down the leg side, this will be called a wide. Just a bit of Cyprus news. Looks like the Cyprus women have already brought up a series win, but in around about, I'm going to say, half an hour. And maybe after this finishes, you can turn on. And the deciding match in the men's, it's locked at 2-2 right now. And so not often we get to a live game 5 in an ECI. So something maybe we'll flick on later at the hotel.
This is going to be out, and that's it. The end of Joshi. Well, is it a no ball? Have I?
Yeah,
it's still a no ball.
It was a no ball, and then it was a wide, which kept the free hit alive.
Yeah,
I'm getting gun shy now with these, but yeah.
It's like VAR decisions where you just can't celebrate a goal until it goes to the rigmarole of finding some way to disallow it.
Soon we'll just get the supercomputer to simulate the game, and they can tell us who won later. Anyway, next one's not going too far either. Joshi finding it hard to score. Valverde, bit of a mixed bag, but decent on the scoreboard with 4 against her name. If you add in by and a leg by, there were 6 off the over, and the score is 21 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, again, the check's on target. And it's to be fair, it's been a bit scrappy with the bowling from Gibraltar so far, as we see here the table. Well, Vinny, run us through the equation again.
So obviously, if Gibraltar win, they're on 6 points. Then it goes to net run rate. Gibraltar a little bit behind, which means they need to win by a certain amount. And what is that amount? Well, that amount is they need to win by 22 runs or more. And essentially that means that they need to hold Czechia to 178 or less because they scored 200 in their innings.
Well, the check's on target, only 4 runs off the bat. The score is 21 after 2. So it's been a little bit scrappy from the Gibraltarians at the moment. Yeah, but I'm sure they'll bring it back.
It's been un-Gibraltar-like, really.
Absolutely.
But, hey, It's only a couple of overs. They are going to stick with Mumford. I wonder if they were tempted to change the bowler here. I'd be interested to see someone like a Yanira Blagg with a new ball.
Yep.
So we might even get more swing. Seems like everyone wants to bowl at this bottom end, though. So Mumford is a kind of specialist from that top end.
You get that sometimes. And
It's slightly uphill, right, here at Vinosh when you're bowling from that end.
slightly, but it's, I don't know, it's a psychological thing. It's not a physical thing. There's nothing wrong with bowling from that end. But it's not as though I've played on grounds where you're literally running uphill. But
So the real slope is the slope inside your mind.
yes, so I don't know why. People or bowlers prefer to bowl from this bottom end, but you tend to find that that's what happens.
This is the end we normally bowl from, this bottom end in the ECS as
Yep,
well.
yep.
I just wonder if she might have got a little bit of ban on that last delivery. It wasn't called a wide. It was pretty wide.
It's going to be a no ball.
And that, again, that's maybe a bit of inexperience there, Turka. As soon as you see a ball that's going to bounce twice, treat it like a free hit. You can't be caught, you can't be bowled or anything like that. It can only really be run out. So that was kind of a free hit before a free hit. Mumford, I think, maybe also kind of showing a few signs of fatigue into their fourth match over a 3-day weekend here.
So she might have hit that onto a leg. It's going to be called a leg bye. It's Koltsunova. It will be called a leg bye, so still one more to the extras. I thought she got something on it, but let's have a look. No, maybe just straight off the pad. The Joshi rushing through. She's hit pretty well straight. There's a fielder there. That's a dot ball. 24 for 1. Still up with the required run rate. But that's, as I said, it's probably from some ill-disciplined bowling. There's another wide there from Mumford. And good awareness there from Terka to take an extra one. That's 2 off that one.
Yeah.
It's called a no ball, actually.
Yeah, it's no ball. I think pitches off the pitch in the first place. But, yeah, I think Mumford just kind of lost the mojo for right now. No, I think they'll make a change at that top end. Yeah, not a lot of wind at all. We had that wind gust, which basically blew everything over early on. But since then, it's been pretty calm.
Where did that come from? Was it the butterfly effect, Vinny?
Well,
Something happened in Malaysia
wings.
somewhere. It's a nice shot around the corner by Terka. At least 2 on. She'll be running to the danger end, but definitely on Joshi. Is still going.
Yeah, there's a butterfly just right on cue on the camera.
Yeah.
Someone's listening. But, yeah, well legged out by Teresa Koltsunova. There's that look at the camera work here from Spring Media.
Very
they
nice.
are second to none when they give us that National Geographic bonus footage.
What species was that, Vinny? Or just white? Oh, nice shot. And could be just in front of the fielder. Chance for a run out.
I think it was a Moravian white wing, actually. Look
could
that
be.
one up on the Google.
This is pretty well hit. Fielder not quite able to get there.
Turka's got real quick hands when she bats. I like that. She's got a real kind of snap of the wrists. This could be another no ball again. Well, she probably should have swung it. It won't need to because it gets through Barton. And Gibraltar's a hatful of extras so far.
The checks are on target. But it's
But yeah, I mean, Valverde, who has had issues. Mumford's had issues. I mean, Ferrari, I'd be saying, look, Lizzie, how are you feeling here? Although...
Well, there's still... Yanira Blagg, I think, is a good call. She keeps things pretty tight. Might lose 1 and over, but generally is right on target. Mumford, this one is well hit there by Terka. There's a player out there. Just be a single.
Yeah, we'll field it out there.
Good field positioning as well from the skipper. By putting someone out at long on.
It's the end of the over as well, so 3 overs in. Czechia are 32 for 1. Making a solid start here, but like I said, there's a lot of help with extras. We're already up to 19 extras in 3 overs.
So it was Sri Sagar who was run out She was looking pretty good, actually. Hit a nice 4.
Yeah, only just run out as well.
Mm.
Good improvisation by Barton just to kind of throw that ball onto the wickets. And that was a run out off no ball as well, which was a bit of a shame for the Czechia fans. Anyway, now they are going to Lizzie Ferrari. I think that they've given her the little whisper saying, "All right, Lizzie, you've had 3 overs to recover.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get you out there." And I like her bowling while this ball's fairly new as well. This is going to be a good contest. It's going to be Turka Koltsunova that's going to be facing up in the 4th.
I think, did they just get a quick drink? I'm not sure. But you're right. I think Lizzie Ferrari will tighten things up. And there'll be a change from the other end as well. I would bring Yanira Blag on. Probably will be Nicole Caruana, though, from the top end, I would say, at a guess. As Ferrari comes in, bowling to Terka. Right on the money, straight up. Good ball.
7 wickets in the series for Ferrari.
Mm-hmm.
I think she has been the bowler for me, the way she's bowled, but also the wickets she's been able to get. I mean, obviously the obvious comparisons, Vukic, who bowled really well, but just seemed to struggle.
She didn't get many wickets, I don't think.
Struggled to actually get the breakthroughs as Ferrari with her natural outswing. I think it's just a bit more dangerous, I suppose, against a certain type of batter at this level.
Yeah, agreed.
Straightening the ball, stump to stump.
It's a nice shot. Pick the gap. Player coming around should stop it. They'll just get the single.
I think on the clean pickup they decide, okay, we're not going to go for the 2. But that's a really nice shot from Turka. She's very strong, like I said, fast hands, especially with slightly short of a length. She just kind of whips through the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very strong on the leg side. And her game will improve, and she'll get more shots selections, especially outside off. I think that'll happen naturally for her. So it's Ferrari bowling to Joshi. So it's down leg side and, well, not called a wide. She moved out of the way, but I think it's a pretty fair call. Not too far away from those stumps and from the batter.
I think it's a fair call. Yeah, she couldn't quite deal with that delivery. That's one I think the batters need to get a bit more used to, rather than just kind of getting out of the way. Throw your hands through it. You know, just sweep that bat in front of the pads and see if you can use the pace. Maybe get it away to fine leg for a run or 2.
We have seen quite a few batters get LBW, and also one bowled yesterday.
Yeah.
In Kamikova.
I worry about Barton's feet. There's 25 small bones in your foot, and that's rattled quite a few of them. But she seems to like that stomp technique.
Yeah.
Either that or give her the good old, the old-fashioned hockey goalie foot coverings, the pads. Just protect those things.
It's a nice shot, turn around the corner.
That's more like it. It's not that dissimilar to the ball that she kind of let go, but she was able to glance it away for a single. Good batting.
Yeah, it is. Brings Terka Koltsunova back on strike, the skipper for the Czech Republic.
I wonder if they'll bring Caruana on that bottom end. They've been bowling her more and more, and she likes that end, I think. She's had success at that end. Maybe she's an option.
Just hit in the air, and they'll just get a single. I think they might look for 2, but it's risky. Bowler's end and drops it. Unfortunately, if Lizzie Ferrari couldn't hang on to it, came in pretty hot, and a well-run 2 in the end.
Golden opportunity for Ferrari. Well, we saw a miss from about 0.3 of a centimetre yesterday. This one, not quite as simple. It skips off the turf. This is one, though, she doesn't need to worry about going to the stumps. But she just needs to catch it in the first place, and you can see the frustration. Still, no harm, no foul. They will get 2. I wonder what's happening here.
That was the end of the over.
Yeah, well, that would explain it. That's the end of 4:36 for 1. You can see that Jack's had a good start, but that red line's been set at a cracking pace of 10 and over here in match 6.
Just dropped below the required run rate. But also 1 wicket. It's looking pretty good. So, and with... As we mentioned, Teshazikova yet to bat well in this this tournament. She's the one with the pads on that I can see. She's a big hitting batter.
Yeah, I think she's an ideal selection to come in next. Give her every opportunity. I think though, compared to Croatia, I think Croatia are a good matchup for Katka against Gibraltar. I think the nagginess of their attack, I don't know if that's a word, but there's kind of more bowlers, I think, that can bowl wicket-taking deliveries rather than just kind of try and frustrate you.
Yeah, agreed. So it'll be think it's Caruana who's going to be bowling from the top end.
I think it might be Valverde who's coming back, actually. So she's going to bowl from the end. She was bowling most of her overs from earlier in the series. I suppose it didn't really happen for her at this end. So going from the far end, see if she can make this breakthrough. Joshi, 2 of 14 balls so far, but the team run rate is 9 and over thanks to 19 extras. You know, we didn't get any in that last over from Ferrari, which is a good sign.
Here comes Valverde, and a good start for her. Nice shape as well.
Yeah, I mean, that first ball make all the difference. Although she has to be just wary that she doesn't bowl another high or above waist on the full delivery.
I wonder if the umpires are, I'm sure they're on top of it.
I'm pretty sure they will know, because they're on top of most things in the first innings this week as well, for that matter. Good swing there from Amy.
It's well played by Josh. He didn't really move the bat too far, but again, right on the money by Valverde.
It's funny how, change of end, just change of feel. Suddenly she's getting the movement she wants. She's getting the consistency she wants. I think she's led the side really well, Amy, and she'll be very, very proud should they be raising the trophy this afternoon. Oh, no.
Well, it's called a no ball, and that should be the it for...
Yeah, that's good. It is a no ball for height as well. Now, the only other thing is, in T20 international cricket, if this is not considered in the batter's vicinity, then it won't matter. So actually, I think this is probably a good call if they don't take her off, because this one was not... They talk about the batter's coffin, which I think is a bit morbid, but they're basically the box where the batter is. So because that wasn't directed towards the batter, it doesn't carry a warning.
That's
and for that reason, she can still bowl, which I like it in this case.
That's fair enough. It's looks like it's Blagg doing a shoelace again. Oh, these youngsters with shoelaces.
And then the other thing is, I should also say, the warnings are meant to be balls that have the potential to cause injury. So, for example, if the ball is being bowled very slow, then you're probably not going to get warnings or no balled out of the attack for that.
Sure. Well, originally it was intimidatory bowling, wasn't it? I think was the rule.
Yeah, that's short pitch bowling has got its own kind of playing conditions and things like that.
Well, no, it was to do with, it's tucked. Oh, I thought it got a piece of that. No, I think that it was called intimidatory bowling with those full tosses, and it used to only apply to faster bowlers. Yeah. Now it's spinners as well, which I think is a good rule.
Yeah, I just think because then you've got lots of bowls that kind of on the cusp of between. I call them hybrids. Like they're too quick to be a spinner, they're too slow to be considered really a fast bowler.
Nice shot out there on the leg side. Should come back for a couple. It's a good fielder out there in Ferrari. In fact, they'll just take the single.
Just ultimate respect for the arm of Ferrari. I think there was a 2 there if they turned quickly.
Don't know if they would have made it. It would have been Tucker running to the danger end. Well, not too much difference in the scores at the moment. Gibraltar were 41 for 2 at this stage. And Czechs 39 for 1. Going okay. Koltunova on 11. Joshi on 2. Has been a lot of extras though. Valverde's brought this over back a little bit. And again, stopped by Sally behind the stumps. So Joshi 2 of 18. She's absorbed 3 overs. And doing okay. But we saw a batter retired yesterday. I think it was it Vulfova? I think.
Yeah.
Oh, bowled around the legs. Well, that's the end of Joshi. Fantastic bowling there from Valverde. Let's have a look at this.
This really hooped. Really hooped. This is a fantastic delivery from Amy Valverde. Well, revenge is a dish best served cold, and this was ice cold, wasn't it? Swings round the legs. Just have a look at this one go left to right on your screen.
Wow. Top of leg stump. Fantastic bowling.
Almost got whiplash from the head going back. Couldn't believe her ears there, could she? as that will be the end of Joshi for 2, 39 for 2. But what a delivery from Amy Valverde.
Yeah, fantastic. Bring a dangerous batter out. And I was just about to say that she's absorbed 3 overs, has Joshi, just for that 1 run. Sort of done her job in a way. But now I've got a dangerous batter in Tesha Zikova, who we saw on the first day didn't like anything on leg stump. It was just sort of leaving them and didn't quite know what to do. But I'm sure she'll would have had a look at what she did. And I remember she had a very short innings yesterday being run out.
And these two were batting together yesterday.
They were.
Hey, just mentioned in the chat a while ago, I missed it. I wanted to mention it. But yeah, shout out to Desika, who's been managing the Czech women's team this weekend.
Yep.
Normally plays when she can, but right now that is not possible. So she's still handling the team, doing really well. So what's coming up tomorrow, by the way, more T20 international cricket coming to you from Cyprus. So we'll kind of switch. We'll switch to T10. They'll switch to T20. You see 2 men's matches there and a women's match, and it starts pretty early in the morning. It's 5:45 a.m. GMT, 7:45 in Central Europe, 11:15 in India. Cyprus versus Estonia. So great opportunity around like a 2-week ECN adventures to slot in some T20s and to televise them.
Absolutely.
Official
I
T20s.
love seeing international cricket at this level. Oh, it's a good ball. Lucky to still be there, Terka. Really good ball there from Ferrari.
It's funny because no wind, so both of these bowlers are getting their natural outswing movement. That's the kind of ball that has been very, very effective for Ferrari. That one just bounced too much.
Just a little bit. And well, Koltunova not being able to handle that one. Comes Ferrari again. This one's kept out by Koltunova that time.
She has kind of a little bit of a blind spot still, Terka, I think, with balls around that off stump. She handles that one pretty well, but it's all to do with the kind of the back lift and to make sure the bat's coming through straight, so she's not trying to hit across everything. It adds I suppose, an unnecessary element of risk, particularly for balls that are pitched up. The ones that are a bit shorter, she tends to be able to see them. She's got such a good eye. She hits most of them.
She's still learning her craft, is Koltunova.
Kind of like there. I mean, that's one that I think over time she'll learn how to drive that one powerfully through the offside.
Yeah.
So see how she's trying to still kind of hit this. The bat is coming through from wide and it's coming through towards that leg side really.
And it's all arm as well. There's no body movement, no movement forward, no step forward. But she'll learn. She'll learn, and she'll be able to watch the replays here and see how to improve her technique. That's Ferrari again. It's been a good over so far. This one's dropped a little bit short. Powered through the leg side. That's going to go for 4. Nice shot. Just a little bit shorter there from Ferrari, and Koltunova, she's very strong in that area. Moves up to 15.
Yeah, and that's
43 for 2.
Illustrated my point there as well. See, that was a little bit shorter, so she gets to look at it, and it's almost like a tennis shot. It's like a forehand, right? It comes through, bang, hits it, gets it through the field, times it really well. It's that the ball's pitched up a bit more. That's the kind of one that she's still, I think, going to struggle with at this stage. But she's such a prodigious young talent, though.
Yeah, a very nice shot, but that's definitely her strength.
Ferrari's clever, though. You watch this, will be more pitched up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the right area to bowl to Terka. It is pitched up and gone. Well, you picked it, Vinny. And it's a great piece of bowling there from Ferrari, and Koltunova goes for 15. Really good piece of bowling. And there's that celebration, which is called, I don't know, the frottage.
I don't know what it's called. The celebrating's contagious. Well, I promise you, I'm not a time traveller, but I could see this coming because Ferrari got a bit short, got hurt. She knows how to make the adjustments. It's a very good piece of bowling. Again, that stump-to-stump line. She has her 8th wicket in the series. Terka just couldn't quite keep this one out. Brave effort from the captain, but she'll have to go for 15. The score's 43 for 3.
Yeah, just played the wrong line slightly. And, yeah, it's again, it's been a good tournament for Terka with the bat. Scored a 50 yesterday. Looked pretty good today as well, but will improve as time goes by. She's only still very young.
Yeah.
And has done really well captaining this Czech side at such a young age.
I can't even imagine what it would feel like to be kind of thrust into that position so young, but she just seems to have a cool head. I think she's enjoying her cricket.
Yeah. That's
what it comes down to. Win or lose, she's trying to get the best out of her team. Some really inexperienced players in this weekend as well, but yeah, it's probably the last we'll see of her in this CE Cup. But it'll be front of her to come out and have a hit at number 5.
I think she's batted really well. Opened the innings and And what she did well was to keep Aaron Vucevic quiet in the game against the first game against Croatia, and she's a good bat. And well, these two can be pretty dangerous, I think. Front of her and
Tesazhikova.
Tesazhikova.
We've been getting better with the Czech names.
Yeah.
You're still a bit ahead of where I am. The R with the little V
it's,
on the
it's
top.
brutal. It's yeah. That's a no, left that one. That was a flashback to the previous over.
Yeah, well, if this one was a Disney movie, it would have been Frozen, because she does not move a muscle. It's close enough to not be called a wide, and that will be the end of the over. The score is 43 for 3. Nice to see Charles and Richie in the chat, just saying a bit of banter there. Charles saying Amy clearly the best cricketer in the household, and Richie with the wicket. Not that one, but the one before, saying Amy 1 out of 5. They're predicting a Valverde 5, but they might not get the opportunity to see it if Lizzie continues to take wickets. Lizzie, legend, says Richie in the chat. Hello, Richie. Hopefully I'll see you soon.
It'll be Valverde to continue and be bowling to Tesazhikova, who, as I said, hasn't had the best of tournaments.
Great opportunity for her. I mean, no real pressure here. Nothing to lose. Go out, play your shots. But she's going to have to deal with the swinging ball. Valverde and Ferrari both have it going. Kaka just needs to follow her natural instincts, though, and bat fearlessly.
If she hits one off the stuff there at the centre, that'll really get her going. She's a powerful hitter there at the ball. One's gone down leg. And they'll just, I think it'll be a bye.
Yeah, I mean, she does step inside, but how wide was it? Yeah, obviously not wide enough. She's called a bye. Let's just look at it. She does kind of, she likes to bat outside leg. It's because she's looking for stuff outside off.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Yeah, I think it would have hit her in the original start, so that's why it is a bye. Tough take for Barton down the leg side.
Bring front of her back on, or front of her on strike for the first time from Valverde. And got another one. Is that around the legs again? I think it might be, you know.
Well, I mean, soon. I mean, we got 3. Are we going to get 4? Are we going to get more celebrating a coordinated outfit? And right now, they're a winning outfit, Gibraltar. What a super Sunday for them. This one for me, live, I thought actually swings the other side of her pad. So it's not around the legs, but the replay will tell the story. Valverde, well, there's 2 out of 5. Have a look here.
Yeah, it went straight through her. Let's have a look. And between her legs.
Yeah, gone through the legs.
Whoa.
So in a sense, we're both right. It's a Meg. And, well, if there was an award for celebrations as well, Gibraltar would probably win that too.
I recognise that one. That's a Ronaldo.
Yeah. The Portuguese side have been in action in Italy last week or so. Maybe they can take a few notes. Yeah, got a feel, though, for front of it. Gets a good ball that swings down the line. 44 for 4. But it's a very good piece of bowling from Amy Valverde.
Yeah, she's right on song, isn't she? So, it'll bring... Is it Kaminkova? No, it's not. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it might be
Kaminkova. And again, she has had some interesting moments with the bat. She plays a great shots. Also, occasionally has just kind of been fresh out of luck, thinking of a shot to play. So with those balls that are swinging back. Here we go. This should be interesting.
And, well, gone. So straight through her. And Valverde and a hat-trick. And the chat, they predicted 5. They've got 3.
Well, there's a lot of celebrations that we're going to go through here, I think. And, yeah, it was always going to be tough to deal with a ball like this. It ends up going back to middle stump once it starts to swing. And Kaminkova, yeah, it's a rough one to get first up, to be honest. Never easy when you're first coming to the crease. Straight through. And one thing we haven't had so far in this series is a hat-trick. And this, it's the old finger guns this time. Kaminkova loved her enthusiasm for the game. Unfortunately, she's going to go first ball here. And
first golden duck of the tournament, I think, Vinny. Is it?
I think we had one earlier on, right?
Maybe one. There was
Lizzie Ferrari, I think, was on a hat-trick earlier.
So it's Sharka Koltunova who'll be facing the fire from Valverde on a hat-trick. She's just needs to keep it out, but it's perfect bowling from Valverde. Let's have a look.
Zaka to face the hat-trick ball.
And keeps it out. Still good bowling, though. Low full toss. They've got a single, actually.
I don't know how that's been misfielded.
I don't know how it went that far. How did it get that far?
I don't know. Osaka, I don't know what she's eaten in the break, but that's gone miles. That was a very good hat-trick ball, though. I think that was a similar kind of delivery. I got to say, it's well done to keep it out. Low full toss in the end, but the line was spot on. Gets through 3 Gibraltarians.
Placement by Shaka.
Well, we've seen one go through the legs of a batter. That goes through the hands of 3 of the fielding side. This is a great over from Amy. Well, 3 out of 5 now, of course, as noted in the chat.
Comes in again, bowling to Sajikova. Bit short and missed out there. You could see where she wanted to hit it. There's no one back on the offside either. I think tried to belt it too hard and just missed it. That's her game, though, Katka. I said she's not had the best of series, but once she gets one out of the middle, it'll settle her and she'll get a feel for it. That's going to be called a wide. Looking for it again. That's the area she likes, though.
Still,
outside off stump.
She's moving the ball right now. And the thing is, you got Ferrari operating at the other end, bowling similar kind of testing deliveries. Ferrari's only bowled 2 overs, still has 2 to go. Valverde is into a 3rd now.
There's still a lot of bowling to come for Gibraltar as well. Nice.
Haven't seen Blagg yet, haven't seen Caruana yet, haven't seen Pius yet.
This one's going down leg, and they're going to take a single. Well, that's very good awareness there from Shaka. There was no one there, just a leg by, and very good awareness. It'll be the end of the over. Very good one there from Valverde. She's after her 3rd over, she's got 3 for 8, and the Czechs 47 for 5 after 7. As you see here, really good economy rate for Valverde and those 3 wickets. Ferrari with a wicket as well. Mumford a little bit expensive, mainly with the extras. That experiment, I think, worked pretty well this morning to keep Vukovic tied down, but probably not working too well here.
Hasn't really, but it's allowed Amy to bowl with not a brand new ball. I don't know, she just seems to be still getting this win, but controlling it a bit better. So, all things considered, Gibraltar very, very happy where they're at in the game. 47 for 5. Ferrari has the right of reply.
So we're bowling to Sajikova, who's yet to get off the mark. It'll be a good contest, I think. And just turned around the corner. I think got a bit of bat, and they'll look for 2, and they'll get it pretty comfortably. Good athlete is Katka.
That's the exact shot that she was struggling to find when she needed it. It's kind of angled in towards the body, and she was just kind of letting these hit her or stepping inside it. So obviously, again, I think the videotape helps with that. She's seen it, and
nice shot.
Yeah, plays a really nice little clip.
Day one, she would have let it hit her.
Yeah, exactly. Just get the hands out in front. You've got nothing to lose really if you do that.
Ferrari comes in again, and this one's a bit short. Didn't quite get hold of it. Straight back to the bowler.
Frustrated there. I think that's one. She likes that offside. She's a little bit of an opposite, isn't she, Katka, to a lot of the newer players, because she likes that offside. That was there to hit. Instead, she kind of mishit it back to the bowler.
She's pretty experienced, though, Katka. I've seen her in the women's leagues for the last few years. And she's a bit of a star in that league. And this one's a bit... it's going down leg.
I don't think I meant... Yeah, actually, I misspoke. Wasn't saying inexperienced, but obviously she's picked up the game a little bit later in life. So she's been trained really well to be able to hit through that cover region. But anyway, right now, I mean, I hope for her sake she can get a few runs here, because...
It'll be good to see. When she's in full flight, she hits the ball very hard.
She hit the only 6 I remember of the ECIs last year in Croatia.
Like that. Lovely shot there from Katka. Well, that's it. That's her game. That's a beautiful shot through covers.
Check that ball. That got absolutely hammered. Cracking shot by Tessa Zhukova. She'll feel a lot better after that. You could hear the grunt as it came out of the middle of the bat as well. Great step towards the ball and laced it.
Well, I think unless she gets a good one from Ferrari, that's going to build her confidence up. As I said, just one out of the middle. That'll hopefully give her a lot of confidence. Do it again. Well, tries it again. This one just away from the bat. And good goal, good bowling there from Ferrari, who's, yeah, I agree with you, Vinny. I think she's been a very good bowler in this tournament. As Lizzie Ferrari. So it's a good contest between these two, though. 50's up for the Czechs, by the way, with that 4 from Katka.
Yeah. Still a mountain to climb, though. Ferrari last ball of the 8th over.
And get through everything, including Sally, and they'll get a bye. Good awareness there from Shaka.
Was there any bat in that?
No.
She hit the ground. There was a bit of a shout from the fielders, that's all. But it'll be a bye to finish the over. 54 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, it's been okay from the Czechs, and I think a lot of those runs were from extras. See here the run rates. It was a fantastic innings from, or fantastic partnership, I should say, from Ferrari, and also from Lauren Pias for the Gibraltarians, that really pumped that score to 200, which is almost unachievable for the Czechs. But Dasha Zikova, if she gets her eye in, she's very dangerous. Shaka at the other end will hold her own as well. It'll be Lauren Pias to bowl. We haven't seen her bowl since her first game. She took a little bit of stick against the Czechs, actually. So we'll see.
Quite surprised Valverde takes herself off, though. She was in the zone, 3 for 8, but pretty unselfish, I think, maybe to throw the ball to someone like Pias, who appreciate the opportunity to get an over or two.
It shows good confidence in your bowlers as well. This one is down leg side, called a wide. But that's what you do as a captain. Even if a bowler gets a bit of stick, sometimes you just have to persist and you have to have confidence. And you know what bowlers can do. You know if a batter's out of form, you know that you can maybe shift things or just have confidence in them. And sometimes it just pays off. But it shows good captaincy. And
here comes the wind again. I felt some wind. It's come violently.
The sun's coming into the commentary marshmallow, and it's I'm getting a tan here.
It's roasting the commentary marshmallow right now. We'll mention that we'll have a brief trophy ceremony at the end of the broadcast if you want to stick around today to watch the cup being presented and watch those individual awards as well.
It's been hit pretty hard, and good fielding out there. Just a single, being Shaka on strike. So Tessa Zikova just slicing it a little bit, not getting the middle of the bat.
Ferrari's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 14. Are you bowling her out next over?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe they want to go to Blag.
This is down leg side, and it's got through Sally as well. They'll take another one. They might get 2, you know. It depends on Shaka, and I think they'll run 2. Yeah, good awareness there. That's another 3 runs to the Czechs.
By the way, Shaka, I've noticed she's backing up and watching intensely every time the bowler comes in, which I suppose you should do all the time.
Yeah.
So, and, just got a feeling they might go to Yanira next over and keep one in the bank for Ferrari.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Look, I don't think there's any difference really. I think Yanira's bowled really well throughout this tournament, and there's another really good option for Gibraltar. This one's hit nicely through the gap, just well fielded. Tried to find the ball there, did Valverde, and just cut it down to 1. Nice shot there from Shaka. Bring Katka back on strike. And Pias, she struggled a bit with wides. There's been a few runs off this over already. But let's see what this next ball brings against Katka. I'll try to slam it to the boundary, no doubt. And, well, does that exactly. Absolutely hammered it, another 4, quickest part of the ground. And this is what she's about,
That's still
Katka.
going. That's into the fields. I mean, we might need to put a rating on this V for violence if Katka bats too much longer, because that was absolutely hammered. And this is her dream kind of ball to get. It's outside off. She gets a good look at it, had a bit of length on it as well, so she could see the bounce, and you can hear a lot of her teammates pretty excited. Let's go, Czechia, let's go, they say.
She picked that gap as well. It was well away from the fielder. There's a fielder back there now, I think, as we're past the power play.
There's an easy 2 down the ground now. If I think she wants to, she gets past the bowler.
Agree, but she hits it that hard, she's going to get 4. And tries it again. This one's straight to the fielder, though. He'll get behind the ball. They should get 2, though. Well, she didn't call it.
Exactly. Just a little bit of hesitation between the wickets. There was 2 there. But yeah, no, I'm thrilled for Katka. I mean, I just got to know her a little bit last year during the ECIs. I had a soft spot for her because she hit the first maximo of that series. And
well, you think she's going to do that in this game as well?
I mean, if anyone's going to hit one, it's Katka.
Agreed. So it's Payas to Shaka Goltsunova, who just pushes that one back down the pitch.
I will tell you this, if she does hit a 6, never mind the game situation, the Czechia bench are going to go absolutely bananas.
They will go bananas. And, well, it's a really good atmosphere there as well. It's been really encouraging. But I think throughout this tournament, I think there's a whole... Actually, just I'll leave that one outside off. That was pretty wide, but not given. I think there's been a good spirit throughout this tournament. It has been with pretty much every women's tournament I've seen around Europe. There's just good encouragement between the girls on their own teams, but also with the other teams as well. The spirit. I mean, they're all in the same boat as well. It's a bit like, have you seen A League of Their Own? Yeah, it's a little bit like that. It's a great movie, but it's a little bit like that where you're getting talented players, but it's not. It's something very new to them, and they're learning as they go. The men's, I think, the men's cricket, the T20s have really evolved into something quite powerful, and actually with a lot of the nations, they've progressed to somewhere which is competitive with quite a few nations from around the world. That maybe not the Test nations, but a very, very high level. And whereas the women's game still just in its infancy, really, in Europe, and is growing steadily. But you look at the women's games around the world with Australia and England and India and all the Test play nations. Nice shot there. That's going towards the boundary. Got through with 4 runs. Katka gets another boundary.
Brute force. Blunt force trauma. Call it what you like. Again, I know step hit balls. She is one kind of exception to the rule. I think you need to go almost at her leg stump, and try and get her out that way. But yeah, this is really, really well struck.
As I was saying before, I think the level of women's cricket throughout the world, I think physically, I think they've got stronger. I mean, you look at it, same as tennis. You look at tennis, and you get these game changers like Serena Williams, who really have evolved the game into something a bit different. Lovely shot again, 4 runs. Well, the power hitting. She's timed that one. That's a beautiful shot through the covers from Tesajikova.
Nira Black's come out. Doesn't know what's hit her, really. She's bowled 2 quite decent deliveries, but she's been bludgeoned through the offside. It's a brilliant cricket shot.
That's a great shot. And didn't try to hit it too hard. Just that was timing rather than sheer power. Well, Blagg, as I said, I thought she's bowled really, really well this tournament. Nothing wrong with those 2 deliveries. Just been pounded to the boundary, though. And that's a better ball from her.
Jeez, chopped down on that just at the right moment. That's a much better ball, I think, from Blagg, who I think can cause some problems with her natural kind of in curve. She's another one. She doesn't really swing it from the hand, but about halfway down, it just bites back a little bit. I don't know if that's Rico's transportation that'll be taken when he arrives in Czechia.
I can imagine that.
For the first time as well. We'll have Rico.
It's hit firmly. They should just get 1, though. Bring Shaka on strike. But, yeah, Rico, I can imagine him descending from a chopper. There's plenty of space here for choppers.
Oh, that's true.
And on the Banks field.
Run rate's actually pretty good for Czechia here, going over 7.5 and over at the moment, kind of over 150 pace. But it's just the size of the target is a little bit beyond what they would have hoped for. Last ball of the over from Blagg. 2 to come, I should say. It's well kept out by Zaka.
Yeah, Sharka's, I mean, she's only very young. She's only 15 and looks like a good cricketer and will be, I think, for many years to come.
And Zaka, I promised her, because Turka got a chance in the commentary box, when we can, we're going to get her in the commentary box.
Fantastic.
You know what sisters are like. Anyway, that'll be the end of the 10th, though. Well kept out once again. And Blagg gets hit for a couple of boundaries, but not a lot more. 75 for 5 after 10. Welcome into the commentary box. Plenty of sunshine. Summer is here. ECS is here. Starting tomorrow as well. Danny Hudchek with me. And yeah, Rico will be here for the first time. I just thought it's a nice opportunity to get the three of us together.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Normally we do it together, but sharing's caring. And it should be a really good series coming up as well.
It will be a really good series. As I said, I think it's going to be a much tighter series than what has been in the past. I know PCC have dominated. They've had a few scares along the way with UCC last year, also Brno. But this year, I think Barbarians are going to be a threat for sure. Brno as usual. And I think that UCC as well, they're one of the sides, they're kind of an underdog side, but they've got some very good players in there. And there's been a bit of movement within Czech cricket as well, with players you've seen playing for certain sides that have come in and have changed allegiances. So I think it's a bit more balance. That PCC have still got a strong side. But
no doubt.
But, you know...
You just think they might be a little bit more susceptible to dropping matches than the last year.
Look, I mean, Sudesh, I don't know what his availability is for a start with the Beast, but he's, I mean, he's not the same threat as he was before. He's still going to try to kill us in the commentary box by slamming it straight at us.
But don't they have to just go and knock him on his door and tell him there's a cricket match and just get him in the car? I think that's how the preparation goes.
He's super competitive.
He's a great story, actually. Back to here, though, I mean, this CE Cup's been a great story as well. I mean, the first time it's ever been a women's tournament. I think already everyone's saying, we need to keep the women's element of the CE Cup, whether it's a standalone women's tournament or whether there's a men's and women's CE Cup maybe combined in one weekend. Whichever way we slice and dice it, we got to say we're really, really thrilled to be able to cover the CE Cup for the first time on ECN as well. I know that it has been streamed before. I've watched it before. I enjoyed I normally watched it, but obviously to have the ECN resources available makes it a little bit different. I'm loving the ovations, even for the drinks carriers. The 10 over drinks break. Kasajukova is bringing some sunlight of her own to this innings at the moment. 21 off 16. She's a real kind of, what's the word? She's like a momentum batter, isn't she? You can tell now she's got the confidence up. She looks pretty confident. Before she was kind of jumping at shadows, I think, in some of the earlier innings. But
it's amazing how just, again, one out of the middle, and she did crack that first one out of the middle. Just gets your confidence up and gets you get the feel of the bat in your hand. It's been frustrating couple of weeks for her, actually. Didn't have the best tournaments in Austria either. But she's a good player, 21 off 16.
I do think maybe the middle order is where she belongs, though. I just think, technically, she's got some real strengths, but there's still some weaknesses that opening bowlers might be able to exploit. Whereas I just think here in the middle, slightly older ball, not doing as much, and she can own that space. But then I suppose part of the reason she's been batting at the top is a lack of alternatives. But I think we've seen a few emerging possibilities. I still think Turka potentially at the top. You could open her. Maybe she doesn't need the extra responsibility. I think Franova has also shown a bit. I liked Kshirsarga, Anushree Kshirsarga at the top as well. I know she got run out in this innings. So yeah, it's good to see more and more players emerging. Pius coming in.
Oh, a bit of a lucky inside edge. I'll take a single out of it. Bring Kafka back on strike. So.
There's brighter times ahead. I think of some of the results at Gibraltar in the ECIWs, and weren't able to win a game in that series back in February. And Czech are going to be in a position where they haven't had a win in their first 7 T20 internationals. At brighter times ahead, they're building and yeah, I just hope they're able to get more matches.
It's been lifted and it's safe. Didn't quite get all of it.
Logistically, not so easy either to organise T20 series. Whether it be men's or women's, obviously, what goes into it, the travel, the element, the player availability element, with the game not professional in 99% of cases here in Europe.
Here comes Pius again, bowling to Shaka. That's going to be called a wide. Yeah, look, that, and also you'll see, just like the men's, I think, where availability, whether it's through residency or players coming through, the teams will get stronger naturally, and it's with players like, well, it's can it be? I think leg buys. There will be leg buys, and players like the Koltunova sisters. I mean, they're 15 and 16. They'll hopefully remain in the Czech lineup for what, 15, 20 years maybe, potentially.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so.
It's something with new players coming in. There's also some of the players have been here for a few years, so will be eligible for the national team quite soon. This one's down leg side. Got a little bit of it. Did Katka
Run hard here. She doesn't really look for two. Maybe she wasn't expecting it was going to be there, but I think they ran hard. They would have gotten two. I had a question. How tall is Katka? I don't know, but I actually feel she's probably around about 6 foot, maybe slightly more, 6 foot, 6'1".
Yeah,
maybe. 183, 185 centimetres.
I'll have to stand next to her because I'm 6'1.5", and I think she's probably.
I feel like she's about your height.
Yeah, maybe. Well, she's taller than Pete Vincent, I think. And Pete's not a tiny man. Nice shot there by Shaka. Again, well run, and that she loves that slide. Does Katka?
Sure does.
So
she's just a real competitor.
Yeah.
I don't actually know the whole story of what got her into cricket in the first place.
I just know she's been around the traps here for as long as I can remember women's cricket, and so you're right. She's a very competitive woman. You can see her sliding around the boundary, trying to stop everything. Again.
Nice score on the network of 27. She's approaching that right now. She'll move to 24.
Yeah, nice shot. And that, again, on the first day, she would not have played that shot. She was just, didn't quite know what to do with anything on the leg side. That one, she turned around the corner quite nicely. And I think that if she gets a piece of it, that's going to go flying into the golf course. So she retains the strike. As you see the table here, it's still a bit up in the air who's going to win here. Gibraltar, well, they need a couple of wickets, to be honest, to make it safe. But they're looking pretty good to pick up their third win of the tournament. And that net run rate, there's not much between Croatia and Gibraltar. I think all three teams can be proud of their achievements.
Well, look, it's not a done deal yet. 95 off 9 overs is what they would need. So what's that? It's about 10.5 an over. Which with Katka there, and she can belt a couple of boundaries and over. You know, still a lot of runs to get, but with her at the crease, it's a possibility. Blagg coming back to bowl her second over.
Remember, it only takes one ball, Vinny, to dismiss a batter.
That's cricket.
There we go. There's that ball. Well, great bowling from Yanira Blagg. And Katka, she'll go down to Shaka and give her a bit of a hug, I think, or a bit of a fist bump. Really good innings there from Tesazikova. You can see what she can do. And it was just a straight one there from Yanira. And that's the end of the very dangerous Katka Tesazikova. So you can see it came in a little bit. Yeah, and she got an edge to it too.
Felt she was a good matchup because of that little bit of in curve. So it wasn't quite as wide.
Yeah, just that inside edge. And plays it on. Good round of applause.
Again, she would have liked more, but you really see what she's capable of there. I think 24 off 24, crunched boundaries in there as well. So, yeah, just a shame. I mean, that inside edge could have got anywhere. Could have easily gone past the stumps.
Absolutely.
Credit to Blagg. I think she comes back well after being hit for a couple of boundaries first up. Check in out, 84 for 6.
Kuntsova, the new batter. I thought she was really good with the ball. Good potential, I think, Erika Kuntsova. And was good in the field as well, sliding around. So she'll join Shaka Kulsunova out there. So again, two good young cricketers. And the Czechs, 84 for 6. I think well, it's always going to be difficult to get that 200. To be honest, Gibraltar, a long way ahead in their development. But but also a very, very good side. Some consistent bowlers, some good bowlers. Yanira Blagg, big improver, as Vinny has said all through this tournament, and very consistent. 4 good bowlers,
She also
5 really.
looks a bit stronger as well than she was last time. Last time we were covering Jib on the network.
This is
Well, this could be a run out, you know. Let's have a look. I mean, I actually think it was pretty close. I wonder if there's a bit of bat in it. But we'll check it out on the replay.
yeah.
Let's have a look at it here. I think LB was pretty close. I think maybe just couldn't get it back onto the stumps. I actually think it looked pretty adjacent. Let's have a look. No, go down the leg side. I think the thing is she ended up in that position, which made it look a lot closer than it was. On both accounts, it wasn't out. So,
Well run by Shaka though.
yeah, very proactive.
It's well, it was a yes and then a no call, and well,
I like that Kuncha was looking for a run there. Okay, Xhaka sends her back, but yeah, I like to see that busyness. Certainly something that's improved a lot. I mean, Jib have set the standard with the running, but yeah, it's good to see the players a lot less scared to take on some of these runs.
that's a nice shot there through the field as well. They might look for 2. I don't think it's on. In fact, it's not. But a nice shot, just getting past the infield by Koltsunova, bring Kuntsova on strike. Blagg. A couple of balls left in her second over. Comes in, and that one's a pretty good ball.
Yeah, Yanira. Just if she's improved so much to now, where might she be in a year or 2 or 3? I've been really impressed with her. And she's a good example of someone who's given it a go, thrown in the deep end, let's be honest, when we first saw her in televised cricket. But she's obviously put the time in it. She's doing some very good things. Very unlucky not to get another wicket there.
That was a beauty. Just got through.
Yanira's only 18 years of age as well.
No, it's bright. Oh, no, that's what's so exciting to see, because you look at the men's game and it's dominated by older players. There are a few good young players coming through, but not as many as in the women's game, and it's really great to see, and it'll be fantastic to see their progress through the years. As you can see here, the scorecard. Good runs for the skipper Koltunova and Tesizhikova with 24 of 20, finally getting some form and hitting the ball nicely at the middle of the bat.
It kind of reined in the extras a bit early on. There were way too many from Gibraltar, but now Nikki Caruana is going to bowl over number 13.
Yeah, good bowler to bring on at this stage as well. She's been up there with my player of the tournament as well. Of course, Erin has been excellent, but Nicole Caruana, I think, has been excellent with the ball on the bat and has held catches as well.
Direct hit run out, don't forget that one this morning as well. The first one just misses the mark.
Yeah, exactly. And well, so there's with Gibraltar, they're a good side. They've got good depth in batting, good depth in bowling, and the fielding's pretty good as well.
I love the team spirit in all 3 teams, though. Just every time they're in the field, no matter what the situation. This one will be a wide down leg side. It's over correcting, but yeah, it's one of the things you need in cricket. You know, you have your down times. And things might not go your way, or things aren't going your way as a team, and you need people around you, positive people picking you up and shouting words of encouragement. Certainly hearing that at the moment from Gibraltar, and the Czechs as well. The bench applauding every run that they're able to score.
And the other thing is that another really important thing that I don't think many people appreciate is how important a good captain is for your team. And I think all 3 of the captains in this tournament have been excellent in just judging situations and changing things up. And I think it's been really good. And especially, well, Erin's only 18. Tedka's 16.
Yeah.
So And
Does that make Amy an old lady
I think so.
as a captain?
I think maybe an old captain. That's going to be a no ball. And it's through the fielder as well. And Shaka, it'll go towards the boundary. I'm not sure if it'll reach. Not quite. Be dragged in. And they'll run 3. They should run 3, but they're not.
Great stop. But I mean, it's going to be a no ball for the double bounce. But again, looking for that extra run. They probably don't even think a 3 is possible. But let me tell you, it was.
Yeah, it definitely was.
They looked at each other and they kind of looked at the ball. Couldn't quite work out how to take off for it. Anyway, they will get an extra run now. Coltonova will move to 8.
This is, I mean, look, the Czechs won't win here, but they're hopefully, I mean, they're going to get past the 100 mark. Looks like, which is good for them, and it's good experience for both of these girls. Very young cricketers, and this is, oh well, that was just played around that twice. I think did Kuntova. It was a little bit of a strange one.
Well, I've seen Pablo Florin bowling on this ground, and this was in the same league. And it will be the end of Kuntova.
Let's have another look at this.
It's on the way down second time around.
She tried to play it twice.
Is it a double swing? I thought you're joking, but there's one. And then kind of just tried to go inside out to get any bat on it, kind of in the follow-through almost. But yeah, Caruana's had a very good series. And Kuntova, I've loved what she's done, particularly with the ball. I think that she's got a lot of potential. Hope she continues her cricket journey throughout the summer. Right now, 93 for 7. And a big cheer for the new batter coming to the crease. It's Romana Mikulashkova.
So Mikulash is, well, it's Nicholas.
Yeah.
Like Svati Mikulash is St. Nicholas.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Just trying to work out. Yeah, she's just getting a few late coaching tips from Xhaka. Anyway, let's see if she can get a run or two. Get some of the Czech side. A few players out, obviously playing back-to-back weekends. There's caused some availability issues, so dig deep. First one pretty well located by Caruana.
You're doing a bit of a Rico here with Shaka's name, because it's either Saka or it's the S with the sh as in shark, as in Sharknado, as in Shark Week. So it's the S with the heart check is a sh sound rather than the R with the heart check is unpronounceable and should be well that should be also part of the Geneva Convention as to unpronounceable letters.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, I'm back on with Shaka now. That one was definitely going over the top. As Romana getting a bit of an initiation here. This is where, to be honest, I'd like to see Amy come back on. She's got a 3 for. Yeah. Everyone was gunning for the 5 for. That's well hit though. Gets a good response. That's the end of the 13th over. Successful one for Gibraltar. 93 for 7. Richie Cunningham saying Yanira Blagg has been playing just over a year from softball to taking international wickets. Class.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree. And well, a lot of the girls do start in a baseball, in a softball background, and it's a good hand-eye coordination. But her bowling, I think, has been really, really good again throughout this tournament.
And even probably he's even talking about softball cricket. So
okay,
not you can probably clarify, but yeah, I know that's how often. Well, doesn't matter where you come from. That's normally how you start your cricket journey. True. I know, same for me. That's why it's even more difficult when you think of some of the players like Kaminkova, like Romana you see out there at the moment, basically going straight into the hardball stuff.
Still playing for a year. I mean, it's the techniques in cricket sometimes take, well, when you look at some players who've been playing for a while. That's gone. Great wicket there. And that's the end of Shaka. Really good bowling from Blagg. Takes another one. And right on line.
Blagg's bowled well, but she needs to work on her celebrations to try and keep pace with the rest of her team. But they're thrilled for her. And honestly, I am too. I'm still a bragger from way back. And this is one that kind of just comes back with that natural movement. See, a little bit of that left to right. Takes it in between the bat and the pad. Knocks over Shaka. Although Shaka fought hard, didn't she, for 8 runs for the Czechs. We're getting right down towards the bottom of the order now, 93 for 8.
What I like about Blagg is she does get that little bit in, but there's something about there's an odd ball which just seems to come through a little bit quicker. I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know if it's a rhythm thing, but she bowls with pretty good pace. It will be new batter. It's Flamikova, the Suska Flamikova, to come in.
Yeah, it's nice to see a bit of a family atmosphere as well at the ground. And yeah, I think Shaka batted really well. I liked her hustle between the wickets, for the most part. I think she had probably one of the best games she's played this week. I think was probably this game. I thought she bowled really well. I thought she fielded well. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. But anyway, we're going to have an interesting finish here because we're getting right down the bottom. And Flamikova is batting 10.
The umpire's telling to move across.
I think
the batting partner's telling to move across.
Pavlinakova is batting 11. She's being prepared right now. Here we go.
Oh, gone. Well, good bowling. I thought she got a bit of bat on that, but she didn't. And she's still standing there wondering what just happened. And
she hasn't been given out, to be fair.
She's still standing there.
She's saying, what do you mean? Is
that it? Is that it?
Hey, Yanira Blagg, though, she's read the room. He says, I'm not going to let anyone else get these wickets. She's actually now got 3 to her own name. And yeah, that was just spot on. Again, attack the stumps, the new batter.
That's a good ball, really good ball to any batter. So, all right, last one for the Czechs. Bara, that's a golden duck. She runs off Bara Pavlinakova.
Look, if you're ever going to try and take an international hat trick, now's your time. You've got Bara coming in. This will be hat trick number 18 of the year. So Yanira could find her way onto the ECN Hall of Fame.
Another left-hander, Vinny.
Yeah. So that changes things slightly. She's going to go around the wicket. I don't know if I would have actually, but yeah, it's not a bad angle. It's just she was so accurate.
You watch a cracker through the covers.
Could we have a Kaminkova moment?
Could do.
All right, so everyone's hushed now at the ground. Could this be a bit of history in the making? Bara saying, what have I got myself into here? Got to hit the target here.
I don't know if she actually knows, to be fair.
That might be a good thing.
It's the first time she's batted in this tournament. She'll be facing a very good bowler.
Hat-trick ball. Danny, you've done it again. I do like the round the wicket, but for the hat-trick ball, I would have left it just because she'd hit the stumps twice from over the wicket. And this one, things change. Barton, again, most used legs by a wicketkeeper in world cricket. Makes the stop down the leg side. All right, come on. I'd love to see these two getting a run now. Bara first. Got 5 on the leg side, all on the infield. There's only 1 outfielder, which is a very fine third.
Yeah, it's a good field set. I think they know the situation here.
They're like vultures, though, circling in for the kill, aren't they, Gibraltar?
I did say the Czechs could get 100. Still on, and that's...
straight through the legs.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's not called a wide for a reason. But Blagg bowling really well. And, yep.
Kind of opened up that front leg, and that's why. Looks good in the helmet, though. Got the badge and everything. All right. Blagg searching for a 4th wicket to end the series.
And,
it's lodged. It's actually lodged in her body, so I don't think that's a problem.
Where did
I bet Pete's in the way here, but I'm going to try and show. It lodged in her hand and went up her arm. So that's actually a dead ball. She actually catches herself. Have a look at this. And then she said, okay, now what do you want me to do about it?
Is that handle ball, Vinny?
No, it's a dead ball because it's lodged. It's lodged,
But then she picked it up and, I guess.
Yeah, but the ball's dead at that stage.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a dot ball. It's a dot ball.
Nice comedy moment.
The moment it lodges, it becomes dead. So then what are you meant to do?
Good bowling there from Blagg.
Could this be the last ball?
No, nice shot.
Go on.
Run!
I'm up applauding for Bara. Now they're going to try for 2.
No! What are you doing?
Oh!
And then she'll get the 2.
She's made 2.
She's celebrating like she's just won the World Cup. As the Czechs as well.
What a shot.
Vulfova's
far.
there. She's got her crutches and she's banging them together. The Czechs are going off.
Yeah, and I love the two, even though I don't like using expressions like blind leading the blind, and I don't use them lightly, but I love the 10 and 11 for Czechia out here.
Oh, no, they surely won't go on that. The Czechs are urging them on, though.
What a shot. But, you know, Yanira, she was this level of experience only a year ago.
Yeah,
and now it's like, oh, she's like the kind of uber kind of professional operator. But I just think it's great to see the scenes we're seeing here. 96 for 9 after 14.
Yeah, it's a great light moment at the end of this tournament. Been a fantastic tournament. This is what's coming up in another fantastic tournament. Starting tomorrow, the ECS European Cricket Series right here from Prague. Praha Dominators, a brand new team, offshoot from the Tigers against Bohemians. That should be a cracker to start with. But we'll see a lot of the big teams up tomorrow.
And if you want to turn over, like I said, we've got the deciding game in the ECI men's at the moment on our other channel. It's Cyprus, Estonia in a live match 5. All right, here's Valverde. Says enough's enough and wants to finish this off. 1 wicket will send the trophy to Gibraltar. And the captain would like to be the one to do it. Now, I'm all about Mikulášková now, trying to get a run.
And, well, that's got to be out. Surely that's it. And that's the end of the game. And a win for Gibraltar and a win in the CE Cup for Gibraltar. Fantastic effort. And, well, I think the batter doesn't quite know what's happening. Just been told to go by Sally, shooing them off so they can celebrate.
You go to your team, I'll go to mine. Gibraltar, what a couple of games today. They've played the day of their life there. They've come so far so quickly, honestly, individually and collectively. I got to say, they were a long way behind. They had that loss to Croatia earlier in the series. This is how it finished. Again, it straightens down the line. Well, she doesn't quite get 5, Amy, but she does get 4. I think she would have been odds on to get 5 had she been able to finish the over, but the Czechs were out of batters. Pete Vincent raises the finger, and that means that Gibraltar will be raising the trophy. We'll show the trophy ceremony a little bit later if you want to stick around after the end of day highlights. But I want to say congratulations not only to Gibraltar, but also to Czechia, the host, and also to Croatia. I mean, Croatia, they were 3 straight and just had a performance this morning that they weren't able to really deal with the Gibraltar attack. And they're Gibraltar worthy winners, I think. I probably had them as favourites, slight favourites going into this. Obviously, Vukic is an X factor for Croatia. But yeah, credit to the Czechs as well. It was a mountain of runs to climb, but they had the right approach, I think, through their innings. They end up getting bowled out for 96.
This is an unfortunate one with the run out. It was a really good piece of work there behind the stumps from Sally Barton, and it was a nice catch there. But there's a couple of good little partnerships, some good runs from Terka Kolcunova again, and then also Katka Tesajikova with some good runs. The Czech girls celebrating as well. And I think they've had a fantastic time. It's a lot of learning in cricket, especially at this level. And I'm sure they'll take a lot from this tournament. And they were well led from by Terka Kolcunova. She did very well with the bat. As you can see, a nice shot there. And also had a lot of responsibility this weekend. Got a beauty from Ferrari. And then it was Tesashikova who took over a bit, hit a couple of crackers right out of the middle. It was, again, it was Franova who got one around her legs, or through her legs, I think. But again, really good bowling from Valverde. Ended up with 4.
Yeah,
celebrations were a highlight.
On point as well for Gibraltar, weren't they? Got 3 musketeers there.
Kaminkova.
Yeah. When they got it right, they were hard to deal with, though. They had a number of bowlers that were able to kind of straighten the ball down the line. And then there's other discussions about the celebrations, little finger guns. I hope you got a license for those. Ferrari, though, had an outstanding tournament. I think she gave game in, game out. But Katka Tesajikova in this period was really, really powerful, showing a sign of what she could do and the potential she's got. Some real crunched boundaries for Katka.
Yeah, did very well. Top scored for the Czechs. And you can see there's another one slammed towards the boundary. And, just got through the fielder. I think there were 2 in a row off Blagg. This is the second. Absolutely smashed through cover. And she went on also to top score. Blagg, though, getting revenge as Katka chops back onto the stumps. And then afterwards, it was Shaka who got a few runs to her name, the younger sister of Terka. And after that, it was a little bit of a, well, it was difficult for the Czechs. Not much experience in cricket. Kuntseva played all around one. And then we had 2 in a row from Blagg. She on a hat-trick. That was really good bowling to get rid of the batters from the Czech Republic. That was Koltunova.
Actually, no, credit to Blagg. She had a little bit of a little fist pumping action going there. But yeah, she was on a hat-trick. Unfortunately, she did a Danny Huda check and sprayed the hat-trick ball down the leg side. But, once they got to that bottom order, I think it was a matter of time until this game was going to be done. And Valverde was the one that was able to do it fittingly on a not playing a shot dismissal. I still think that'd be a pretty interesting montage. But I think you've got to hand it to Gibraltar. I think they showed in all aspects as a team that they were the strongest side here. And again, the Czechs, they fought bravely, weren't able to come up with a win this weekend in the CE Cup, but still, I think they won the hearts of many. And the final standings, by the way, Gibraltar and Croatia tied on 6 points, 3 wins, a loss. And Gibraltar 2.36 net run rate compared to Croatia 1.33. There's the scorecard of the final innings of the tournament. 24 for Katka Zhikova off just 20 balls, and she was brilliant while she was out there. 4 boundaries before she chopped on. Terka, again, she hustled, didn't she? 15. She was the other one to get to double figures. And Shaka, I will say, I thought she worked very hard while she was out there. Was able to get 8 to the total. Gibraltar kind of lost the plot early with the extras. They ended up being 39 in total. They did kind of rein it in towards the end. That's I think when you think about how their day's gone, they set it up with their bowling, and the bowlers did enough in the end to secure the win.
Absolutely. Look at the figures. Amy Valverde, the skipper, with 4 for 8 off her 3.1 overs, wrapping it up in the final ball. And Yanira Blagg, after copying a couple of fours in the first couple of balls of her spell, ended up with 3 wickets. Also wickets for Ferrari there. And let's have a look in the end. And so it was fantastic innings from Ferrari, and a great partnership with her and Lauren Pius, both scoring big 50s. And there was Shaka with a couple of wickets. And as Vinny said, the top score to Zhikova 24, and Koltunova also scoring a few.
Yeah, it was a really great finish tournament. We have to be very quick because we've got the trophy ceremony coming up, but I do want to invite everyone to like the video, subscribe if you haven't already to ECN, tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. You can actually look ahead and have a look at the ECS page for Czechia, which starts tomorrow. If you want to turn over and watch some more cricket, the deciding game in the ECI men's in Cyprus is on now. Danny, it's not goodbye, really. It's see you tomorrow. It's been a great 3 days. We're going to have the trophy ceremony coming up. Thank you so much for your company. To Michael as well. To everyone in the chat. They've been magnificent
exactly right,
as well.
Yep.
To Phil, anyone else?
Oh, yeah. Shrug, Dave, all those guys.
We'll get back to you tomorrow because we have to do the trophy ceremony now. But I want to say, big thanks. Well done to everyone here for making some magic and some magical moments that hopefully will inspire this group of cricketers to take their game to the next level. For now, it's Vinny Sounding Mr. Maximo with Danny Hidjak. I'll see you for the trophy ceremony. We'll see you tomorrow. More action right here on ECN. Enjoy these highlights of day 3, the final day of the CE Cup T20IW.
See you later.
Okay. Hello everybody, welcome to Prague and welcome to the presentation for the CE Cup right here in Czechia. Can you stand here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN? I've got to say, it's been a real honour to be here. I've actually watched the CE Cup several times. It's the first time we've been here to cover it on the network. Obviously, we're making a real effort to get around and shoot as much cricket as we can. It's not easy. I think lately we've at times had up to 4 locations at once. But what we really want to do, and people that know what we've been doing for a while, to show more cricket, to kind of shine a light on what's happening at all levels, and I'm really, really impressed with what I've seen this weekend. So firstly, I want to say congratulations to all of you for making this a wonderful week. Just quickly, I want to thank also the CMKS for obviously the organisation that goes into this. Got Prakash, got Michael here. This trophy is magnificent. It is certainly unique obviously we're presenting in a moment. We've also got the trophy which the winners can take home. We have a couple of individual awards as well. But I want to say thank you to everyone that came out. I want to say to the spectators, it's great to have so many of you here today, to everyone that helped along the ground, around the ground, that fed us, that looked after us this weekend. I think you guys now know how many logistics go into international tours. Okay, so obviously I also want to say thanks to the coaching staff and the management for all 3 sides. And I want to give a special shout out to Croatia. They're already on the way back, but let's give Croatia a special round of applause. I know that they'll be watching. And they will receive their runners-up trophy as well. I want to also mention a group of people. I thought they did a fantastic job, and it's never easy to do this job, especially when the cameras are on and kind of analysing every move you make. But that is the umpiring crew and the officials. So congratulations to you. It was great to see the rapport, and still one of the favourite moments. I think it might have been one of the Croatian players went to high-five the umpire when she took a wicket. Not ironically either. So, look, so I'm going to talk about Czechia first, and I'm going to say that I've watched you guys now over the last year or so, and your development is certainly quite amazing. And I know how difficult it must be to kind of play in this phase of your career with this kind of attention. But I think what it does, it makes you realise if you really want it or not. So to see the amount of improvement so quickly, I want to just wish you all the best. Hopefully more matches. You've got something at training to really work on now. Look at the videotape, look at areas you can improve, and the sky's the limit for you guys. Really excited that you're part of the ECCW, the Euros of Cricket at the end of the year in December, and hopefully we see a lot of you there. So let's really give it up for the Czech side, finishing in 3rd place in this CE Cup. I also just want to just mention quickly the runners-up trophy, of course, going to Croatia. Obviously, they're a team that I met mostly for the first time when you guys played them last year in Croatia at that Mladost cricket ground in Zagreb. And I honestly loved what they brought to the table. They were playing their first matches. So obviously you guys have some experience before this in the official T20s. So it was quite intimidating for them, but I was really impressed with how they were able to kind of gel as a team, and that sense of team spirit that I felt from all 3 teams. So I want to congratulate them. So let's give them one more round of applause. Croatia, the runners-up of this CE Cup. I think, you know, before we get to the individual awards, obviously the focus on women's cricket has been something we've really been working on over the last 12 to 18 months on ECN. The fact that we had 5 teams in the ECCW last year. This year we'll have 10. We would like it to expand as well, that's for sure, and provide more opportunities one way or another to get involved and to show more. So yeah, keep working at it. And obviously the improvement I've seen in a short amount of time is amazing. You learn from each other, and you also learn from your opponent. So I think that's why that's what I really noticed in this series as well. Okay, individual awards. I do have to mention the MVP award. This was presented earlier on, but the MVP for her all-round skills with the bat, ball in the field, and her captaincy. From Croatia, the MVP of this CE Cup is Aaron Vukusic. Congratulations. Now, we also have a batting and a bowling award that have been voted on, and we might start with the batting award here. So this was given to a player that I think contributed in a number of areas, but we really loved the way she took on the game, and especially, scoring a half century didn't happen too often in the series. She was able to do that, and really, I think, showed so much potential. So this is partly for her batting, but I think partly for her all-round contribution in this series, and that goes to the Czech skipper, Terka Kolcunova. Congratulations. There you go. Congratulations. Youngest international cricket captain. Youngest international captain, I think, in any sport as well. I know it's a big challenge that you've taken it on. You've approached it the right way, and I wish you all the best, not just you, but of course for the whole team. So congratulations. We've got the bowling award here, and I've got to say, this is a player I'm a huge fan of. Seems like you already know who I'm talking about here. But no, I've got to say, again, she's a gamer, and I like to see it. She's fired up. She's able to kind of see the lighter moments as well. Obviously, everyone makes there are some moments you just got to look back and laugh. We had one of them yesterday. I think she knows what I'm talking about now. But I've got to say that she was really, really impressive. Took wickets in every game. Also came good with the bat today in a big way. The bowling award for this CE Cup goes to Lizzie Ferrari from Gibraltar. Congratulations. There you go. Well done. I will say with those awards, it probably could have gone to 3, 4, 5, 6 players. That was just the consensus in the end. So yeah, congratulations again to all players. Got to wrap this up. So let's get the officials to hand the trophies out. And we've got the perpetual trophy there, but also the one that you can take back. So let's talk about the winners. Now, I first saw you, and this, I'm not kidding, there was a game that I remember you lost in 5 balls, right? You lost in 5 balls. I hate to bring it up, but to me, it just shows it was a starting point. And again, the fact, obviously you've got great facilities there in Gibraltar. You've got really good coaches as well, I think, that are willing to put in the time to try and get the best out of each year individually. And so when you came together as a team, from the very first game, I loved your approach. You squeezed every run out of that innings, and you were unselfish enough to kind of take those risks, knowing that you had a lot of players that could share the burden of the batting. And then when you're bowling, I think really came together today with some magic in the field as well. So I look at really so many players individually that have improved so quickly. So I just wonder in 2 years, where you could be, it's anyone's guess. So I want to wish you all the best for the season ahead. Hopefully I'll see you again soon on your home territory, because that's always fun. So please, let's get the officials here to hand over the trophy. Amy Valverde, the Gibraltar captain. The CE Cup in 2024 goes to Gibraltar. Let's get you over there, get you right in the middle, and let's lift the trophy. Congratulations one more time, let's give it up. Thanks everybody. Thanks again, it's been really, really great. We'll see you tomorrow for the ECS. Don't forget, we have so much cricket going on over the next few weeks and months and probably years. Great experience, great CE Cup. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on ECN. For now, it's hasta mañana.